What is up? What is good? How you living? How you feeling? How you doing? It is the best day of the year. Oh, baby. And you are in no place better than right here in the wonderful studios of BR. It is BR NFL Draft Live, presented by Thrivent, where money means more. And I am here with some very, very special people. To my direct left, one of the gnarliest, best defenders in the history of the NFL. I'm saying history already. He came in absolutely imposing his will on everybody else, and he has been a mainstay the last 2 years on the draft. It is the outspoken, it is the wonderful Micah Parsons. How you feeling?
Hey, I'm good, Lef. I'm glad to be back, baby. I'm glad to be back.
To his left, you know what? Let me save him for last. All the way at the end, also his second year doing it. One of the smartest NFL draft guys, one of the smartest NFL guys out there. We are borrowing his talents from CBS Sports. He has a big board that is filled with no fear and a hairline that is filled with no recession. Give it up for Mike Renner.
I'm jealous. I'm jealous.
It's my third year, Lefkoe.
Third year?
Yeah.
What year is this for you, Micah?
This is my third year.
Okay, third year.
Together.
You've done two. This is your third. But for his first year, coming off a Super Bowl trophy, one of the gnarliest island corners you're ever going to see. I don't even want to use his first name. Give it up for the incredible. Look at him holding the trophy.
Yeah.
Big play, slay.
Yes, sir. As you know, I'm here. I would boo you, but I can't. I'm away. I'm with Pittsburgh now, so.
Is this going to be okay? You two right here.
No. Slay, big bro.
He
Nothing
is.
but respect. You know what I mean? Slay, he's just one of the competitors that keep it simple. You know what I mean? He played hard between the lines, but outside of that, he ain't too much. You know what I mean? So it's cool.
And what do you think of him?
Same way, man. Like I said, I've been knowing him for a long time.
Yeah.
Between the lines, we don't like each other. But
Totally.
Just for that 60 minutes.
But those matchups were always electric. Like you can't be upset. I mean, this last year sucked for you. It really sucked for you.
I loved it.
I mean, what does that picture do to you, seeing him with the trophy?
Tell me.
That's motivation. You know what I mean? As he's not with them no more, so it's all
True.
good. He's with the Steelers, but you know what I mean? Understanding, trust the process. Big bro hopped around a little bit, got to a team, stayed there, had some success, and won him a championship. So, it leaves me with good faith that I can still get mine. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Just to wrap up the Super Bowl before it goes on, you've had a great career already, big play. Mm-hmm. To get that, does it change your perspective of what it means to play in the NFL when you hold the Lombardi?
Oh, man, it really changed a lot, definitely, because of the fact that, it took me 12 years to get there.
Wow.
To win it. It took me 10 years to get to past the first round in the playoffs. So I just know that I put in a lot of work, and, that's just a small margin of error of, like, how small it is and how hard it is to win a championship, even to get there. So
and now you're bringing your big plays to Pittsburgh.
Oh, yeah.
One of the storied franchises in the history of the NFL.
Yeah.
Renner, you are the one tasked with coming up with a big board.
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
How was the process for this draft? What did you learn as you made this big board?
This was a mess, this draft. You got about 4 guys in. So Cam Ward through Mason Graham, those were easy in my opinion. Those guys I feel very good about being quality NFL players. After that, it is going to go any which way in this draft class. There are a lot of names that can go a lot of different places. It's just you're going to see a lot of variance on different analyst boards. I love Jalen Walker's game, though. I put him at 5 because I see a lot of this guy over here, Micah Parsons, and his ability to just move anywhere in that front 7 and just know how to play the game of football at a high level. An explosive athlete, too. I mean, not a lot to dislike about his game. So he could go a bunch of different places, though. I mean, he could go anywhere from 5. He could fall to the mid-teens, though. It's just not a draft where there's clean-cut top prospects like his draft, 2021, like the draft we saw a year ago.
So I'm supposed to go in a few directions right now, but really quick, can we do what you told me in the hallway?
Yeah, if you want.
Okay, so we have a lot of segments to get to, but Renner has some breaking news, so please.
I believe that the Jaguars will be moving up to the number 2 overall pick for the Cleveland Browns. Nothing finalized yet. Obviously, it's going to get finalized when they're on the clock at number 2, but the Browns really want more draft picks. If you look at that roster right now, it is very expensive. A lot of that's because Deshaun Watson's cap hit. A lot of that's because Myles Garrett cap hit. And they haven't had a first-round draft pick since 2021, Greg Newsome. So they're going to try to get a lot of picks for the guy that everyone loves. And so that may be a little bit of why Andrew Berry the past few weeks has been talking about Travis Hunter like he's some sort of demigod. Well, maybe he sold a team on acting like
And so you think this could be the Jaguars moving up to get Hunter?
I believe so, yes.
I mean, we weren't, because we had no trades. This is the first draft in a long, long time where we've had 0 trades. Renner hearing right now that we may be having a trade from 5 to 2. Why don't we do draft crushes? The last 2 years that Micah has picked a draft crush, they have ended up on the Howie Roseman Invitational to the Philadelphia Eagles. Who is your draft crush this year?
How many do I get?
Let's say 2.
All right. You know, I think my sleeper guys, I'm going to go Nick from South Carolina.
Nick Emanwari?
Yes,
The
Nick
safety from
Emanwari.
USC, South Carolina?
He's a sleeper guy. He's that Quinyon Mitchell DB guy that can play in the box. I comped him to Derwin James. I think any team that gets him 15 and beyond, and he might even go earlier. We don't know where he's going to go yet, but I think, you know, Derwin, those type of caliber players went 17, 18.
Right.
Anywhere in that range.
People thought Derwin could have gone like top 5.
Yeah, literally. So anyone who gets this guy, I think he's going to be a one. I seen the guy work, his work ethic. He could play anywhere. He could cover. He can be in the box. He hits. I mean, you can see the ball skills right there. He's my sleeper.
Who's your other guy?
My other guy, Jalon Walker. You know,
Georgia linebacker.
Yeah, and obviously Abdul's my guy, and that's just an easy pick. But I just seen a lot, you know, that he could slip, he can fall in the draft. But one thing that I don't question is motor, and that's one thing that pops on his tape. Relentless motor, goes after everyone, doesn't matter, cover, can play from A to any gap, from A and beyond. I mean, this guy, I think he's the truth.
You turned on the film and were just blown away.
Yeah.
Gotcha. All right, big play. What do you got? Who you like?
I got to think, like, Parsons must love guys that wear number 11 often. He just, everybody that wear 11, he just love it.
They wear 11 because of me, but I'm watching them because of the 11.
Okay.
The 11 just pops.
It got to be. Well, you know I'm going for sure defense as well. You know, I like Will Johnson.
Corner from Michigan.
Corner from Michigan. You know, definitely with me having a lot of love for Michigan, I watched this kid, you know, from a distance. And, you know, he always got good feet, good patience at the line of scrimmage. I think he's the best press corner in this draft. And, you know, he's one of my favorite ones. And my second favorite, you know, since he out too, I'm going to get to, you know, but I like the Starks kid.
Malachi Starks from Georgia.
From Georgia, man. I feel like he's a very versatile safety that can cover, play the box, play the post, very rangy, great ball skills. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them two guys. You know,
Played every position in the safety. Talk about numbers. Will Johnson requested number 2 to get the added pressure of having that Charles Woodson number.
Yeah.
Certain schools have certain pressure. 2, 7 at LSU, 11 at Penn State. Renner, do you have a crush?
I have a few in this draft class, but Derek Harmon from Oregon is the guy I keep going back to where I'm like, I just see special ability in this guy. He was a transfer from Michigan State to Oregon this past year. And you just look at the frame. I mean, some guys just carry 315 pounds differently than others. He's one of those where there's just not a lot of wasted space on that frame. It's all muscle. And I thought a lot of people thought, you know, he's kind of a middling athlete, kind of like a big burlier. He went to the combine around a 4.95. I mean, this guy's got an explosive get-off, 34 3/8-inch arms, can one gap, two gap. He's just a real complete defensive tackle. May fall because of some injury concerns, but if he's fully healthy next season, someone's getting a steal.
All right, nice.
That's a Cowboy crush of mine.
That's one of those you wouldn't mind at 12.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Let's take a quick break before we keep moving on. A message from our people at Thrivent, where money means more.
With Thrivent, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
All right, we're back, and we have taken enough time to avoid the conversation that I think we're going to be having for the next few hours, which is after Cam Ward, which we feel pretty confident will be going number 1 to the Tennessee Titans. I don't even really want to say quarterbacks. I just really want to say Shedeur. I don't think anyone is out there on pins and needles over Jackson Dart. I do think people are curious if Jalen Milroe will actually go in the first round. But let's take a look, Renner, at how you stacked up the quarterbacks. Let's have this conversation. How do you see the night going?
I see a chasm between 1 and 2 in this quarterback class. I love Cam Ward. He's right at the top of my board. I have Shedeur Sanders outside the top 50. I'm all the way down to 52, I believe, on my draft board, which is kind of, it's obviously a big gap, but it's just indicative of the tools that each guy's bringing to the table. I see Cam Ward and I see high-end arm talent. I was at his pro day down in Miami, and it was one of the best pro days I've ever seen. I mean, the guy's ability to any platform, any arm angle, just put zip on it. The ball was never wobbling. He has spirals. The way he just releases it with that flick, it's beautiful. Whereas Shedeur, you just don't see the caliber of arm strength. Like if I had to put him, stack him up among the 32 starting quarterbacks in the NFL, you plug him in, he's probably bottom 6 to 8. And that's just like, it's not that it's impossible, it's just that it gets tougher for you. And you also have the issues with taking sacks, the most sacks in the FBS over the last 2 seasons. And some of that's his pocket presence, some of that's the Colorado offensive line. But there are just a lot more warts to his game. And then there's the frame issue with him as well. He played around 200 pounds last year. Yeah, he weighed in over 210, but he's one of the smaller quarterbacks in the NFL when he gets there. So,
can I ask what you like about him?
I love his accuracy and his toughness. I mean, for as much as he got hit, he never backed down from contact. He was up the next play and was willing to attack down the football field. I love that accuracy, obviously one of the highest completion percentages in college football. And he can create. Like, the guy has mobility to his game. He has the ability to see things happen outside the pocket. Not every athlete can get outside the pocket and make plays like Patrick Mahomes does, like Josh Allen does, like Joe Burrow does, right? Like that is a skill that some guys have, some guys don't. He definitely has it.
I think in the draft, what kind of gets frustrating to me is before the college football season starts, people like Renner, not Renner. They say who they think can go really early in the draft the next year. And so what happens is you see Shedeur, he's going to be a top 5 pick. Then the season happens, and then the NFL GMs, they go through all their scouting of free agencies. And then in like February, March, they finally really start scouting these guys, January, February. And so they're watching film. I think some people are out there being like, why all of a sudden is he falling? Where I don't think it's because of a rumor. I think sometimes they haven't actually gotten to sit down and watch all the film. I know you guys have, I'm sure, have seen Shedeur in Colorado. Yeah. Micah, you first. When you watch him, what do you think?
Well, when I watch Shedeur, I see a guy who can make plays like you see. He's going out to his left. I don't think anybody questions his playmaking ability. I just think people question, can he play on time consistently? And that's the same struggle you've seen with Caleb Williams this year. He couldn't play on time. I think he looks for the big plays, and the big plays are great when you can make them. People say, and you can see Jalen Hurts waits for the big plays sometimes, but Jalen Hurts has the best O-line in football. It's a complete difference. They got Stonewalls. Not every quarterback in the league is blessed with that luxury. As you've seen, was similar to Russell Wilson.
Especially if you're going to a team first in the draft.
Right. Exactly. Similar to Russell Wilson with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Russell Wilson, he loves big plays. He likes scrambling a little bit. Pittsburgh O-line didn't match his play style a lot of it. So that's where you kind of question that. You can't take a lot of sacks in this league. Being behind the mark in this league is one of the worst things you can be. So, that's where I question it. But like I said, he does make big plays. His accuracy is on point. Yeah. I think he does have toughness. I think he does have that edge like his father, which you want at quarterback. I can get up. I can make these plays. Have that confidence. Totally. That's what you want in your quarterback. Like I said, it's about playing on time once you get into the NFL. And that's like probably the biggest question a lot of scouts have.
I'll say this. If he slides to the 20s, that could be the best thing to happen to his career, right? Like, you could go to a franchise like the Rams. You could go to a franchise like the Steelers. That's like a well-run team that's going to put you in a good position to win. Whereas if you go top 5 more often than not, you're going to a team that's like desperately in need of you, and they throw you out before you're ready. So, as much as his ego right now or whatever might be a little upset, it might in the long run be the best thing for him.
Slay, what did you think when you saw him this year?
It's most of the same thing how Micah's saying. Basically playing on time. Definitely because I play corner. It's a timing thing. With me at the corner, I disrupt routes, everything. So, but I know, like I said, the plays he was showing, on a run, throwing it good. I saw him throwing great deep balls during the year. You know what I'm saying? He making big time plays. But like I said, most of the timing. And I think, I got a lot to do with, like, putting him in the best situations. A guy that was taking a lot of sacks while, I could say that come from a spot where you could just say, mass protect him, do something to, help him out. Yeah. Stop trying to make him be, the guy. And that's why I feel like as his completing percentages was the best is because they thought as in, he was basically kind of trained by Tom Brady to make kind of quick decisions, quick throws. So he felt as in his need is I can beat pressure instead of just trying to build them up.
Ton of screens, ton of checkdowns, accurate. I think the thing that I always try to remember is those guys that go in the top of the first round often are athletic marvels.
Yeah.
They are different dudes. They walk in. Mykel walked into the Dallas locker room and they went, "What the hell is this? This is crazy." Shedeur, who's your comp for Shedeur?
My comp for Shedeur is, did I go Geno Smith? Was that my comp for Shedeur?
I think Geno Smith a perfect one for him.
Teddy Bridgewater. Teddy Bridgewater.
That's
my comp.
Accurate and stuff, but you guys know when you're facing a quarterback that can throw outside both numbers, it's a much different approach than a quarterback. I don't mean to say, but like a Jared Goff maybe, who's more timing over the middle of the field than a guy like a Stafford or somebody that can really hit like a Mahomes that can throw anywhere. But we will have a lot of time to talk to him. What you want to do a video? We'll just do Cam Ward to the Titans. I feel like it's going to happen. I think we can do that.
Yeah, I think that's going to
just to let everybody out there that know, we have. If you haven't seen the BR Draft Show, we are going to go as soon as the picks become available. As someone who has been obsessed with the draft their entire life, there is nothing worse than your team is made a pick and then the broadcast goes to commercial, or you're watching the draft and then they end up doing a 5-minute feature that Cam Ward's first word was football. So we're just going to be focusing on the teams and focusing on the draft picks. So I think we feel comfortable right now saying that Cam Ward is going to the Tennessee Titans. So why don't we start off draft night? I feel like I'm ready to go.
Let's get it. Let's get it.
With the first pick in the NFL draft, the Tennessee Titans are selecting the quarterback out of Miami, Cam Ward, a consensus All-American, ACC Offensive Player of the Year, a Davey O'Brien Award winner. He was everything, and he started as a 0-star recruit and then goes on to break every record seemingly at the University of Miami. What do we think of the value here, Mr. Mike Renner?
I love it, man. This is an A pick. He reminds me of Titans franchise legend Steve McNair with that creativity, just playmaking ability oozes from him. And
this run specifically, I saw Steve McNair do.
Yeah, body frame and all.
The thing I love about him is he is a alpha through and through. He went to this Miami program and was in charge of it from the moment he stepped on the football field. The guy is a leader of men. And he's played a ton of football, over 2,500 dropbacks in his career, one of the most experienced quarterbacks you'll ever see. And he got better every single year, whether it's from Incarnate Word to Washington State to now Miami. And why he's going number one and why these other guys in this draft class are kind of meh is he has unbelievable arm talent. Like true, he's not Josh Allen. He's probably not Justin Herbert, but he's in whatever tier is behind those guys. I mean, has the ability to just sling it any window he thinks he can hit, and he's just calm and collected. There's a rep against Cal this year where they have 12 men on the field. One guy's running off. He takes a snap. He points at the guy who's running off the football field, throws it up the seam a split second later. The guy is just in charge of everything on the football field. And if you continue this trajectory that he's on, you could see him truly being top 5 to 10 quarterback in the NFL.
And you see Steve McNair as the comp, you said.
Steve McNair, former MVP. That's the comp. Size, mobility.
Steve McNair played, you would have sworn he was like 6'4", the way he carried himself.
I swear.
The grade for Cam Ward going at 1 as we watch some of the Steve McNair footage.
It's an A. I was worried for a second they would go elsewhere, right? They were talking about, we want a generational player, number 1 overall. Obviously, Cam Ward, if he were in last year's class, I don't think he cracks that top 3. But I could have seen him being the 4th quarterback off the board if his tape was in last year's class because, again, that's how good of a quarterback he is. And for the Tennessee Titans, it's going to have to change up that offense, right? Brian Callahan, that's not really what he did. He didn't, a lot of underneath passing stuff, a lot of quick game. Cam Ward's a more deep passer, more of a deep drop back guy. But now they need to get the talent. Go get him some wide receivers. They got Calvin Ridley. They got nobody else. Go get him some wide receivers round 2.
You give it an A. They did sign Tyler Lockett yesterday. What do we think? What do we think when you watch Cam Ward?
Oh, I love it. I love it. I think this is what the Tennessee Titans need. My comp is Joe Burrow. If you watch that Miami film, there's been games where their defense gave up, 25-plus points a game. They've been playing from behind, but when I tell you, I've never seen a college quarterback, and I talk about him on the pod all the time. I thought he was a Heisman favorite of mine, but cool, calm, collective, able to make throws. He's gutsy. He trusts his arm, the confidence, and just when he comes back and wins those games for Miami.
You're right. They had so many comeback wins last night.
So many comeback wins, which you don't see often in college. You see a lot of guys shut down. They get frustrated, slamming the ball.
Right.
This guy's like, get it back together. Come on, like you can see him in that commandment. I think that's the type of guy you take at number 1. I love the pick. I'm with Renner, and I'm gonna put it at 8 also.
What do you think, Slay?
The same, man. He's a big-time playmaker, man. I've been watching him, from afar and just loving the game, because I'm from down south. So, Miami was one of my favorite college teams. So to be watching him and how he came in and changed the program, brought the Miami swag back, it was great, man.
We had Michael Irvin on his knees barking.
Yeah, I'm saying got the swag back, and
trade alert.
Yeah, it just for the fact that he just, changed the program, got it back to where it's going, and he's a complete game changer. Tennessee got a game changer for sure.
Just to wrap up Cam Ward, more than 56% of his completions were more than 10 yards down the field, was not playing it safe. And also in college football, you saw this celebration the whole year. Cam Ward started that. Well, he was the one that took it to the next level out there at Washington State, this whole zombie thing. Like we said, they just announced Cam Ward on TV. We try to give you things here on the BR Draft Show live, presented by Thrivent, that are ahead of the time. Renner did that for you already. You called it. The trade is official. First of all, congratulations, because that's a scary thing to say.
Right?
That's big time. He knows what's going on now. He knows what's going on.
So you think, no doubt about it, 100% this is going to be for Hunter?
Yes. When you have Brian Thomas Jr. on one side, Travis Hunter on the other, and then Trevor Lawrence throwing to him.
Wow.
Liam Cohen now dialing it up. I mean, you just gave your kid in the candy shop to the offense coordinator for that offense. So I think, and the unique thing, we kept talking about, 2 or 3. Is he going to go with the Browns or the Giants? They didn't need corners. The Jags need corners. So he could legitimately play both ways there. Now, obviously, not 100% of the time. And where he starts and does more is TBD, but he could be a two-way player for the Jacksonville Jaguars with where their needs are.
That's actually really interesting. Let's have that conversation now before the pick is official. This is the trade details. So they give up next year's first, and then 36. So they give up a 1, a 2, and a 4. And they get the 2, they get a higher 4. So they're really giving up a second-round pick this year and a first-round pick next year. But if it is for your number 1 pick, what do you think of the value of that trade before I go to these things?
I mean, it's what that usually takes. Now, it's less than what it would be if it was a quarterback, right? But it's close. But like the trades we've seen to go up and get guys, whether it's like Trey Lance or Sam Darnold, it usually costs a little bit more than that. But that's still a good haul for the Cleveland Browns, who I think at 5, they're either looking to trade down again, because again, they haven't picked the first round since 2021. They have so many needs on this roster, and they just need to get cheaper on that roster too, because of how much they're paying their big names. So it's either that, or I think Mason Graham's a pick at 5 to DT, because that's their biggest need.
You know what? I want to talk Travis Hunter playing both ways, but I also kind of want to do it in the video. So, but what do you think of this trade going up? Is Travis in your mind one of those guys you should go up and get, Slay?
I mean, depending on what you need, I see as a fact that with Jacksonville Jaguars, I can see that happening, because the fact that they do need a corner and they do need someone to help alongside, the receiver they drafted last year in first round. So,
you think, though, what do you think about playing both ways in the NFL?
It could be tough, you know what I'm saying? He said that his body can do it, and, he's training his body to do it. So I just say if he do it, he got to be locked in a little bit.
Is it physical? Is it mental? Like, what about, because what I hear about you guys have to put in compared to college is crazy.
Way much
installs
more.
And plays.
Way much more. It's just the process. That means for him, he got to be in 2 meetings. And, there's no splitting things, half and half.
Right.
It's hard to do half and half. Like, I played the offensive side of the ball probably like 2 reps. And, I came in there for that little rep they told me, and that was it. Now, he got to learn the whole playbook.
The whole playbook.
You know what I'm saying? Dan don't do it on the other side, do the same thing for defense. So that's going to be the task, if he could be mentally challenged and mentally ready to have that kind of going on, because it can be difficult.
Very interesting. So they go out there, they signed your guy Jordan Lewis in the offseason to do 1 cornerback spot. You bring up very astutely. They also signed Dyami Brown. So now it's Dyami Brown, Brian Thomas, and Travis Hunter. The thought of going both ways.
I just think it's utterly impossible in the league. You know what I mean? Like, Like, it's just hard for you to say you're going to line up against Jamar Chase, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson, even for the fake go routes, and then even for the ones you actually have to guard them. And these not guys that you like, oh, I'm going to just pass this on. Slay, no, like, you're staying on them every step of the way. You just can't give up that breath and then say, I'm going to go play a full series on offense. And who knows, it could be 2 minute, it could be 4 minute situation. You know what I mean? I just don't see that as possible. And then I think for the Jags, Travis Hunter has to turn out. He has to. This is a team that hasn't been an elite team, utterly barely making playoffs.
Yeah, hasn't the playoffs a few years ago where they lost that heartbreaker, the Chargers.
Like they just have, like, he has to be the guy because, you know, to trade up, you give your next year's first, you give up some draft capital this year, and you don't say, well, we don't know, where's he going to play? You know what I mean? Because you're not drafting a complete lockdown corner, and you're not drafting a complete developed receiver as some of the other guys in this draft. So you got to say, well, we have to really coach this guy, and we have to develop him while he's with us in camp and all that. So, you know, I think this is elite talent. Yeah. This is the pick. But where are you going to play him and where are you going to develop him at so he can be worth this pick and next year's pick?
It is official. The pick is in. The Jacksonville Jaguars have selected the Heisman Trophy winner and the dual threat demon that is Travis Hunter is the official pick. Wow. It is a new era of Jacksonville Jaguars football. A new GM in James Gladstone, who's like 35 years old. Liam Cohen is the coach, and this is the new face for that regime. Two-time All-American Heisman Trophy winner, won the Bednarik, the Biletnikoff, the Lott, and the Paul Hornung. He had 96 catches. He had 4 interceptions, and Travis Hunter is now the pick. Renner, what do you think about moving up and grabbing him guy for the Jets?
It's new GM James Gladstone. He came over from the Los Angeles Rams, right? Their whole route to a Super Bowl was stars and scrubs, right? This is a star. You know, this is what you move up for to get a force multiplier type of guy. He has, for my money, I've been doing this a decade, the best ball skills of any guy I've scouted. The way he attacks the football in the air is truly special. He's got long arms. He's got incredible body control. Just his ability to make plays all over the football field. And the thing is, when you watch his tape, you just have to keep in mind that he's on snap like 96 this game, right? Like he has not had a break. So you have to couch every play that, you know, if he got to actually focus on one position or focus or be, you know, not winded for every rep, what's it going to look like? Because it was already special. He already won the Biletnikoff and the Bednarik for best wide receiver and best DB in college football. So I think wide receivers where I'm playing them, one, because they get paid a lot more money than cornerbacks, unfortunately. And two, because if you got a guy with that kind of ball skills, I'd rather have him seeing 150 targets a year than 75 targets a year playing corner.
Who do you comp someone like this
I comped him to Derek Stingley because Stingley's got incredible ball skills for a corner. Stingley actually moonlighted at LSU in the spring at wide receiver, wanted to play. They never ended up letting him play there on the offense side of the ball. But that's the kind of like frame that you're talking about, this long, rangy, but can attack the football in the air like a monster. My thought is offense and then maybe like red zone. He comes in a red zone because you're not running as far there. He can come into those packages if you're going to go both ways, or vice versa. Defense on offense come in the red zone. But honestly, I'm not putting a lot past this guy with what he did at the collegiate level being so unprecedented. That's why you go up and get him number 2.
And I'm imagining the grade is high.
This is an A for me. I mean, even though it's costing a lot for the Jacksonville Jaguars, this is now Brian Thomas Jr., Travis Hunter, Trevor Lawrence. You haven't made the playoffs in 3 years, right? You're going to make a lot of playoffs with that trio.
Slay, when you watched him, let's talk mainly as a DB.
Yeah.
What did you think from him as a DB?
Like I said, he got elite ball skills, and you can see that from the film. He's basically playing the offensive side of the ball. He great footwork, you know, as he continue to keep working to go get better. You know, I feel as if he do dial in on one position, especially whatever position that is.
Yeah, what do you think it is? What would you tell him to play?
I mean, if you're a money guy, be receiver.
Yeah.
But if you want to.
Well, when you watched him as a wide receiver and you thought about covering him, and then you watched him as a corner and you thought about mentoring him, which one did you think had more potential?
Corner for sure.
Corner has more potential.
Yeah, yes, because it just, corners just don't follow trees. You know, corners are very unique, and he's got a great gift as in being able to have great ball skills. That's why a lot of corners play corner. You know, we played receiver in high school, but then you transition to college, you can't catch that good. And what's the biggest transition that people don't understand what's hard from college to the league is to stripe around the ball. You know, you can't track it. And
really?
Yeah, it's hard to track that ball without the stripe. You know, and in the NFL, it's just a ball. And so with him having the ball skill he has, I think that would be a great transition for the DB. And I think he'd be doing a lot better at DB.
What do we think, Micah?
Hey, like I said, for the elite talent and the player that he is, it's a great pick. Understanding where he's going to play, and he has to be a guy, that's where the question is, you know, did the man something nothing's ever been done before? I think that's why we like history.
Yeah.
This is something that's never been done before. If he does it, amen. You know what I mean?
But it sounds like you're a little wary.
I am. Because, I mean, I just think at these picks, these top 3 picks, you know, people like to gamble on history. Like, oh, we found the one unicorn. Right. This is the one. But at these picks, I like them for sure. I know this guy is going to play this position. I know he has these attributes. And, you know, obviously he has this great ball skills. But, you know, the question is like, you know, is he that premier DB or is he that premier receiver?
Right.
And that's where we all don't know because, like Renner said, he might be doing this play at 96. You know, where's it going to look like?
What you guys said was so true, though. Could you imagine end of the game he's playing defense and the team just goes, hey, throw his guy on a go to tire him out for the next position?
That's the worst.
I've also heard someone say to me recently, what if he played wide receiver and like a free safety to use those ball skills to like another, let him just hawk out there instead of playing man-to-man covering guys the entire time. But Renner, it's congratulations to you. Way to call that.
That was cool. James Gladstone, though, GM, 34 years old. He is younger than I am. And this guy making a play like that, I respect it. And like, if you're a Jags fan, this is fun. Like, you have been a laughingstock. And, you know, for as much as Cincinnati didn't make the playoffs last year and then like, when you have T. Higgins, Jamar Chase, and Joe Burrow, like, it's fun to be a Cincinnati Bengals fan.
It's fun.
So right now, it's fun to be a Jacksonville Jaguars fan. I don't know if it's going to be a Super Bowl, but it's going to be fun.
He gonna bring some people in the stands for sure. A lot of kids. Not everybody will be there.
Yes.
It is just crazy to look at that team. All right, so the New York Giants are on the clock. Our control room is on pins and needles. I'm calling this Joe Schoen's last stand. The clip that was put all the way, by the way, Joe Schoen is the GM of the Giants. As an Eagles fan, you have seen the clip millions of times where he's saying, no one's going to sign Saquon. And then the owner saying, if he goes to the Eagles, I am not going to be able to sleep at night. That GM still has the job. And so Joe Schoen, the pick is in. And I would imagine that your guy has fallen to their laps. I can't imagine they are messing this up. And with the pick, number 3, the New York Football Giants are selecting Abdul Carter, an elite-level pass rusher.
Stick City!
Stick City! Pretty darn special right there. Saying Stick City, if you wear 11 for the Penn State Nittany Lions, it is Stick City. Abdul Carter officially going to the New York Giants at pick number 3, ranked number 1 in college football at tackles for loss, nearly 24 last season. Had 66 pressures, was 2nd in the country, had 12.5 sacks, that was 7th in the country. Nearly 35% of his tackles like this were behind the line of scrimmage, and he has played in all 42 games over the last 3 seasons. Renner, the best pass rusher in the draft, goes number 3 to the Giants.
He was actually ahead of Travis Hunter in my draft board because I see what this guy's capable of, and I get some shades of this guy over to my right, Micah Parsons. Now, I didn't want to comp him to him because that's too lofty for me. I'm not going to comp anyone. Micah is the freakiest athlete I've ever seen coming out of Penn State at the linebacker position, but this guy is pretty darn close, so I went with DeMarcus Ware as the comp for him, who is another future Hall of Famer. But Abdul Carter, the explosiveness off the edge, the body control, at his size, I mean, he is rocked up to the gills. There is not much body fat on this guy. And just seeing him bend around the corner, you watch his tape and like 1 or 2 reps, you'll kind of just be like, ho-hum. And then all of a sudden, it's just like, that guy looks like a Hall of Fame defensive end. So if you're the New York Giants, this isn't a need at all. You know, you have Brian Burns that you just traded for last year. You have Kayvon Thibodeau that you drafted in the top 5 a few years ago. This guy's going to be better than both of them. And he could very easily be a top 5 player in the NFL at the defensive end position sooner rather than later. You just see the ability to consistently pressure the pocket. And you have to couch in the fact that This guy was an off-ball linebacker into this season. He was not a pass rusher. He does not have a full repertoire of pass rushing moves because he didn't practice at that position. So the ceiling, what this guy could be when he starts to learn the position more, when he really starts to hone his craft, special, man. That's an A+ pick.
A+.
That's it, yeah.
Micah Parsons, the floor is yours.
Talk good on him, too.
Yo, first of all, this is a heartwarming moment for me because I remember when he came to me last year and, you know, I'm training in New York with my guy Jalon. He's like, yo, I want to come train with you for a week. So I set it all up. You know, I'm with him for a week. He's like, and he comes to me, he's like, yo, I want to be the #1 pick. You know what I mean? Obviously, lofty goals. I was like, yo, if you want to be the #1 pick, be our quarterback, it's going to be hard to do, but I'm going to make sure we go top 5. You know what I mean? So a guy where he said, I'm trying to transition like you. I want to come to you. And it just meant so much to me. Like, I got a full circle moment right now for him. I got an abundance of emotion. Couldn't be happier for the kid because, you know, I saw how hard he worked. And at first, we had to – the first day was rough on him. He was like, oh, shoot, like, y'all working out a little different. Yeah, y'all working out a little different. Like, we doing warm-up miles. He's like, yo, I ain't never run a mile in my life. Like, and, you know, just to open his lungs. But, you know, but then when we got into football and we got into everything, he just wanted to absorb the knowledge. He wanted to be great, man. I just can't wait to see him shine in the second biggest stage in America besides America's team.
Oh,
New York is the biggest stage.
Jesus.
I can't wait to see him shine. This is an A+ pick. And he don't even understand the guys he's about to play with, bro. Like, people
Dexter
understand.
Lawrence to his side.
Playing next to Dexter Lawrence, understanding that he's always going to require a double team.
Yeah.
Is the most. I would line the Dexter Lawrence side every time. Like, he's entering the Nolen Smith, Jalen Carter, like where you know you're going to be one-on-one. You can rip the edge. He's going to have so much fun in New York. I'm so happy. A+ pick. So he's the one.
Can you tell on this footage which one is Abdul and which one is Micah? Because I have a really hard time discerning who is who.
Yeah.
Which one is that, Micah?
Obviously, Ole Miss. I ain't never play Ole Miss.
Okay.
And he don't got the tattoos.
Oh, so the tattoos?
The tattoos. But yeah, he did copy my sleeves.
He did. He copied it.
Nah, I mean, yo, Stick City is literally
LeVar Arrington, yourself,
Abdul. I mean, honestly, saying 3-4 All-Americans on that wall.
Yeah.
I remember when I came there, I said, bro, this is one thing I have to achieve. And I told him going to this year, I was like, yo, you got to get on the wall. You ain't real Stick City until you get on the wall.
I texted you before the year. I says, this guy really said, oh, he's tough. What is it going to be like facing him twice a year?
Oh, man, it's going to be legendary. I understand that we're going to have the most elite jersey swap in the history of football. And, you know, honestly, bro, I can't wait to see him succeed. It's going, like I said, it's a full circle moment for me. Understanding.
And I don't see a number 11 on the Giants roster. Are you allowed to wear 11?
Yeah.
Oh, I do not see one on the Giants roster.
They're going to make an
He
exception
better
for him.
pick. If he abandoned Stick City,
I'm sorry.
I
Phil.
would cry, bro. If he abandoned Stick City, I would cry.
I don't think they retire. I don't think they like Phil that much. They should like Phil Sims more. What do you think about Abdul Carter after, of course,
Man,
Mike
as you
just
see,
waxed?
he's the best pass rusher in this draft class. Best player to me on the defensive side overall. You know, I love DNs because, you know, they help me.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, you know, I need that pressure, you know.
He was out there celebrating the Super Bowl win with you. He's a huge Eagles fan.
He's a Eagles fan. So I heard he's not going to be an Eagles fan now that he's a Giants fan. So we
know
thank him for that, but I ain't there. So you could hate the Eagles just as much. But yeah, man, I look forward to seeing this man actually, because like I said, Dexter Lawrence, man, he gonna get a lot of solos, and depending on what they do with them 2 other DNs they got, you know, they just paid one and trade for one. So and they had drafted one top 5 2 years ago, maybe.
Yep, they got to trade.
They gonna have to probably trade somebody, maybe, because that's a lot of money into the D line, or they could take the Eagles route. How the Eagles do is just stack up.
I would say if there's 3 places, quarterback, O-line, and D-line. You can't overspend there. And DBs when Darius Slay is involved.
No.
Yes, sir.
Anything before we move on to the Patriots, because the pick is in.
I think this might be the best D-line in the East now.
Get the hell out of here.
No, 100%.
They gotta
100%.
compete. They gotta compete.
You would take the Giants over the Eagles right now?
Yeah.
It's pretty nice.
Yeah.
That's a pretty good.
I mean, they let Brandon Graham retire. All, you know, kudos
Talk
to
about the
BG.
positivity of the
Josh
Giants.
Sweat. Josh Sweat gone. But Dexter Lawrence, to me, is the best defensive tackle in the game of
is.
football. He had 9 sacks.
Yes.
In the first 9 weeks
games. Yeah,
or
he
7 weeks of football.
He could have won Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, like we got to be a
Sexy.
little bit real around here.
Okay, all right.
And,
hold on.
now we can't just throw him out to be the
no.
best. We can't throw him out to be the best because
Right.
hold on, there's some kids in Dallas that it's going after the quarterback now. You know what I mean? Like, but I think he makes them better. I just want to see what they do because obviously
Do you take
Thibodeau,
Dexter Lawrence over Jalen Carter?
100%.
Hold on now.
Wow. All right, let's
Eagles is still my home. Now we gonna disrespect them boys like that now.
All right,
They're my dog.
Hold on. The pick is in,
my dogs.
and the draft, other than the team selecting it to, is all going to plan. The number 4 pick is in. The Patriots have selected LSU offensive tackle Will Campbell. The Patriots are starting the Drake May era, and to now protect him, a consensus All-American, a 2-time first-team All-SEC, with 38 starts at left tackle under his belt. He only allowed 1 sack over his final 30 games. That is in the SEC with the LSU Tigers. It is Mr. Will Campbell, Mike Renner, the value at 4.
This is a tone-setting pick. Will Campbell is an impressive offensive tackle. He is the nastiest offensive lineman in this draft class, and he's probably the most technically sound offensive lineman in this draft class. It reminds me of when the Washington had a new regime in and went Brandon Scherf top 5. It's just he's that type of offensive lineman where he just he is going to kick butt from play 1 to the last play and be a guy who's a great locker room presence. It's a Mike Vrabel. This has his fingerprints all over it. And what I love about him is he has been battle tested. True freshman starter at LSU in the SEC, and that offense passed the football. 1,594 pass blocking snaps he faced all the top edge rushers that we're going to see here come off the board later on in the SEC, and he held his own week after week. So for a Patriots team that has drastic needs on the offensive side of the football, I think they got their left tackle. Now, I do have to say, arm length. That's why Peter Skoronski here at the top.
Mike Vrabel, I think, was there when Peter Skoronski got drafted to the Titans.
He was. Yeah. And Peter Skoronski was a college tackle at Northwestern. Had to kick inside in the NFL because of that lack of length, because of that wingspan. Will Campbell will have the shortest wingspan of any tackle in the NFL by an inch. Brian O'Neill has the shortest right now. He'll be a full inch shorter. You see it show up on tape. You think about when you're mirroring a guy, the center of your chest, when you don't have that ability to really get out and match, your footwork has to be perfect. And his footwork's pretty darn good. He's going to be a darn good offensive lineman, but it just might come on the interior for a team that does have that need at left tackle. But again, this is a Mike Vrabel pick. This is a guy that has special teammate traits that's why they drafted him at number 4 overall. So I'm going to go B for him.
We talked about numbers. He is the first O lineman or D lineman to wear 7 for LSU, which just lets you know the kind of player he is. Micah, when you hear that he has an inch shorter wingspan than any other offensive lineman, will you be lining up over left tackle this season against the Patriots? What does that say to you? And also, what did the film say to you?
I mean, honestly, to me, I got short arms myself. So, I don't really care about that. Now, when you play guys like Danielle Hunter, that got them long, freakish arms, now that's where you're going to run into some trouble, with that. But I look at guys like Rashawn Slater who don't have that real big body, arm length build, but he shows that same scrappiness, same I can still get after you feeling. You know what I mean? I think he's a dog. He got that down south in him. You can tell he got the swagger on the football field. Like I said, I think it's a great pick. I think he's going to trend very well into the league.
What'd you think of the film?
Oh, I think he's scrappy. I think he's a dog. You look at the film, he anchors like no other. He can really get low. He starts high, but he has great footwork. You can tell he trusts, he's patient. He trusts his punch. And that's the thing with him. I think once he gets his hands on you, it's really hard to get off.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, he really locks on, and he doesn't, it's like he doesn't miss time in his punches. Like, he doesn't miss time. He floats him out there. He's already got some veteran savviness to him where, he really can control and dictate the space.
So I said he wore 7. He had to wear 66 on game days because of the rules, but he had the 7 jersey. The 7 was in his locker. What do you think of this guy? What do you think drafting him at number 4?
I think it's good, man. I think they're trying to, for sure protect their quarterback. As you saw, I think they was probably like one of the worst offensive lines last year.
They were allowed 52
most
sacks,
right?
28th in the NFL,
Yeah, that's
32nd passing, so last in the NFL.
Yeah.
and they were 17 points a game, 30.
Oh, yeah, that's what they need. They need to protect their quarterback. And then with them adding Diggs as another receiver, so they got their offensive board going. So that's what I think the league's turning to now because, you got to score points.
It is a second-year quarterback, which means you have all that money to spend.
Mm-hmm.
They spent nearly $300 million in free agency, the Patriots did, and you bring in Vrabel. The best time to rebuild a team is right in that part of that rookie contract deal for the quarterback. Now they have Will Campbell to protect him. What started off as the shock of the night was the Cleveland Browns making the trade. Their pick is now in, so we thought maybe they would keep trading down. In fact, they are going to the middle of the D line to maybe take off some of the pressure from Myles Garrett. The pick for the Cleveland Browns is Mason Graham, the force in the middle for the Wolverines. So the Browns trade down and they take the best interior defensive lineman in this draft. The consensus All-American played the 3-tech in Wink Martindale's defense. 77% of the time lined up over the B-gap, was really the defensive heartbeat for these national champion Michigan Wolverines 2 years ago and last year. Renner, trade down, take him at 5, which is where you thought he would go.
It is. I love this guy's tape. I love the way he plays football. He looks like dropping like a 5-year NFL vet back into college. Now, from a just technical standpoint, play after play, the guy's hands and feet are in unison. He's nimble. His ability to cross-face on offensive guards and centers is very, very high-end. Now, how big is he? 6'3", 296. Reminds me of a Kyle Williams defensive tackle coming out for the Buffalo Bills back in the day. I believe he went to OSU. Doesn't have great length, but when you just watch him, he uses natural leverage consistently, plays like he's, has his hair on fire, snap after snap after snap. That's Mason Graham, man. He's been producing since his freshman year at Michigan, was a big instrumental part to that national championship team. And even this year, when it's, a team that was terrible comparatively to that national championship team, game after game, he still brought it. So for a Cleveland Browns team that has a lot of needs, defensive tackle qualifies as one. This is how you build back that defensive line. Myles Garrett on one side, him on the other. Now, obviously, I don't have him as high as Travis Hunter. I don't have him as high as Abdul. They're passing on those guys. But they have now 2 more premium picks, one at the top of the second round, one in the first round next year, to continue to build that roster. I think it's a great move from Andrew Berry here.
What was the grade?
I'm going to give it an A+.
They were 21st against the run last year. This is their first rounder since 2021. It's been 3 seasons without one since they took Greg Newsome II. What do we think about him on the D-line?
I love him. This is a guy I was hoping that people was stunned by his size and would fall to Dallas. But
Everybody need to fall to Dallas, huh?
Yeah.
Everybody just need to fall to Dallas. Hey, Jesus.
Hey,
Oh, you want
What
every
did
D
you love
tackle.
about this guy, though?
Hey, bro, I love the fact that he can play the run and he can pass rush. Usually just guys that's like, this is a run stopper.
Right.
Or this is just a pass rushing guy. I think he's entering that elite skill set of too lofty to say Jalen Carter and Dexter Lawrence, but
agreed.
I would say a Buffalo Bills Ed Oliver range.
Okay.
A guy who's very scrappy, can play the run, can
Makes
pass
the interior
rush.
O-line have a nightmare of a day.
Yes, he's fast. He has an unbelievable motor.
And you're not worried about the size?
I'm not worried about the size. To me, it's all about heart, bro. I'm a 245-pound defensive end in the National Football League. These guys is all 330, and I'm hip tossing them and all type of junky stuff. Like, size does not matter to me. I think it's all about the dog competitors. It's about guys who understand leverage, can understand football, and everything on his tape shows he understands that. And I love the pick. I got an A+, and he gets to play. He's not gonna worry about a whole lot of double teams because he has the GOAT, Myles Garrett, one of the GOATs out there. So
And they just signed Malik Collins, too, who you had
Malik
some
Collins. Yeah, Malik Collins is a pass rushing dog. He's a GOAT. He's one of them guys. But you think of that, Malik Collins who can pass rush like hell. He could take this guy under his wing. So now you got veteran leadership. On the inside, you got the OG Myles Garrett. On the outside, honestly, when you talk about defensive linemen, I can't think of a better room to walk into as a rookie.
And you got Jim Schwartz leading the defense there.
That's all I'm finna get into. Jim Schwartz, that's the guy who drafted me in Detroit. So, but knowing him as a head coach and a DC, because I played for him too as the Eagles.
2 different ways,
He the one trading for me in Eagles. So, knowing him, I knew he was probably going to go D-lineman because that's what he loved. He feeds off the D-line. The D-line sets the tone
He
of
had
the team.
Sue when you were there in
Yeah,
Detroit.
so the only thing going to be surprised about me is what they're going to see him as because, just watching his film, I'm not saying he's an incredible pass rusher, but most of his D-lines that I've been a part of, been some great pass rushers. Fletcher Cox, Nick Fairley, Sue, as you just saw, who else we had over there, back when I was over there?
Ziggy?
Ziggy on something. Like he likes guys that can rush the passer and stop the run at one time. So it's gonna be new because I can see him stopping the run for sure. He's a big fella. But just trying to see kind of moves he can win his one-on-ones. And
I think the Cleveland Browns fans should think right now, okay, we passed on Travis Hunter, but what we're doing is we're accumulating more picks. We're getting out of some contracts that maybe were weighing us down, and now we're going to invest in our D-line and our O-line and build up. I think it makes a lot of sense. Yeah. Pick number 6. We have another combination of new head coach and new GM. It is the Las Vegas Raiders, who finished last year 4-13, 4th in the AFC West. The pick is in, and they are going with Mr. Ashton Jeanty. Darius Slay's mouth is on the ground.
Oh, that was a crazy one right there.
John Spytek, the new GM, who has been Tom Brady's buddy since Michigan back in the day, is really drafting the center of the offense for Pete Carroll. If you think about Pete Carroll and you think about all those years with Marshawn Lynch, that is who they may have just drafted in Ashton Jeanty, who ran for 2,601 yards, had 5 runs last year of more than 70 yards, tying LaDainian Tomlinson's record. I mean, we talked about him in the same breath as LaDainian and Barry Sanders. First running back off the board. What do we think here, Renner?
It was everyone. This one's been telegraphed for a while now. Pete Carroll, he obviously loves running the football ever since Marshawn Lynch, ever since drafting Kenneth Walker, ever since drafting Rashad Penny. He loves him a lead back. This is a lead dog. His tape this past season was out of this world. I mean, obviously, I think it's the second best rushing season in college football history. He had 49 more broken tackles than any other running back in college football. He had more yards after contact than anyone had total this past season. And you see that size there. He is compact. His contact balance is absurd. Reminds me a lot of Maurice Jones-Drew because he has a gear to him, too. Maurice Jones-Drew's a 4.39 guy. Ashton Jeanty, when he gets in the open field, I mean, he hits home runs. There's not a lot this guy can't do.
He was fun to watch back in the day.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at the Bland had to tackle him.
Jeanty also was a guy.
Look at him.
In high school, he played wide receiver until his senior year. He was an all-district wide receiver, so he's got great hands, was featured a lot out of the backfield prior to this season when they're just like, why cut out the middleman? Let me just hand it to him.
He says he models his game after Alvin Kamara.
Really has it all. So if you're the Raiders and you have a budding offensive line now, you kind of have that right tackle hole that we thought they could address here. Maybe they address it later on. Maybe they just let DJ Glaze be the starter, last year's 3rd rounder. But they're going to run the rock, and they're going to run the rock really well because OC now, Chip Kelly, everywhere he's gone, that guy's run the football.
Yeah.
Great.
It's hard for me to go to bat for a running back this highly in an awesome running back class. So I'm going to go B- for it. But Ashton Jeanty, he is a special type of top 10 back.
He loved the pick, but it's the value in a year where there are so many running backs. Think about this offense now. It is quarterback Geno Smith, tight end Brock Bowers, and now you have running back Ashton Jeanty. So you sort of have that core in the middle. Mike, I'll let you have a crack at it first. Jeanty at 6.
Yeah, I think, I kind of disagree with Renner. I would take a running back this high because I've seen the Bijan effect. You see the Saquon effect. It wasn't a top 3, but taking a running back at 6 versus 8, not too far off. So we kind of seeing backs go this high and have great value. You think about this Raiders, defense. You say they don't really need a whole lot of D-line help, which why you wouldn't take the D-line after extending Max Crosby. They took the D-lineman from Texas Tech a few years back, Christian Wilkins. And then, they did a bunch of free agency in the defensive backfield. But now you say, how do we make this offense better? A running back position where they didn't have a whole lot of...
They were last in the NFL last year.
Last in the league. So, and then you say we got to open it up. I see them still getting more weapons in this draft. I think this is going to be more of an offensive-heavy draft for the Raiders because they need to revamp the offense. A lot of the offense before was older, especially after they gave up for Devontae Adams, who didn't even end up staying.
Right.
So they need to go heavy into this draft. And it's important. And they started with the key core, a running back, as we all saw.
Thoughts on the drip?
They copied me, dog.
Were you wearing Crocs?
I wore Crocs to the NFL Honors last year. People was ripping me for it.
No, I
And now I see everybody. I saw him do. I said, hold on.
Look at him. Look at
You wore Crocs. You wore flip-flops.
No, those were Crocs. Those were the Croc ones. I just didn't have the oval ones, but I had the Crocs, man.
One other question to you, Parsons, before I go to Slay. Boise State faced Penn State in the college football playoffs. What did you think watching him up against your team and thinking, man, he might be up in the NFL next year?
I mean, if you watch the tape, bro, I think that's why it's such a good pick. People had to put 8 in the box.
Mm-hmm.
It was 8 in the box. Beat me somewhere else. You don't see that too often in college football. Even coming from a historic program like Penn State, we still stacked the box because we understood his ability. Do we not understand the stat that Renner said? Yeah. He had more yards after contact what people had before contact. Yeah. So just that tangible right there, like that's so hard at the running back position, making people miss.
151 forced missed tackles. Number 2 had 57 less than him.
That's the Saquon Barkley, the Derrick Henrys, the Christian McCaffreys. That's what makes you elite. That's that right there. Anyone can run up a free B gap if someone goes outside alignment. Yeah. But can you make someone miss? Can you stay on your feet? Can you go the distance after contact? That's the elite stuff that I like.
I feel like y'all like watching this guy.
I do.
I like him. You know, I was a surprising pick too as me. But
yeah, why did it surprise you?
Like I said, just the fact that, you know, how, and I ain't gonna say how people was talking about how devalued the running back position is, but I see got a lot of guys done changed the value of the running back position, as you just see with Saquon just not getting him a $20 million new deal because how important he is. And I knew he was an important back because of the fact that, you know, stacking 8 in the box, definitely in college, that's tough to do, and he doesn't. And he does it very well. I like his film, and one big thing I like about him is that he's a one-cut, break a tackle, and he can get out of there.
Hell yeah.
You know, and when you can stretch the team, that's big. He get a big play, so he can do plays like how Saquon does, game-changing plays, 70 yards.
Big play certified.
Come on now, I like big plays.
Renner, anything before we move on to the Jets?
I'll just say people bring up the Penn State game where he got shut down. That Penn State defense is insane. No one was going for any yards in that one. He went for 196 against Oregon, 226 against Oregon State. Flip on those games, and you're like, oh, yeah, the
Oregon
you better stack the box.
Yeah, exactly.
The New York Jets with the 7th pick in the draft. The pick is officially in. We have a new regime in Detroit, and we are adding a new offensive lineman. It is the offensive tackle, Armand Membou from the University of Missouri. New coach Aaron Glenn, new GM, new OC, new DC. Why don't we bring in a new baller? Armand Membou, second team All-SEC, 29 starts, all of them at right tackle. Son of Cameroonian immigrants, played in a run-heavy RPO scheme. Only 3 penalties all season long. But when you look at the Jets' offensive line, this was clearly the hole, Renner, the thought of getting this guy at 7.
Yeah, I actually had him as OT too, but I would, if you needed right tackle, I would have taken him over anyone else in this draft class because that's all he played at Missouri. That's what he played in high school, and this guy is a true – he is the freakiest athlete in this offensive line class. He is 332 pounds, and he ran the fastest 40 of any offensive tackle at the combine. Over 332 pounds, running a 4.92. The guy can absolutely fly out of his stance, and he is a butt kicker too. Like, he wants to finish guys in the running game.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Greg Robinson's the comp, but don't get too worried about it because Greg Robinson did not fail because of on-field. I mean, he failed. He was the guy who got arrested driving across the border with marijuana. Armand Membou's a great character guy. He is an awesome,
across those lines,
but a physical specimen. This guy is.
Out of Baylor, right? Greg Robinson?
Alabama, Auburn. Every single year, Armand Membou, though, he got better. You just saw progression. And what I love is that in pass pro, you can't go through him. You got to go around him. He's just got that ideal build to absorb bull rushes again and again. And if you're the New York Jets now, you have one of the most exciting young offensive lines in the NFL. You had every position covered with either youngsters or John Simpson, who they just signed, who's been great for them. They have a run-blocking offensive line that is going to move people. You have a running quarterback in Justin Fields, and you have a running back that is a big play threat in Breece Hall. Not a lot of teams are going to want to go and stop the run for 60 minutes against that New York Jets team this year.
Great.
I give it an A+. That's where I had him on my board. That's who I wanted him to take all along, and they got him.
I think what's really interesting here is you have this Detroit coaching staff that comes in with Aaron Glenn. And one of the big draft picks for them, remember there was a whole debate about Chase or Penei Sewell. They ended up with Penei Sewell, and now it's kind of the identity of that Detroit offense there. What do we think of, if you were to face this guy, what do we think after you looked at this film?
Oh, man.
Tell the truth.
Yeah, you trying to send him to the Wolves. I mean,
Yeah, one of the best in the league right now.
Yeah, I mean, for me, obviously he's going to create challenges. He's a big guy, hard to get around, but obviously you got to be dynamic, set him up, slow him down. Being at 330 in the league is not always great, you know what I mean? Like, it's hard to move at 330, and that's if, we don't know the full, I don't know him like that, but, work ethic, diet, all comes in place. On the field, off the field type of things, what you're doing. So, I mean, it's going to be challenging. I would say, keeping the weight down, things like that. But I wouldn't say he's that Will Campbell effect where I might go all in at this pick. I don't think he's Penei Sewell, what they got at that pick. Detroit Lions, Penei Sewell was one of one. You know what I mean? You knew who you were getting in Penei Sewell. You don't know who you're getting here.
So you have some questions.
Yeah, a couple questions.
Pass blocking, run blocking, where most?
I think more pass blocking. He didn't have that hand grip like Will Campbell had. Like, I punch you, you're off. You see a couple of people getting off blocks, especially the more elite pass rushers. But like I said, I think he's a good player. I got a B+ for this pick. I think you reached a little bit for him, and I get why, because there's a big drop off. After him, there's a big drop off in the tackle position. I get why you take your guy, but I think they needed it though. I think this is where you lock in. They drafted Penn State Olu last year at 11.
Yes, they did.
You draft a young guy, so now you say for the next 3-4 years, I don't have to pay one of the more premier, expensive positions in football.
Yeah.
And I really like the pick in that aspect. And you got a young guy who's obviously got a dog mentality, like you said, very consistent in the run and can, create a lot of problems.
Renner, something you want to add quick?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I share the pass protection concerns. That's why I love this fit, though, because with Justin Fields, they're going to be a run-heavy team. They might be the run-heaviest team in the NFL. Getting Tanner Engstrand, the OC, coming over from Detroit as well, they're going to tote the rock a lot.
Yeah, for sure. They're going to be running that rock.
What do you think of this pick, Slay?
I think it's good, definitely. If he's, as I'm watching the film, he's a great run supporter. I mean, not run supporter, but run guy. And that's what they need to do. They got, Hall, so they can hand the ball because he feels as he's one of the best backs in the league. I always see him talk how good he could be if he had this many carries or whatever that could be. So he going to have the time to show it. Then with Justin Fields coming there, get the read option, you get everything going on. So this is probably right up his alley, man. So I think it's a great pick for them, because I think he is the next best O-tackle on the line. So
this is replacing arguably their biggest loss this offseason. They lost a ton of free agents, but Morgan Moses at right tackle, so you can slot him right in. And I just want to say to Jets fans, the Joe Douglas era had a lot of hope. Robert Saleh brought a lot of energy. I'm just happy for y'all that the Aaron Rodgers experience is over. That just looked from afar like it was exhausting. Do you want to be there? Do you not want to be there? Yeah. I don't know if Justin Fields is going to be the answer for a long time. But it sounds like you have a coach that says, we're going to beat you physically. And now you have an offense that at least has an identity. Right. And the one thing that I notice is, all the offenses look really good. Miami's offense looks really good in September and October. But when it gets to November, December, and January, it's the teams that can run the ball are the teams that can win. And if that's your identity all year long, the best thing that you can hear at the end of the year is I really hated playing the Jets. So we'll see if they can find a new identity. Again, new GM. I think it's Darren Mugie. Mugie came over from Denver. He was with Denver for 12 years. And then, of course, Aaron Glenn. All right, so we're in the midst right now of a bunch of teams in a row where it is a new head coach and a new GM.
Hey.
The team that is on the clock, they do not have that. They are in the second year of a lot of their changes, the Carolina Panthers right now. And we saw Bryce Young show some glimmers at the end of last season. Slay, that game that he had against y'all had me terrified.
Man, he had me. Look, Look, I don't know what's wrong with him that day because he tried me like 8 times on that last final drive. I was probably the most tiredest dude I've ever been in my life. Like I said, man, I might need to get in better shape this week because that was a long game. You know, even though I had saved it for the game winner, you know, I saved the game, but I almost lost the game to play before.
Man, the Panthers had a run last year. They lost a close game to the Chiefs. They lost to Tampa Bay in overtime. And that game in Philadelphia, I don't know how you guys pulled that out, but they competed against the best in the league. And with the 8th pick, the Carolina Panthers and GM Dan Morgan are selecting, I am shocked, Tetairoa McMillan, the wide receiver from
I
Arizona.
knew they were going to take him.
Who did you think it was going to be? You thought it was going to be Jalen Walker?
No, that was supposed to be our pick.
That's what they wanted.
How you feeling right now?
I'm hurt. You'll be all right, bro. You'll be all right. You'll be all right.
He was supposed to be opposite of CD Lamb.
Well, you got to find somebody else.
I'm sorry, brother.
You got to find somebody else.
All right, let's break this down, then we can get more into that. The Panthers are selecting the wide receiver out of Arizona, Tetairoa McMillan, a first-team All-American. He had over 3,400 career receiving yards. Over the last 2 years, he led 20 or more. He forced 28 missed tackles. Think of the value.
I love this pick. Panthers fans, I've trashed your wide receiver picks the last 2 years. When they drafted Jonathan Mingo, when they drafted Xavier Leggett, I hated it. I absolutely love this one. I didn't think they'd do it. I thought they were going to go Jalon Walker, but they still needed the wide receiver help. When the guys don't work out, you can't just keep throwing them out there and hoping they succeed. This guy's going to succeed. The highest floor wide receiver in this class after Travis Hunter. Big body. Lean, though. He's got a big catch radius, his ability to make plays outside his frame, and he's just so fluid. I mean, his ability to stop, start, to run after catch, it looks like an off guard in basketball.
AJ Green was only 6'1".
No, I think those numbers were wrong.
Hey, AJ
Green was
like
like
man. I saw it say 6'1". I said, no way AJ don't 6'1".
I think those numbers are wrong, but that's the type of guy you're getting. Someone who can go up and get it in the red zone, but also someone who can get off the line of scrimmage consistently. His ability to release at that size is unique. You don't see it from a lot of big guys. It's easy to get their hands on him, but his body control is special. I think this is a surefire 1,000-yard season after season Bryce Young's guy for, you know, a good portion of his career here. So I'm giving it an A+. If you get a guy at number 8 that I had 6 on my board, I love that value.
All right, so your reaction. Clearly you like the guy.
Yeah, that was. I try to keep him away. I
You
try to
didn't
go.
say him one time in all of the meetings.
There was a reason. There was a reason.
I know it.
You got some things you just can't jinx. You know what I mean? My fingers was crossed. I was hoping.
So that was your real crush.
That was my one. That was my one. I've been watching him the whole time.
Pac-12 After Dark, watching Arizona at like 1 in the morning, and he's just lighting people up was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Yo, like I'm watching this dude, and I'm thinking, yo, if we need someone to help create space, get away from CD Lamb, this is the guy. CD plays outside, inside, but this is a guy who's a matchup nightmare. I mean, we were trying to do go balls with Brandon Cooks, but you got a 6'2", tall, rangy receiver like him to do go balls with. Opposite of CD, knowing you're going to get a one-on-one with no safety help. This is the guy that we wanted in Dallas. I think this is a great pick also. They needed this help. They needed a more reliable, go-get-it receiver in their offense, especially with a young Bryce Young. You got to help your quarterback. I don't think offensive line help was a huge issue for the Carolina.
No, they were pretty good on their O-line.
Yeah, this is what they need to invest in. Thielen was older. Leggett had a lot of drops this year. This is where, and Chuba proved himself last year. They gave him a deal. This was the pick that I thought made the most sense for them.
Carolina's defense was last against the run, last in scoring, third to last in sacks. So I think that's why everyone thought they were going to go there. Yeah. But if you're going to see what Bryce Young has, you got to give him some weapons. Slay, what do you think about facing this guy?
I feel like he's gonna be a great guy, man. Me going against a guy that's 6'4", he might be a lot like Drake London. You know, that's him coming in his body frame, tall guy. Great ball skills, as you see, he can tap the ball at a high point. I just think he just needs a little better on his route running.
Gotcha.
But that's just come from great coaching. You know, I see he don't really run routes to separate from routes. But other than that, man, he's got everything he wanted to receive: the body control, the verticals, the everything you need, the finishing. I don't know his blocking scheme, but he got everything you want in a receiver. So I just see him as just getting better as a route runner he'd be a dominant guy in
You
this
went
league.
through a bunch of wide receiver footage. Where did he rank in the wide receivers in this draft?
Oh, he was my favorite one. He was my favorite one just because I could see the game he has, man. He got a good relationship with the quarterbacks. I saw him on scramble drills. He never give it up on plays. So he got a lot of love for me, man. I like guys that work hard like that in the middle of the play. He never takes a playoff. So a guy that never takes a playoff is always hard for a DB.
Amazing.
This is the Joe Burrow effect. This is what Joe Burrow, the Cincinnati Bengals, enabled. Forget defense. Our defense might be bad no matter what. We need to
As a fan, it's fun to watch.
We need to put guys around Bryce Young,
They
and you
need it.
can't be mad at them.
Yeah.
Jake
Yeah.
Glazer had a tweet, Renner, a few weeks ago about how, for the first time ever, he's hearing one reason coaches don't want to draft certain players is they don't love the game enough. One of the big knocks on Tetairoa was, oh, I don't know how much he loves football. I don't know if he's a gamer. Then there was some footage that someone took of him in a fast food restaurant that he said, I don't even watch football. The conversation was ridiculous.
What?
Is that a concern at all in your mind?
Not a concern at all
Okay.
for me. I mean, a lot of guys around the NFL don't love watching like the NFL. Like they didn't grow up doing that. You watch his film though.
Not a lot of
he
NFL
knows.
players do watch NFL games.
I don't.
See?
It's-
Unless it's somebody, that's the division I'm going against.
Right.
Yeah, I don't.
But you have the utmost confidence.
I watch him on a football field, and it's like if he hasn't, if his tape hasn't been like locked in and trying to get better, imagine what it's going to look like when he does. Like imagine what it's going to look like when he's, because as a guy, he is very driven. He wants to be the best. It's not for lack of wanting that.
35
So I'm laughing because I was my buddy Eric Eagers, their new VP of analytics. I used to work with him at PFF, and I was texting him yesterday. I said, I hope you fired your wide receiver scouts because of the last 2 years. Well, the wide receiver scouts are working better this year, I'll just say.
Man. All right. Tet
That's a good pick.
and Bryce locked in. Very, very cool.
That's a good pick.
Another NFC South team is on the clock. It is the New Orleans Saints with the 9th pick. There have been a lot of questions. Could they be the team that takes Shedeur Sanders? It is not going to be the team that takes Shedeur Sanders. I'm sorry for leading you on. It is the offensive lineman from the University of Texas, Kelvin Banks Jr. will be going to the New Orleans Saints to block on new head coach Kellen Moore's offensive line. We saw what Kellen had in Philly. He wants better offensive line play with the Saints. Lombardi Award winner, Outland Trophy winner, Jacobs Blocking Trophy winner, first-team All-American. He has 42 starts, and all of them at left tackle. The quote from Steve Sarkisian was this: when someone comes up to me and says, what do I need to do to be better? He says, be like Kelvin. Renner, what do we think of him at number 9?
Yeah, A-plus guy. He is going to work his butt off here in New Orleans. And this is kind of the missing piece. They have 4 starting offensive linemen. A lot of those guys first rounders. I don't know if he slots in at left guard or if they move Trevor Penning, who they didn't pick up his 5th-year option, into left guard. But he was my favorite offensive lineman in the draft class. Just watching him, the movement skills. He's not as technically sound as a Will Campbell is. He's not as freaky in terms of explosiveness as Armand Membou is, but he's so fluid. Just watching him out in space reminds me of like a Jake Matthews, where it's just moving on a football field comes naturally to him. Eating up space, locating linebackers. You see it when he pulls around the formation, which is why I think a lot of people have him at guard. And I wouldn't hate it. I think he'd be an elite guard. His ability to unlock his hips into contact and drive is unique. It's special. I think this guy may not be a plug-and-play high-end starter. He may have his issues. He gets toesy. He gets out over his skis. He can be push-pulled and thrown on his face. You see him on the ground a little more often than you'd like. But I see a kind of athlete that's unique in his ability to match and mirror. His hips are so loose that with his work ethic, he's going to figure it out, and he's going to be a Pro Bowl caliber player. So at this point in the draft, if you're getting my best offensive lineman available, got to give it a name.
It is the 3rd offensive lineman that the Saints have drafted in the last 5 years. Cesar Ruiz, center out of Michigan. Trevor Penning out of Northern Iowa. This is actually the 4th. Talisi Fuaga last year out of Oregon State. So 4 in the last 5 years.
And a 2nd rounder on that offensive line.
Wow.
They're
So they
trying to-
are investing in the trenches in New Orleans. What do we think of him when you watch him on film?
I think this is a decent pick. The thing that
That
gets
means
me
you're
is
not the biggest fan.
I'm not the biggest fan. I like the talent. I like the player. I just think in the biggest games, he just wasn't his best. And as a left tackle and a premier position in this league, the best is every week. You know what I mean? You got to bring in the best no matter what, no matter who you're facing. I just want to see that more competitiveness, that spirit when you're facing the Jalon Warriors, when you're facing the Georgias, the Ohio States. That's what I want to see at that left tackle position. I just felt like those games he just didn't show up. Now, when you talk about other games, when they're not as elite, he's there. He's a haywire. He's a lockdown left tackle that you want to see. And obviously with Ramczak retiring, they needed more outside help. So the pick makes sense. I think this is a B+, A- grade for me. But like I said, I just want to see him be a dog competitor every week, bring that competitiveness, bring that skill set that I know he has and he flashed it, just more consistently.
Yeah, they're looking for more pass rush help on the other side of Cam Jordan, who's also getting up there in age. Derek Carr, that shoulder injury, what's going to be there? What do we think? Kellen Moore getting another offensive lineman down there in New Orleans.
I love it for my boy, man. I'm happy for him for sure, man. It's so crazy that I actually was my teammate. That's like Kellen Moore, my team. So don't talk about my age, y'all. Don't talk about my age.
I'm sorry.
But yeah, we played together.
You have a young soul.
Yeah, young soul. So I kind of figured he was going offense because, he loved to score points. But, yeah, man, I think they should have went defense. I thought the Saints were going to be mostly a defensive type of team. They lead off the defense.
Right.
The defense has been the cornerstone of it. And with that team, I know they got a lot of great veterans, but, veterans soon retire.
Some young juice.
You need some more young juice. They traded Marshawn, at the corner position. Yeah, and that's one of the hard corners, one of the hardest jobs to play. I'm good with the pick, but I for sure thought it was going defense.
I'm realizing now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 of the first 9 have been offensive.
Yeah.
So we haven't seen what's going to happen. Now, defensively, I don't know if Chicago's going to go defense. They are our team that have the 10th pick in this draft, and they're going with my favorite weapon in this draft, and it is a tight end. The Chicago Bears are going with Colston Loveland, the tight end. Maybe not the tight end that everyone was expecting, but he goes over Tyler Warren out of Penn State. And I think Micah Parsons is a little shocked. Let's show you the difference, because one of them is an inline and can receive, and Colston Loveland is someone that kind of gives me Travis Kelce vibes. But I'm not an analyst, I'm just a host. Second team All-American, second team All-Big Ten, set Michigan single-season records for catches by a tight end with 56 last year. He led the team in receiving in 9 of 10 games. He is fluid. He is tall. As you can see, he kind of gets put in the slot a lot. I don't know if he's more of a wide receiver or a tight end. Renner, how would you describe him? What do you think of him at 10?
I think he can grow into an inline guy, and they used him there. If you're playing tight end in a Jim Harbaugh offense, you're blocking in line a lot still.
Sure.
I mean, they moved him out wide because he was far and away their best option this past season. He actually had a higher percentage of Michigan's passing offense than Tyler Warren did, even though he had half his yards, just because Michigan's passing offense was absolutely cheeks this past year. So Colston Loveland, I had him ahead of Tyler Warren on my board.
Wow.
I thought he was the better tight end. He's 2 years younger. He's the much better athlete. And you watch him run routes, it looks like a wide receiver running routes. That's why Colby Fleener's the comp. Colby Fleener was a great athlete. He was not an inline blocker, though. But the difference is, I think Colston Loveland can grow into it. He was a guy who came from Idaho. Super small school there. Was a wide receiver early on in his high school career, only developed into a tight end later because he got so big. Still growing into that frame. It's a great frame that I think for this offense, because Ben Johnson, what he wants to do is he wants to have formational diversity, guys who can go inline, but then go out wide and get one-on-one matchups against, maybe a linebacker. If Colston Loveland's matched up against a linebacker, auto target. He's winning that matchup. And so that's why I thought he might be a little bit better fit, because he's just a little bit more versatile as a receiver than Tyler Warren is, even if Warren's like this monster as a runner and after the catch. So I'm going to give it an A.
DJ Moore, Rome Odunze, Caleb Williams, now with Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland. Some interesting, if you want to run like a 2 tight end set there. What are you shocked about your guy Warren getting passed up?
I'm not even so much shocked about Warren getting passed up. It's the pick at this spot.
Yeah.
There's so much talent on this board right now, and do you say this is the area where this puts Chicago over that hump to go plus 500? I just don't get the direction.
Now, this is new head coach Ben Johnson.
Yeah.
I just saw what he was doing in Detroit. It's all about offense. You know, they went out there and got T.J. Hawkinson, and they made him work.
Yeah.
What would you have done? Which players do you look at and go, that would have been more impactful?
I mean, I wouldn't say so much receiver, but, man.
There have been rumors about running back.
Not even running back at this spot. Like, I just don't get, like.
More offensive line help.
Offensive line help. I mean, safety.
I think it's like
D tackle. I mean, even corner.
Do you like the guy's film?
It's good. Like, I'm not taking away from the player, and I don't want to be pessimistic. I think he's a great talent.
Yeah.
I just don't say I tight end in the top 10 is going to put Chicago Bears over the hump. I don't say taking this player makes us this much better. Now, I get the new regime, the new coaching. That's great. But just taking a tight end that, you know, when you have premier receivers that you're already sharing targets with.
Yeah.
You took a Romeo Dozier last year in the first round. You extended DJ Moore. You also extended Cole Kmet. So just taking a tight end in the top 10 just doesn't really make a lot of sense to me. And then you say, is he with his size, is he an every down tight end? You know what I mean? Like, if he's just going to be packaged
Renner, you got
and not be an every down tight end, then he's not worthy of this at this point for the Chicago Bears. I think he's worthy of being a first-round talent, no doubt. But at 10 to make this much better, if he's not going to be your every down guy, then it doesn't make sense to me.
I think they just live in 12. Like, you got Cole Kmet, you got him. They're complementary enough that he can, like, if he goes in the slot, and he did that a ton at Michigan, they treated him as a wide receiver in the slot. It wasn't just like a tight end going out there and you run like some flats and some overs. He was running, post corners and stuff like that out of the slot. So I think he can truly do that for them. And then they also just didn't have a lot of needs. The top guys on my board, Jalen Walker, Mike Green, they were not going to be drafted by Dennis Allen to play in that defense. He likes bigger, stronger 4-3 defensive ends. Those are undersized guys. So it really wasn't a lot of great options for them, in my opinion. All the guys they probably hoped fell didn't.
Anything you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I was thinking they'll go defense or D tackle or something like that because, like he's saying, like top 10 in the tight end world is it's just like, hey, not to say tight ends just easily can be picked up on, because a lot of the great ones are not first rounders.
This reminds me of the 2019 draft when it was Hawkinson and Fant. There was like two tight ends.
Yeah.
I did not expect Loveland to go ahead of Warren. The love affair with Warren these last few weeks has been pretty strong, and what he does on both sides. Now, the 49ers are up, and that means we're done the top 10. The top 10 is over. And so you were just outside the top 10. I'm sure you thought you were going to be a top 10 pick.
Yeah.
And what happens, just really quick before we go to this, when it ends? What's that realization like?
I mean, the moment the top end goes, I had an unruly draft class where, I just felt like you couldn't go wrong. I could be any one of these draft classes and be a top 3 pick. I feel like it was just so QB heavy, and then it just went on a run of receivers. I think we had one of the most elite receiver classes. Devontae, Jalen Waddle, Jamar Chase. And then you had the elite specimen of Kyle Pitts and, you know what I mean? So he could play outside, inside. But it definitely stings a little bit. I know a lot of these guys are, fired up. The guys who thought they would be in it be like, damn.
49ers are selecting Georgia edge Mykel Williams. Mykel Williams is the pick.
They needed that.
I didn't see that one.
You did not see this one come.
I didn't see this. When I saw the red, I was like, there go Jalen Walker. He's off the board. Because they just lost Greenlaw. I thought that would be the replacement. A guy who could blitz, cover, do it all, but I didn't see Williams going in front of Walker.
Mykel Williams, the 11th pick in the draft out of Georgia. Two-time second-team All-SEC. He says he models his game after Myles Garrett. 40 games, 17 starts, 14 sacks, and one of the on- and off-field leaders for Kirby Smart's Bulldog squad. Renner, the thoughts of him at 11?
They had to go defensive line. Their defensive line was bad last year. They could not stop the run at the end of a lot of games. This is a guy who fixes that immediately. Almost 35-inch arms. He is a prototypical 4-3 defensive end edge setter. My comp for him was like Carlos Dunlap, the former Bengal who used to just crunch offensive tackles on outside zone back into the backfield. Just that power body. And the crazy thing is he looks like that. The guy's only 20 years old still. He's one of the youngest guys in the entire draft class. Can't even celebrate
What y'all seeing in
tonight
these
the way he
kids?
properly should.
So he's probably not even done like growing.
Exactly. He could get even freakier. And you watch his tape, and it's just he's playing the Trayvon Walker role in that defense. So he's eating blocks. He's kind of the guy who's the first guy on stunts where he's setting up other people. But when he gets some one-on-ones, that was Kelvin Banks that he beat for that sack. He is capable of doing it. I think in that San Francisco 49ers defense, he's going to get far more opportunities, and I think you're going to see him flourish.
I like it.
It's a good pick. This was versus Jalon Walker, though, and Mike Green. I probably would have gone that way just to get a little more pass rushing juice because I think he may never reach a high end at that, whereas those guys can. So I'm going to go B+ for this.
They have been looking for a partner for Nick Bosa now for years.
Yeah.
D Ford, Ebukam, Drake Jackson, Leonard Floyd, and now it's going to be Mykel Williams. This is your position group.
Yes. I really like the pick. I just thought they would go more the versatility route, especially with Greenlaw going. But like I said, I think he's a dog competitor. You saw him against Banks, who went in the top 10, where I say didn't play his best in those big games. And I think he was one of those players where he played his best in some of the bigger moments, bigger games. Do it all, every down defensive end is not – this is a good pick, and I agree, Renner, B+ grade. Outside that top 10 range where you're at, where anything goes, when you need an every down guy, a consistent, played a lot of games, not a bunch of injuries, and played good football in the SEC, I think this is a good pick.
What'd you think after hearing all that and hearing that he's 20?
Oh man, to be 20, that's crazy. That's a freak of nature there. At 20 years old, 260, man, that's crazy. But I think that's a great pick for the 49ers because of the fact that Robert just got back there, and he's a D-line guy too as well. He like guys that set the tone, and with that, that's a tone setter type of guy. And Georgia right now has been known for tone setting on the D-line, so it's a good pick.
Yes, it has. Also, there are so many different types of pass rushers and ends in this draft, Renner.
Yeah.
But a lot of them are in the 240s and 250s. Really, only him and Shemar Stewart are getting close to 270, and it is a completely different position if you're 240 or 270.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It's a type thing. If you want the undersized guys, but some just defenses don't. When you got Bosa on one side, who's a power rusher, you just got two guys who are going to collapse pockets left and right. I mean, you're just going to make life uncomfortable for everyone with those two guys.
Before we get to the Dallas Cowboys pick, we are welcoming in the second pick of the NFL draft. And the suit is looking phenomenal. For Travis Hunter, the all-world corner/wide receiver. Travis, welcome to the show. We got Micah Parsons here. We got Big Play Slay and Mike Renner.
How y'all doing?
What's up?
Brother, we're good. Did you ever think you'd be going to Jacksonville at 2? I have to imagine that was a bit of a shock.
I mean, I did do some Zillow researching for a house last night, so I had a feeling.
What do you got for him, Micah?
Hey, Trav, I just want to say good luck. I hope you do exceptionally well. I was telling these guys, you got a chance to do history. The world is about doing the unseen. If you could play both ways in this league, you do the most incredible things ever. So I wish that best to you, and I hope you can help change that organization around.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Slay, you have a history with his former coach.
Yeah. Deion was mentoring me when I came out of the league in 2013. Don't talk about my age. Do not talk about my age.
I didn't say nothing now. I ain't say nothing. I was about to say, damn.
But, yeah, man, it's going to be great to see you over there, man, in Duval, man. That's right down the street from my hometown, man. I used to be a Jaguars fan, big. I know one thing about you, man. You're going to be competing and you're going to do your thing, man. So I'm looking forward to watching you do amazing things, man. So good luck, man. It's a blessing for you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, and congrats.
Appreciate it, my boy.
You got a question for him, Renner?
Yeah, I know the Cons. Tony Khan went to my high school. I know they have a great yacht, and I know they have some great deep-sea fishing out there. You ever go fishing out in the ocean, Travis?
Nah, I do not like the ocean.
Okay.
I got 2 boats, but they all bass boats. I'm a freshwater fisherman. That's it.
Travis, one last thing, man. I'm sure you have talked to everybody about playing both ways, offense and defense. What are we thinking? Is there you're leaning towards one more than the other, or do you really want to go 100% both ways?
Nah, I'm not leaning to one or the other. I'm going 100%. As much as they put on my plate, I'm going to do the best that I can to, take it all in and, do my job.
Awesome.
Love it.
Congratulations,
Love it.
Travis. Enjoy the ride, brother.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank y'all.
All right, my boy.
So is that what we're going to do? People come on, you're just going to compliment them and say, I love you? Do you want to ask them questions ever? I just want to test for the future. I mean, that was beautiful.
I didn't know if we were going to ask a question. I was going to leave it up to y'all.
I thought y'all asked a question too.
I thought we were supposed to just do the, family football thing.
That was great. He said, damn. He was looking at Zillow last night. I mean, I don't think we asked him anything, but I felt like we got good stuff out of him right there. That was good.
Yeah.
All right, well.
He just seems like a good
He's a good kid.
You know what I
I'm telling
mean?
you, like he a real quiet.
All right,
kid.
Dallas. Pick is in. Let's get to the business.
delay it as much as possible.
Yeah, let the pick is in. Let's get it, baby.
Hold on.
Who do we want?
Who do you want? Do you want to see a list?
Yeah, let me see who we got.
All right, there's Renner's big board. Here's another list if you want to see. The Dallas Cowboys are up. The Dallas Cowboys had a very disappointing season last year. They were picked as a possible favorite in the NFC East to contend with the world champion Philadelphia Eagles. They finished 7-10, third in the NFC East. Micah Parsons played well. The rest of the team did not. They moved on from Mike McCarthy. Brian Schottenheimer's the coach right now. The questions that I had, will they ever stop the run? Will they get Dak weapons? And when are they going to pay my guy, Micah Parsons, his contract?
Please,
Micah, who do you want to
my boy.
see at number 12? Who's your hope?
This is a challenging position. You know what I mean? But I see Derek Harmon there. I really like that pick. I'll take Jalen Walker. I'll take Jade Barron too. Man. Ooh.
I mean, you did. I mean,
we got some love right
you're going all defense right now.
Yeah.
They need defense.
We need defense.
They need defense.
We need defense. If not, like, Tet was the only one that I really wanted at receiver.
Okay. Last year you took Tyler Guyton, left tackle out of Oklahoma. The year before that, Mozzie Smith, tackle. The pick is in, and the Dallas Cowboys are selecting. Tyler Booker, offensive lineman from Alabama, is the official pick out of the Crimson Tide.
Hold on. I am excited about the pick.
Hey, it might be a great player, but we just laughing at him.
Hold on. I am excited about the pick. This guy is a beast. He is a beast. And I look at him and Tyler Smith, guard on guard with Zach Martin leaving. This is one of them picks. I mean, wow, he is a beast. He is a beast. I just wanted to see that on my side of the ball. That's it. But this guy's a beast. I'm not mad at the pick. I get it. Look, that's the type of excitement I had when I was a Cowboy. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, oh God. This is the type of excitement I had. Like, anybody who excited like this, boy. All
right, let me try and get Micah Parsons even more excited, because this is a first-team All-American, first-team All-SEC, the captain of Alabama. He describes his play style as legal assault. Quote, I make guys not love football anymore, is what he said. And an NFL scout said he keeps everyone accountable in the locker room. He is a natural-born leader. So with the 12th pick, Tyler Booker to the Cowboys.
I really like this pick, actually, because, one, I think he's the most NFL ready. I think he's the best guard in this draft class, like bar none. Pass protecting, he might be, if I had to put money on who's going to be the best offensive lineman year one in the NFL rookie year, it'd be Tyler Booker. He looks like a vet in his ability to handle power as a pass protector, use his hands so well, so quick to replace. And look at the tools, man, the traits, the arm length, 34.5 inches for an offensive guard. It wouldn't surprise me if the Dallas Cowboys within the next 3 to 4 years have the best guard duo in the NFL. And you look at the contracts guards are getting now, it's comparable to offensive tackles. People want those clean dishes, the clean pockets for quarterbacks to step up into, and they are going to have that in Dallas. And you just think about their division. We talked about it. The Giants now, one of the best defensive lines in the NFL. The Eagles always going to have one of the best defensive lines in the NFL. You better have a front five that goes player, stud across the board. The Cowboys have a very good chance of doing this. Obviously, other guys higher on my board right here, but I'm still going to give it an A-. I still think this is a chalk up, a hit pick. Even if you could have swung for the fences, you're hitting a double here.
Now that you've heard Renner talk, what do you think?
Yeah, I told you, I'm not mad at the pick, understanding where Zach Martin departure.
He was a figurehead.
Yeah. And I mean, you take this guy, you say, this is where we're going to need the most help. You still have Cooper Beebe, who had a great year, but he's coming back for a second year experience. But now we're young again. You know, Terrence Steele is a young old tackle that's played better and tremendously better towards the end of the season. Now you have a consistent young O-line. You got to think, we're the Dallas Cowboys. What's our bread and butter?
Yes,
It's always been running the football, dominating up front. And this guy helps us do that. So I'm not mad at the pick. Yes, I wanted somebody next to me, but I can get that in day 2.
That is the story of being a fan of the NFL draft. When your team takes an offensive lineman, you go, nah, it's probably what we needed to do. But you wanted other stuff,
Yes,
but you're like, nah, but that's what they probably should have.
Yes.
But Slay laughed, and that laugh was so hearty. It felt so good.
I'm feeling good about it because now we got 2 takes. Jalen Carter, he can't just keep going to the other side of Tyler Smith.
That's true.
If you watch Jalen Carter versus Tyler Smith, it is like Clash of the Titans. Like, I was watching it, like, breaking down the film. I'm like, holy. Like, and Tyler Smith's coming like, yeah, he's one of those ones too, but I don't think he was ready for my strength. And I'm like, no one's ready for your chips, Tyler.
Wow.
So now we have another it was a TS duo, the Tyler Smith, Tyron Smith. Now we got both Tylers at guard.
Tyler Booker.
And now
But now the Cowboys have drafted offensive linemen 3 of the last 4 years in the first round. Tyler Smith, Tyler Guyton, and now Tyler. Yeah, you got 3 Tylers. Just say Tyler in the meeting room, and you're going to get one of them.
I'm literally might have to do 100 push-ups after this because I got to get ready for practices, anchoring and pass rushing against 2 beasts. Like,
So you're showing up to practice?
It's going to be a wild camp.
You're showing up to camp?
Yeah, I'll be on camp.
Okay, good. I know we have a special guest joining us shortly, but we're gonna have to wait on him. You feel good though about the Cowboys pick?
Yeah, I feel good. I feel good. If we were gonna I'm just glad we didn't go for an offensive tackle. I'm just happy we took the best guard. I think this guy, like I said, he's a beast.
To that point, in a draft where a lot of the tackles are say, oh, he's more of a guard, and yet this guy is the best guard, I do find that interesting.
I think the top 3 guys will play tackle, though, or at least going to get a shot to play tackle. Maybe they have to move inside. And then the one thing to note about Booker, for a lot of outside zone heavy teams, he was not a great testing athlete. He is a phone booth sort of guard. Yeah. Not going to be an issue.
And you got to understand, if Will McClay told Jerry Jones
damn right
to take this dude at 12,
damn right,
you know for sure he is the one.
I'll tell you what, I hear so many people on TV talking about Jerry Jones. Dude, Will Clay's been running this draft for 12 years. Yeah. He is the guy in Dallas. He is the nerd in a closet that they feed snacks to.
We're getting back to the original Dallas Cowboys.
I don't like nothing about Dallas.
Talk about it.
I just don't.
You wanted to be a Cowboy.
Never.
Never. He's lying.
Never. I hate the Cowboys. My whole family Cowboy fans. They get mad at me.
Hey, I remember. Lie to you now. I remember when the Eagles tried to do a little release. You know how they do for their little money and shit like that. I was like, oh, this say come talk. He's like, if the money right, I'll be over there.
My boy, he lying.
If the money right, they always come.
He lying. The money can be the best money. I ain't going.
Wow. So if Dallas offered you 15. You wasn't covered.
I can't go.
He's lying. And you from Texas. You live in Texas.
I can't go.
He live in Texas.
I can't do
you
it.
You a liar.
I can't do it, bro.
Let's take a break really quick.
Let's
hear from our sponsor, Thrivent, where money means more.
With Thrivent, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
And that's when I was like, Cowboys fans are the worst. I'm just kidding. All right, so you're settled. Your team, the Pittsburgh Steelers, coming up in about 9 picks, 8 picks now, as the Miami Dolphins are on the clock. I look up, I'm seeing a lot of commercials on television, so why don't we talk about some football? Mike McDaniel in his 4th year. Chris Greer has been with the Dolphins since 2016. Renner, where do you think they're leaning here?
They have a lot of needs. The team has problems. They're leaning defense, though. They're in one of the worst cap situations in the NFL. They got Jalen Ramsey wanting to jump ship. Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me by the end of Saturday if we see a few guys from this roster move. They just need
rumors about Tyreek Hill as well.
Tyreek Hill as well. They just need the cap relief, and they have so many needs. They obviously, when Teron Armstead retired, that left tackle position open. They drafted Patrick Paul last year. Hopefully he's that. But then you got the left guard position to take care of as well. But DT, cornerback, safety, all those are needs. So if Will Johnson, top corner for a lot of people, my top corner here, would make a lot of sense for them. If you're going to lose Jalen Ramsey, he could be that replacement.
Let's see where they go. The Miami Dolphins with the 13th pick in this NFL draft, going with Kenneth Grant, DT out of Michigan. And I'll say this, based on where we were looking at mocks, that he was mocked to them in some, but I also think this is pretty darn good value for the Miami Dolphins right here. This is a Miami Dolphins team that lost a number of defensive linemen in free agency. Kenneth Grant, second team All Big Ten for 2 years. Coaches say he took on more of a leadership role this year. He also can get his hands up. He has 10 pass breakups over the last 2 seasons. What do we think of the value here for the Dolphins?
This one was a little bit of a reach for me. He was a lot lower down my board because I see him as more of a 2-down nose tackle. He has some explosiveness to him for a bigger guy, 331 pounds. He ran a 5.13 40-yard dash. Just okay. It reminds me of like an Eddie Goldman, who he could be a plus run defender. Like he has long arms. He's really stout. He can move the line of scrimmage when he gets off the ball. And that was their biggest need probably. They just had nobody to fill that defensive tackle position next to Zach Sealer to really hold the point of attack. He can be that. I just worry he's a little high cut for a true nose tackle. He's got long legs and he can play high a little bit. And then he just doesn't have the lateral agility to be much more than a just pocket pusher. I don't see the quick side to side to really be an impact pass rusher. And if you're drafting a guy 13th overall, defensive tackle, you hope that guy's going to impact the passing game. So I'm going to go C for this one. This was the biggest reach by far so far.
Do you agree with Renner's evaluation?
In some parts, I see definitely the run stopping ability, but I think this might have been one of their bigger holds. I think that's the reach, especially with Harmon's injury history. And you got to think over the years, they had a lot of injuries, especially with Bradley Chubb, Jalen Phillips, the type of guys. So it might make them more reluctant from taking a more of an injury-prone guy. So I can see the pick. And they've been struggling ever since they let Christian Wilkins go in free agency. So I see why they say this is a guy we need on our team. We need a guy that's big, can stop the run, and to give relief to our pass rushers outside.
What do you think after watching the footage and hearing these guys talk?
Yeah, I can see that being the issue because, like I said, Christian Wilkins was a big part of their defense last year. He was, the year or two ago, he was the energy. You know, he's the guy that was, you know, every day I heard he was first in the building and like do the same thing he's doing over there. So this kid got a lot of some big shoes to fill, and you know, and he got to set the tone for them D-line for sure.
Man, we are seeing a lot of D linemen coming off the board.
Yeah, man, what a corner's that? Like, y'all don't
I was going to say I'm going to Micah first every time because it's always O-line, D-line. We got no corners, and we have one wide receiver thus far. Yeah. We have had a tight end on the clock. I'm going to guess, I don't know it. What are your guesses for the Colts?
That's Tyler Warren, right? Like, I feel like that's
Tyler Warren feels like the guy for me. Like I've seen them mocked for a tight end in all of these draft mocks.
I think going offense for sure. They need offense. They just paid the corner.
And the pick is officially in.
Let's see. Dog.
It is indeed Tyler Warren, the pick for the Indianapolis Colts at number 14. We are. Don't you say Penn State after I say we are?
Penn State trash, though.
First team All-American, Mackey Award winner for best tight end. Dude last year had 104 catches, over 1,200 receiving yards. He says he models his game after George Kittle. His nickname with Penn State was Psycho T. 56% of his receiving yards came after the catch, so he is a yak monster. He also had 26 carries for over 200 yards.
I never called him that.
And 4 touchdowns. You never called him Psycho T?
Psycho T?
That was in the tight end room. They called him that.
No.
Oh, it must had to stay in that room.
Yeah.
It could not leave the room. There's no way they would have been calling me no Psycho T.
Tyler Warren not going in the top 10 is a surprise to some. 14 to the Colts. What do we think?
Yeah, I mean, this is where more of the range I had him in, just because he's not the freak athlete that goes top 10. But he is freaky. Like his natural coordination is special. Ooh. The way he plays the game is special. The Jeremy Shockey comp, watch him with the ball in his hands. Watch him lower the shoulder. You'll see what I'm talking about. And the versatility, he will be a quarterback's best friend. He is always on the same page with Drew Aller. He was a former high school quarterback and just has so much capabilities to deploy him in different ways. He's a great blocker on the move as well.
Jesus.
And in that Colts offense, when you have Anthony Richardson, when you have that read zone option game going, he could be that guy that pulls around the edge and find guys in space with ease. And I just love him on in-out breakers. That's where he makes his money. He's a guy who just can work option routes so the cows come home and be productive on it. So kind of what we said about Bryce Young.
State.
Like Bryce Young, when we need to find out, give him the weapons to find out, this is finding out about Anthony Richardson. If he can't make it work with the weapons they have now,
This is the play right
it's just it's never going to work.
This.
Oh, my Lord. Colts fans, shield your eyes.
And then he got up and he just started yelling in his face. Oh, Shockey. So if he's like Shockey, what a win for Colts fans.
Yeah. God, dog.
What's the grade?
Oh, I'm going to give this one, I'm going to give it an A. I think this is the range I would have had him in. And for the Indianapolis Colts, if it's not Anthony Richardson, you'll know quickly. And if it's a new quarterback that comes in, he'll have a sick supporting cast.
All right, your Penn State guy goes.
Yeah, I think people underestimate this guy's ability. He was a quarterback before. He has film in quarterback in high school. Like I said, he kind of played that running back flex position too.
Right.
Obviously, elite hands. He doesn't drop many passes. He doesn't create a lot of separation, but if you look about what's the league, can you make catch contestedly? His contest rate is extremely high. This is a guy that you can't miss on. I'm glad he got taken to top 15. He undeniably deserved it. He was the heartbeat of this Penn State run this year. I mean, we couldn't have went this far without him. And I just think he's a dog competitor, man. Like, I just think Penn State, when you talk about competing in everything you do, I think he just embodied it every day. He's a fifth-year guy, came back. He could have left last year. He came back and said, I'm going to be a first-round pick. I'm going to be the best guy. And that's what he did this year, man. I couldn't be more happy for a guy like him.
Yeah, what was your relationship with him at Penn State?
He didn't come onto the scene until after I was gone. So
But I feel like you go
2
back,
years.
and so was he someone that you went in there and said, oh, he's one of the leaders?
Oh, yeah. He led the locker room. He was one of the, like, anytime I even call guys about the Penn State locker room, they mention his name. Like I said, when you talk about a guy where he had a pretty good year with Theo Johnson last year, and he could have came out and went second, third round, and you come back and say, hey, I want to come back and be the guy. I'm going to come back and help lead this team. Those are the type of guys you love. Like I said, he embodies the spirit of team, bond, brotherhood. This is the type of guy you want on your team.
And Slay, Shane Steichen is the coach there.
Yeah.
You saw what he did with Goddard.
Come on now.
So, I mean, this could be a big weapon for them.
Yeah, I think that's what a big need for them is a receiving tight end for sure to help him. Definitely, like I said, to help with just a situation with Bryce Young. You know, need some more weapons around them. I think they're real good on the defense side of the ball. I think they got their veterans on that side, but they want their offense to be young and ready to go. So that's a good pick for them, and I think that's going to fit, them guys pretty well, man. I think he's going to be one of the best. I had him as the best tight end.
I'm still amazed that the Colts finished 8-9 last year. I mean, this is the team with quarterback injuries, quarterback play all over the place.
Yeah.
They're fighting for a playoff spot towards the end. And now you look, if Jonathan Taylor's healthy, you got Pittman, Pierce is a down-the-field guy, Warren can be underneath. They somehow still finished 8-9, which blows me away.
Well, you got Josh Downs, too, who going into year 3
yeah.
could be a special guy from the slot. And Adonai Mitchell, if he figures it out, that guy is as talented.
Out of Texas, the flyer for
last year's class. So there's a lot of options in that offense. And I interviewed Warren at the Super Bowl. Guy could not have been more boring. He had nothing to say. That's what you want out of your tight end. He was all ball. Didn't want to make jokes, didn't want to crack anything. He just wanted to get back on a football field.
God, as an Eagles fan, it hurts my heart that Jeremy Shockey highlights got me pumped up, but it did, bro.
Yeah, he was a beast.
He was a beast, though.
Was Shockey Penn State also? No. The U.
No, he was about to say.
Is there ever been a more? He's
Jesse J.
You didn't hit his route that he had back in the day?
That was Greg Olsen.
No, that was Greg Olsen.
That was Greg Olsen. That was Greg Olsen.
Other white tight end.
Oh, my goodness.
They've had some
days,
wild white tight ends.
Penn State might be tighter than you, man.
What?
Strange, then Theo.
Johnson.
What is Penn State good for?
Yeah, I don't think that's
Besides,
true.
you got some of y'all guys
Linebackers,
now.
tight ends.
Y'all
now.
coming
Let's
in
take
now.
a look at Renner's big board.
Yeah.
Renner, of the guys on
Pat
your big
Frymouth.
board, who are you most surprised is still on there?
Teammate.
Obviously, Jalen Walker.
Jalen Walker.
Pat Frymouth.
And I think this is a great fit for him, Atlanta Falcons. So I'd be surprised if he's not off the board very quickly because he's an A-plus character guy. And 3-4, he plays Raheem Morris's edge, he can play that in his sleep. So he's the guy that you want to add to that defense.
I thought Derek Harmon maybe could have gone earlier as well.
I do think I heard injury issues. He had lower body issues that were going to cause him to drop down just as a concern. But, yeah, his tape is good enough that at some point the risk-reward comes into play and you'll see him come off the board. We've hit outside of those few. I think Mike Green has issues also that are going to drop him down boards from the reason why he had to transfer from Virginia in the first place that might see him go down boards. Walter Nolen has some character concerns as well. So those guys all could go lower than that, their tape suggests. But Walker, it would surprise me if he doesn't come off the board here in the next couple of picks.
Atlanta's been looking for a pass rusher since Jonathan Abraham left. I mean, they had, for real, bro.
God.
Yes.
I think they'll go more Mike Green here.
You think they can go more Green, look for that edge?
They look for an edge.
Yeah, I think they're going to go more of a bigger size guy.
Yeah, I can see him taking that kid from America.
They have had 7 straight losing seasons, which is insane. In the last 10 years, they're the only NFL team with less than 300 sacks, if you add up all 10 years combined. That's why I say John Abraham. You know, they had that 1 year with Vic Beasley where he had like 14, 15 sacks.
Led the league.
But then it didn't continue after that. Obviously, it looks like those 3 games out of Michael Penix, that was an interesting pick, and now we'll see what happens with Kirk Cousins. You have some of those weapons on offense, the Drake Londons, the Darnell Mooneys, the Kyle
Floyd,
Pitts,
okay.
Bijan Robinson. Off-season moves, they did add Divine Diablo out there from the Raiders, Leonard Floyd they bring in. But they did lose Grady Jarrett, who's been a fixture of that defense forever. You go down there to Atlanta and it's Grady Memorial. You assume it's with Grady Jarrett because he's been there for so long. But he moves along as well. So Atlanta, you're thinking they go Jalen Walker here?
Edge is far and away their biggest deal, like you mentioned.
And
it's a
Parsons, you're saying maybe more of a Mike Green.
Yeah, I think, at this pick, they need it. I think they might be scared of Jalen Walker's size, and I don't see them being as versatile where they use Jalen Walker where he's not an every down DN.
I want to say really quick, and if I get in trouble, I'll take the full blame. I've been doing this draft show for 12 years. And for 11 of those years, because this is the 12th year, we were not a part of the NFL, and our whole thing was we're going to go so much faster than the draft that it's crazy. We're now partnered with the NFL, Bleacher Report, and you know this because you are the director of football here. And the NFL has said, you guys are doing great, but we want you to slow down. And I want you to know that I'm not upset. Mama, we made it. Mama, we made it. That for 11 years we said they can't hear us, it doesn't matter. And in the dozenth year that I've been doing this, they said, you know what, guys, we hear you. Slow it down. You're 2 picks ahead of the broadcast. So you know what, NFL? Welcome to the party. We love you a lot, and we're happy to be here. We really are. All right, Falcons are in.
Oh, man.
Wow.
Feel good about that, huh?
It feels weird. It feels weird, Slay. And it is going to be Jalen Walker, the do-everything stud out of Georgia, who will find his way staying in the state of Georgia and playing for the Atlanta Falcons, which has to be a special feeling. First-team All-American, the Butkus Award winner. This man played every position. He played slot corner. He played over the center. He also played edge. He led Georgia in pressures and pass win percentage despite ranking 7th on the team in pass rush snaps. Walker says, I am at my best being a chess piece, and he will be a chess piece for Raheem Morris's defense. They need him to do a little bit of everything, Renner. The thought of getting him here at 15.
I can't believe he fell this far. This is the way NFL defenses are going. Having players like this who can line up and basically a quarterback sees them and doesn't know what to do with them. He doesn't know if they're going to rush the passer, doesn't know if they're going to be an off-ball linebacker, drop into coverage, or rush off the edge. That versatility and the ability to get around on stunts, get home in a blink of an eye, Jalen Walker has that. And oh, by the way, if he just wants to rush one-on-one, he can do that at a high level too. He might be short, squatty, 6'1", but he's got a 6'8" wingspan. He is a broad-shouldered dude, and he reminds me a little bit of Shaq Barrett in his ability to just get off the ball and get into offensive tackles quickly, the explosiveness, the power. I think they got an absolute steal here. He was number 5 on my board, and there's not a lot of reason to think that the game we saw at Georgia, all the unique stuff he did, he can still do at the NFL level. A+.
All right, this was your crush.
Yes, I think Jalen Walker. I think for Atlanta to use him correctly, they have to move him around. I don't think you just line him up on edge every play. You have to move around. He is best when he is a chess piece. When he's spying, he has the ability to stunt. I think he's a do-it-all player. They need to find ways. If you're going to say we're going to take him at 15, I hope they build this guy. They build the defense, the rest of the draft around this player. They have a plan for him because a player like him, you need a plan. You need a plan, and I think he has that dynamic stuff, that good stuff, where you can say we take him at 15 and we can implicate a scheme for him on second, third down, where he's rushing, he's dropping. He's a do-it-all guy, and I couldn't be more happy for him.
Big play, Slay. Before you go, we have another special guest to welcome. It is the first pick in the NFL draft. It is the quarterback, the cool, calm, and collected QB now for the Tennessee Titans, Cam Ward. Cam, you are joined here. Micah Parsons, big play, Slay. Congratulations. I know you've been thinking about this for months. What does it feel like now that it's over and you're officially the first pick?
It feels good, man. It's a blessing. It's all God, who's led me to this moment. And, I'm excited to get to work with Tennessee.
Oh, yeah, I love it.
Hey, Cam, first of all, you got to revamp my collection now. You sent me to college, John. I need that Tennessee Titans number one. You already know you're a dog, Brody. I'm hyped for you, dog. I just want to say, man, congratulations. And, I say the best thing I could tell anybody, just come in ready. Don't let your mistakes, and I already seen it from your college film, the way you just came back at any time, cool, calm. But like I said, don't let the fans, don't let anybody mess with your mindset. Quarterback in the NFL is it's the hardest position in football. Just keep being you. Don't let anybody affect that.
For sure. I got you, man. I'm gonna need a jersey too, man.
Hey, I got you. Hey, just give me 2 sacks a year. That's all I need. A little stumble in the touch.
I don't know about that. Hey, you see what Mike got me in them trenches. I don't know you getting two on me.
Hey, I know. Y'all got a couple, but hey, you know what? I'll fight for mine. I'm an elite motor.
That's what's up. You is though. I ain't gonna cap.
What's up, my boy, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good. How you doing, Slay?
I'm good, man. My boy Quandre.
You know what's crazy? I got to see you.
In Detroit.
I was in high school. Yeah, Detroit. I went to the game when Quandre played.
Yeah. He told me to tell you what's up, man. He told me to tell you what's up, man. So what type of player Tennessee getting?
They getting a dog. They getting somebody who just want to win each and every chance he get. But also somebody who a good teammate. I just want to be good in the locker room. In my opinion, I think if you're a good teammate, a lot of other stuff will take care of itself.
Oh yeah, man. I for sure seen that, man. I've been watching you, man, because Miami. I'm from down south. I like to watch Miami football, man. I appreciate how you brought Miami back on the board, man. You did your thing there, man. So keep doing you.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
So, Cam, I was at your pro day down in Miami. I saw you say something to Mike Borgonzi there on the sideline. Did you know after that day that you were going number 1 overall?
I knew before. It was just I
love it.
I spoke into existence. I speak everything to existence. And so it was just their first time actually seeing me throw in person. So I had to make sure, they had their popcorn ready and they was ready to watch it.
Oh, yeah. I love it.
Popcorn ready. Hey,
come on, man. I love
that, brother.
I'm a fan. Congratulations, Cam. Enjoy the rest of your evening, brother.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all.
All right, man.
Appreciate you, man. Man.
I love it.
I love when you talk to somebody and you realize they're cool as shit. That's great.
Yeah, he cool dude, man.
Yeah, that pro day really, all of a sudden, all the mock drafts stopped, all the phone calls changed. It was a very different experience. All right, Arizona is in after Atlanta takes Jalen Walker. So why don't we pivot our minds to Jonathan Gannon's squad out there in the NFC West. Wow. The Arizona Cardinals are selecting Walter Nolen, the defensive lineman for Ole Miss, who I'm not going to lie, I was kind of hoping would fall to 32, but it makes sense that he would go to Jonathan Gannon because it is a one-gap attack and go. Walter Nolen, back when he was at the recruiting trail, he was number 2 behind Travis Hunter. He finished top 3 in college football in tackles for a loss for D linemen. He is a consensus All-American. The only other one in Ole Miss history was Patrick Willis in that front 7, but first-team All-SEC. A heck of an interior D lineman here for the Arizona Cardinals at 16, Renner.
I love this guy's tape, man. He, for my money, is the most physically gifted defensive tackle in this draft class. More physically gifted than Mason Graham, than Kenneth Grant, who we've seen come off the board. He can get up the football field. He can unlock his hips into contact. And he has some reps where you're just like, if he could do that every time, we could be talking about a top 5 defensive tackle sort of in the NFL. He has Javon Hargrave sort of potential.
Former Eagle.
That just ability to affect the passing game. That's what he can do. But also, he had the second best run stop percentage in all of college football. He is a complete player for a 3 technique that you don't often see. So for the Arizona Cardinals, who have done so much to revamp their edge position, they still had that glaring hole on the interior. This is how you fill that glaring hole in the interior. This is an A+ pick, in my opinion.
Man, as we were watching Javon Hargrave play.
Yeah.
Hey.
Dang.
He was nasty.
They had to replace him with JC because it was hard to replace that.
I remember.
It's hard to replace.
Walter Nolen, the thoughts when you put on his film?
I think obviously elitely gifted.
That again says a lot.
He know how he get.
Yeah.
Start with the real stuff.
I know. Like I said, I think he's elite gifted. I think he has a great get off. But the things that I have questions about, he's not dominant with his hands. He doesn't use his hands a lot. He gets captured by blocks. Sometimes he comes into place. But even look at this. Yeah, in college, when you're facing someone, yeah, that works. But when them real grown men put their hands on you, you can't just finger rail, throw an arm out there. They'll put you into the turf. It's more nasty. It's more dirty in the league. But like I said, I just think he's strong. He's always out-talented people. I think he's just been always more gifted, a little bit more stronger. I just question that type of technique when you enter the NFL, especially in a 3-4 system where you got to take double teams. You know what I mean? You got to take more double teams. I just worry more about that. But if they run a more penetration system, then, yeah, I think he can have a lot of success. But they're not doing a lot of more penetration. I think he's going to struggle for the first maybe year or 2.
And that was the character concerns, why people thought he might fall in the first round, is because he went to 5 different schools the last 6 years, was just place to place to place.
What?
And was not developing, was not getting better, was a guy who just, as he mentioned, so gifted athletically that he thought he could just get by on that. So hopefully that changes because the sky really is the limit for this team.
But, Slay, they are setting him up to succeed. They go out in free agency. They sign Josh Sweat. They sign Calais Campbell. So it's not just going to be him and a bunch of young guys. He's going to have a lot of vets to learn from.
Yeah, that's going to be the good part of definitely being there with Sweat and Campbell. That's going to be some great learning from him, man. They're going to teach him how to use his hands. A lot of guys, had that issue as a D tackle because he's just so freak athlete. So he go get better, though, for sure.
I'm sure you saw a bunch of those at Mississippi State as well.
You know what I'm saying? We really the D-line you. You know what I'm saying? We really D-line you at Mississippi State. We got them boys there. We got the dogs.
Fletcher Cox.
And, I wanted to, downplay him, but I can't because, he's a good player because I hate Ole Miss. Hell State.
That's when you know you're good, when you play for Ole Miss and Slay can't talk trash.
I can't talk trash because he's a good player, so Hell State still to you.
Yeah. All right. So I'm kind of shocked Harmon's still on, but you guys have mentioned the injury history and all of that. We're at a very interesting part of the draft. The Cincinnati Bengals are on the clock now.
They need all defense.
And that's really all we're expecting them to draft for the entire
whole
weekend
draft.
Is defensive players after they went and dropped the big-time bags on the wide receiver. Would you like to hear the numbers for what their receivers are being paid as to get you excited?
They're not real numbers. We've seen some of the contract breakdowns.
Okay, Jamar Chase was 4 for 161, 112 guaranteed.
That's a little real.
That's real.
4 for 115 with 2 years guaranteed.
What? Really 1 year, if you do the breakdown.
Yeah, he did not.
Who did that deal?
I don't know. He was chasing a big ticket number, but the real details were kind of meh for him.
Yeah. But either way, it is still going to be Burrow, Chase.
It's something that David Mulligetta would have never allowed.
Who his agent is?
They did the same agent. He actually left David to go to Rocky.
He left David? Oh, no, David wouldn't allow that.
So off-season moves, in addition to keeping Chase and Higgins with that locker room hug with Joe Burrow, they add Samaje Perine from the Chiefs. I believe he was on the Bengals beforehand. Oren Burks spent some time with the Eagles last year, playing some important reserve
big time
in that playoff run. But the big thing is what they lost defensively. They lose Sam Hubbard. They lose Sheldon Rankins. And there's a lot of questions right now about the future of Trey Hendrickson on the D-line. But really, this is a defense that was bottom 6 in sacks, bottom 6 in scoring, bottom 11 in passing, bottom 13 in rushing. But of course, they were the #1 passing team in the NFL. They finished 9-8. They missed the playoffs. But this is Duke Tobin as their GM. He has been there since 1999. What can you read? Yeah. This is Mike Brown and the Cincinnati Bengals, baby. They don't change much, but they do have a new DC in Al Golden. What do you think of the Bengals?
Yeah, so he's not actually technically GM. I think he's like executive president of player personnel or something, because the Bengals, they do things a little bit differently than every other NFL team. They have the smallest scouting staff in the NFL, but they also have a type. And those smaller edges that are on the board, guys like Mike Green, really aren't their type. And they've drafted a lot of defense in recent years. This
is their type. Wow. The Bengals, it really is. You mentioned Dunlap earlier, guys like that. The Bengals are taking Shemar Stewart out of Texas A&M. And before anyone tells you about how bad his sack numbers are, he's never had more than 1.5 sacks in any of the 3 seasons in College Station. He also is the pressure king. 39 pressure. I used to have a podcast with a guy on NBC named Sims, and we had a stat called F the play up. Shemar Stewart really does F the play up, and he's going to be doing so for the Cincinnati Bengals, Renner.
He is a unique athlete, a true one-of-one type of guy at 6'5", 267 pounds. He ran a 4.59. He had a 40-inch vertical, 10-11 broad jump. I mean, the explosive numbers just jump off the page to you. But he reminds me a little bit of Marcus Davenport because he's such a linear player. When he tries to do anything outside of run through an offensive tackle, it does not look great. And the biggest thing I worry about with him is finishing plays. He just consistently leaves so many plays on the table, whether it's tracking down quarterbacks in space, running backs. I just don't see the body control. He is out of control more often than not and does not have a lot of pass rushing moves. They have a guy like that in the roster in Myles Murphy. He's done nothing for them through 2 years, fits the exact same profile. I worry about Shemar Stewart being of a similar mold that, it could come good down the line. He could figure it out. Because when you're that freaky, you really only need a bull rush and to be an impact player in the NFL. But we haven't seen Myles Murphy do that, and he actually ran a faster 40 than Shemar Stewart at 260 pounds. So it ain't everything. We'll see how he gets when he gets to the NFL, but for this, I got to give it a C.
Wow. All right, Parsons, you put on the film. What did you see?
Yeah, I think one thing that pops off to me, this guy's violent. I mean, you put on the tape, he's violent. He really gets after it. One thing he may not finish, but I will say his get off, everything up to that point is 110 miles per hour. He's violent. I think he plays faster than his 40. I don't really look at, the sack numbers, but the size. He's a every down defensive end. I think somewhere in his career, he'll even move in the inside and rush a little bit there, man. I think that's how good and violent he is. I think he'll be versatile in this league. You see they do a little bit with Joseph Osai. So it's going to be interesting. I think this was a crucial piece after losing Sam Hubbard to retirement. I really like the pick. I think he could do tremendous things in this league. And I don't get tripped up about production because we've seen the same thing with Odafe Owe, who just had 10-plus sacks this year. We've seen similar things with Danielle Hunter. So college stats really are deceiving. I mean, I never even had more than 5.5 sacks out of college, 6.5. So, I mean, I don't really get
You can double and triple team guys in college.
Yeah,
focus everything.
Yeah, so a lot of factors play when you go against scheme, especially when you're not surrounded by probably a boatload of talent that other teams are, especially in the NIL era. So it's completely different. But I really like the pick. I think he's violent. I think he'll be turned out pretty good.
What do we think, Slay?
Watching this tape from just hearing too, he's a very motor guy. He reminds me of a guy like Nolen Smith, definitely, because that's what he was built off of. He built off motor and determination. So that's all. If you got that, that's all you need for your DN, because you could coach it whatever you need to be coaching with. Because like I said, with him, you could just see as in he just going. And so if he gets some proper coaching, some proper training, being around some great vets, I can see him being a real elite pass rusher.
What you just said, I feel like the entire NFL looked at Shemar, and every defensive lineman coach was like, man, let me coach him up.
I already know.
Because he has all of the tools.
4 or 5.
And that's what you said about him being violent. Every time I watched the clip, he wasn't getting the sack, but like he was ripping the tackle, knocking the running back on his ass, and I was like, that has to count for something.
I do. It do.
Like, that has to mean, like, there's no stats for that, but
It's
it has
a
to
mentality.
mean something.
Like
mentality.
I said, and that's what I was trying to speak on earlier. When you think of like guys like Mason Graham, when you know how to play football properly, when you come with violence, you come in, you made your mind up that I may not be better than you, but I'm gonna outdog you, I'm gonna outwork you. Those are the type of players you want on your team every time.
Telling you, that's Nolen Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, he don't play that mess. You get it, bang.
Al Golden, the new DC, he was the DC for Notre Dame last year. They did face Shemar Stewart first game of the year, I believe, so he got to see that. Before we move on to the Seahawks, or let's move on to the Seahawks. Congratulations to Bengals fan, you got your guy. Mason Jackson asking on YouTube, why is Mike Green falling in edge rushers?
So Mike Green has had a sexual assault allegation in high school and one at Virginia that led to his dismissal at Virginia. Talented player.
But that could prevent people.
That is the issue. Everything his teammates say about him, he's an awesome teammate. Works his butt off. He doesn't have those concerns, though, whatsoever. But that obviously could be wise.
Also, one thing to note, we are at pick 18. Jordan on YouTube saying Dart is going to be the second quarterback off the board. I doubt I would fair to wager they're not. The Seahawks are taking Gray Zabel. The Bucs are on the clock. The Steelers do. Okay, thanks you, Connor. You're tweeting too much. Gray Zabel is the pick here. A very versatile offensive lineman from North Dakota State. 17 starts at right tackle, 16 starts at left tackle, 4 at left guard, 3 at right guard, and his vertical jump was top among all offensive linemen at the combine, 36.5. It is always interesting to try and guess how a North Dakota State guy is going to do, but we've seen a few over these years. What do you think is Zabel to the Seahawks at 18?
He had one of the best Senior Bowls I've ever seen from a lineman. He was a left tackle this past fall at North Dakota State. I've never seen a guy seamlessly go from tackle to left guard to center to right guard, and technique looked like he played and knew how to play all those positions and done it for years. Like that is unique ability. He's not the most physically imposing. He's not a people mover, but he is very athletic. He's already very technically sound. And for the Seattle Seahawks, they just need they need outside zone blockers. Your new offensive coordinator, Clint Kubiak, that is your bread and butter. He is the best zone guard in this draft class, or center, wherever they want to play him. And they just had such a big need on the interior. Their interior offensive line might have been the worst in the NFL last year. This fixes that need for your new quarterback in Sam Darnold.
All right, what did you think when you watched him?
Hey, I like the pick. I mean, when you talk, like, you got to think where the league is at and what's dominant. Who are the highest paid guys? The tackles, the ends, and what are some of the most injuries that's been common in the league? And the offensive line. And then that's when, no offense, but shit goes ship creek. You know what I mean? So when you talk about a team where you say, you know,
you could literally slide this guy in
you're not
position.
Yeah, you're not going to reach for receiver at this point. You know what I mean?
Right.
Their corners have been some of the best corners in the league, and you know, pretty much their defensive line has been damn good. You got to revamp their offensive line play. I mean, this guy can play from center all the way out, like Renner said. At that, if you're going to get that type of value, you're not just getting a North Dakota State offensive tackle. You're getting a versatile offensive lineman that can play anywhere. That makes the value so much higher.
Yep. They were 30th in sacks allowed. They allowed Gino to get sacked 54 times last year. So blocking for Sam Darnold, Gray Zabel, you add him in. I mean, we saw this Slay with the Eagles the last few years. How many times did Mackay go down and Steen have to come in? Or Mailata goes out and Steen can play left tackle too. Yep. That versatility is important.
It's very important, man, definitely, because I've been around the O-line guru. So I watch. Stoutless don't play, man. I see him develop guys in so many areas that every one of them guys on that O-line can play another position. I'm telling you, like, Lane can switch over to any side. Mailata can switch to any other side. Them boys got very versatile. So that's why I think, you know, it's just coming like the D-line. You know, like I said, it starts in the middle anyway. You know, so.
Renner, what was your grade for this pick?
Did I go A? We went A.
He went A, just to confirm that he went A. Gray Zabel, we say interior, he's a true O-lineman. He really can play all of them. But if you saw him at tackle, how would that go?
Oh, man, come on. I'm taking down Dark Alley.
Dark Alley?
Dark Alley.
Can we turn the lights on a little bit? Nope.
Ain't nobody bro, there's only about 2-3 people in the league where I'm like, the lights is on. This is gonna get
Wow.
They gonna be-
Okay, hold
they
on.
gonna be up and down,
Micah
like
Parsons, lights on in an alley. Who are they? Who are the guys?
scrappy. Tristan Wirfs, he's a dude.
I agree.
He's one of my favorite ones. When me and Lane battle, it's always like, I gotta deal with this.
So
Because how
Lane
he
Johnson,
sets,
lights are on.
how he sets is just so annoying. And actually, I knew I started like one game. I was like, when did you start jump setting? You never jump set before. It's like some games I know I'm getting the best of him, and he's like, all right, it's time to switch it up on his mode. I was like, when did you start jump setting? You know what I mean? And then I haven't seen Trent in a while, so I'm not going to throw him in there. But I'm gonna say, I'm gonna put a tie between either Trent or LT. I think anytime. One thing
Larry
about
Tunsil.
LT, when he got some top guys in front of him, he shows up.
I'm
He shows
going to
up.
ask you about LT.
He shows up.
And you got him
same
in your
with
division.
Trent.
Got him in your
I'll
division.
see it on film where they get lazy sometimes with some other guys, and you're like,
But if it's you coming.
when
you know
it's
what time.
me, they're like,
Yeah.
they on their toes.
So everybody
like,
else,
yeah.
pitch black alley.
They
Those
know.
guys, lights are on.
Lights is like, I wouldn't say lights is on, but it's like, all right,
All right,
hold
let
on.
me get my
like,
move.
like I really gotta lock in. Like,
Yeah. You gotta have
it's
some
just
days.
different. Yeah, it's different.
You got to
We
have
are
a day.
almost at pick 20. Pick 19 here, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who had a heck of a year last year, 10-7, won the NFC South. They lost in that wild card game against Washington, 23-20, where Jaden Daniels just made more plays at the end than Baker Mayfield was able to. Todd Bowles, fourth year at the helm, 27-24 overall as coach of the Bucs, 1-3 in the playoffs. Their offense last year. Now, granted, they lose their offensive coordinator, but it was top 5 in almost everything. Defensively, 29th against the pass. They did lose Shaq Barrett. They did lose their former first-round pick, Joe Tryon, Shoyinka. I looked at their team, and I kind of thought they needed a new battery for the defense other than Vita Vea, someone to get after the quarterback. What did you see they needed?
Yeah, I think the secondary is probably like their biggest weakness right now, whether it's safety, whether it's corner. And we haven't seen
Near corner or safety going, what's going on?
him come off the board yet, so they got their pick of the litter.
They
so
just signed my boy, too, over there.
So who would you say is your pick of the litter from the DBs?
Right
Who's your
now,
favorite?
I'll say Will.
Will's your
because of the fact that they already done paid, Luke Warford.
Right.
He's the second highest paid safety. I think they saw
Winfield.
Winfield, I said Winfield.
Yep.
Winfield, he's the second highest paid safety right now. He's very great at his position, very versatile, so he can play down or play the post. So I really think they need to solidify outside. They got some good guys there, but I think they need to solidify the outside.
Renner is, Bowles' scheme. Sometimes I still think of Bowles and I still think of Revis, which is like, that's not fair.
Yeah.
But does Will Johnson fit that scheme?
They do a lot of off zone in that scheme. It's kind of maddening. Honestly, the fit here for that scheme, Jahad Campbell, if you're going to go fit of those guys on the board, linebacker, with his ability to blitz for Todd Bowles.
Pair him up with Levante David.
Yeah.
Let's see. The pick is in. Emeka Egbuka, the wide receiver out of Ohio State, a top 20 pick. The second wide receiver in the draft is going to Tampa Bay Bucs. Joining Mike Evans, joining Chris Godwin in the slot will be Emeka Egbuka. He joins 15 of his 24 career touchdown catches were in the red zone. Brian Hartline, the assistant coach there for Ohio State, says he's already at a pro level. 38 starts, nearly 2,900 receiving yards, over 200 receptions. A very smart, a very polished receiver going to Tampa Bay. We were thinking defense. What do we think of Egbuka?
Yeah, there's picks every year that, like, if you mock drafted this, the Bucs fan base would be like, you don't know what the heck you're talking about. Because they have Mike Evans. They just re-signed Chris Godwin. They like Jalon McMillan, who played well down the stretch as the third rounder last year. This was not a need for them, but I had Emeka Egbuka right here on my draft board. I think he is one of the highest floor players in this draft class. He's super savvy. He has great hands. He's very reliable, and he blocks his butt off in the running game. Reminds me a little bit of James Jones with the physicality, the ability to make contested catches, the ability to run routes hard consistently through contact. Just a guy that, if you're targeted on third downs, you're going to be happy about it more often than not. But the thing is, I just don't know how he necessarily sees the football field. 4.49 speed. I thought he actually played a little bit faster than that. You see him like get down the football field, get off the line of scrimmage really well. He's just a guy that everyone in that locker room is going to love. And now with the 2 older wide receivers who have been banged up, one of them goes down, you got an insurance plan for you there.
Can I tell you the quiet part out loud? Mike Evans is a free agent next year.
Yeah, there you go.
And so I wonder if maybe they're getting ahead of it. What grade do you give here for Egbuka at 19?
I'll go B. But he was around here on my draft board. I just thought, Jahad Campbell, there are other players that fill glaring needs for them that I had higher.
All right, Slay, I get to go to you first. What did you think of his tape?
I love this tape, man. I saw him. He's an aggressive receiver, good downfield. I love a yak man. He's a yak man. I saw it. He catch the rock, get upfield. He's not looking to like avoid contact. He's looking for contact. I saw him on the sideline. He get up on the sideline. He's not running out of bounds, being pretty. He's lowering the shoulder. So good mix, man. Definitely coming in with Mike Evans. And you see making tough catches going down the middle. That's tough. And then the late hands, great. No indication for the DB to make a play on it. Ohio been putting out great receivers, man, and he's continuing to keep the Ohio State receiver thing going.
Garrett Wilson, Marvin Harrison Jr., Egbuka, 6 feet, 200, ran a 4.48 with a 1.50 split. Your face has been interesting during all this. The surprise has been clear.
No, I wouldn't say I'm surprised. I would say I really like the pick. I think we've seen it earlier before when Seattle had DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and we're like, why did they take that guy?
True.
And I think Jackson Smith and Jigma, Ohio State boys, both very similar comparisons. When I think of guys who play in the slot, deep threats, can make some late catches, they're very similar. I see why you take this pick, and now you see Tyler Lockett gone, DK Metcalf gone, and you say the only person left is Jackson Smith and Jigma. With Mike Evans being a free agent, I like the pick. You're thinking for the future because they might not say, Mike Evans is going to be a Hall of Famer. He's a legend. Chris Godwin's a very good player, but, they might not want to bring him back. They might hit that cap century. Baker Mayfield might be up again if he has another successful year. Yep. So you say, hey, we might have to let, Mike Evans go. So at one of the most expensive positions on the market right now, this makes a lot of sense for me.
And you know what? That offense was clicking with Cohen. We'll see how it goes with Josh Grizzard, the new offensive coordinator there. But they only hung up 20 in that wild card game, and it clearly did not sit right with them. And if it's Baker in Tampa Bay seems like he's on one. Like he just feels like he's got nothing to lose. And if they're going to go 3-4 wide, and then you got Bucky Irving in the back, it could be that combined with Vita Vea, it could be really special. So Emeka Egbuka, the pick. Anything you want to wrap up there with the Bucs before we start previewing the Broncos?
No, I do think that analysis was shrewd. That hey, we could be looking back on this in 3 years and just saying, you got a great player. Like why be upset that he's not going to see the football field year one? A lot of rookies don't do much year one anyway.
All right. So we will start getting ready for the Denver Broncos. A surprise run to the playoffs last year, 10-7, third in the AFC West.
Yeah.
They lost in that wild card game to Buffalo, which I think we kind of all saw that coming. Their defense is freaking insane. Third against the run last year, number 1 in sacks, third in scoring. I believe Patrick Surtain won Defensive Player of the Year.
Yep.
What an absolute baller he was, and then also what a baller Bo Nix was coming out in his rookie year. It is Sean Payton's 3rd year. It is George Patton's 5th year after 20 years with the Minnesota Vikings. And it is an amazing year to need a running back. But before we go to the Broncos, a special guest, a treat, a top 3 pick in the NFL draft. The man is stunning.
Look at him.
The shades, the sun is so bright, and it's bouncing off the teeth and the chain. Abdul Carter, a new member of the New York Giants. Let me turn it over to Micah Parsons.
Broski Sticks.
What up, Sticks? How you doing, bro?
Hey, first of all, I had to make this clear. You gonna get that 11, right?
I don't know, bro. I got a different number in mind.
Oh, what number?
Wow.
Well, I'm heartbroken already. I told the people you was going to get that. I said we better have the best swap in the history of football. What number are you thinking, bro?
I don't know. 56 sound real good, but we got to have a conversation. I don't know.
Dude, that would be pretty damn special.
Nah, if you get something like that, I get why you leave that. Hey, toss that. Leave that
Feel me?
shit.
I'm trying to start a tradition somewhere else.
Hey, I respect the hell out of that, dog. That would be some legendary stuff. I'm glad I asked that.
Man.
Bro, I already texted you this morning, so I ain't got too much left to say, but like I said, bro, couldn't be more proud of you. Hey, line the Dexter Lawrence side every time. Don't let nobody
Hey, man,
don't
create havoc.
don't let them
Create havoc.
don't let them vets get you. You line up to Dexter Lawrence every time. You say, yo, it's my shit now. That's what you say. It's my
Yes, sir,
stuff
I
now.
got you,
You
for
line to that side.
Abdul, we only have time for one because I know you're busy. I'm here with Big Play Slay. And I just want to know, is it officially out of the system if I say go Birds?
Oh, yeah, I'm on New York. Go Big Blue.
It's all love. It's all love. Hey, it's all love, man. I was an Eagle last year. I'm a Pittsburgh Steeler now, so man, it's all good. It's all good. Congratulations, though, man.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. I appreciate that.
We know you're busy, man. Have a great night, brother.
Yes, sir. I appreciate you. All right, Sticks.
All right, Sticks.
Wow. You know, sometimes we only got like 45 seconds to operate, but 56.
That's crazy.
that's
You get that
crazy.
now.
The Lawrence Taylor, 56.
He's trying to change it up.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
Lawrence Taylor?
Man, Broncos got to go receiver.
You know what? Maybe I'll go for 94.
You're going to switch up to DeMarcus Ware? What's happening right now? Wait a second.
That
Here
is
we are
crazy.
thinking they
What?
got their pick of the litter for running backs, all these offenses, and they go defense again.
That's crazy.
Unbelievable. The Denver Broncos going, don't say it wrong, Jahdae Barron.
You know what I think they're going
The
to do?
first corner off the board. You got time.
I think they're going to kick Coop inside.
Wow.
I think they're going to put.
Let's break that down in a second.
Riley.
Consensus All-American, first team All-SEC. He won the Jim Thorpe Award.
Uh-huh.
Didn't allow a touchdown catch all season. Led the SEC in interceptions and passes defended. Slay is chomping at the bit, but Renner, the value at 20. Let's get to that first.
I love it, man. I mean, where was he on my board? 19. I love his game. On tape this past year, he was the feistiest corner in the country. The guy didn't back down from anybody. And off coverage, his ability to see through the receiver to the quarterback, break, finish at the catch point. It's awesome. Reminds me of Trent McDuffie coming out, where it's just like, yeah, limitations size-wise. He's shorter.
Chiefs get a Super Bowl in his rookie.
Shorter arms, but put him in the slot and you'll get a consistent playmaker. He's played that over the course of his career, moved more outside this past year, which was his best season. So TBD on what they do with him. Obviously, Riley Moss was a guy who played awesome on the outside last year, but people thought could be a slot corner coming out of Iowa. So I'm not sure who does, but either way, you have the best secondary in the NFL. I mean, you were close to it before, right? But now it is, hands down, this is the best secondary in the NFL with Jahdae Barron. This harkens back to the no-fly zone, back when they won the Super Bowl. Okay. This defense can be the best defense in the NFL, sort of talent.
And they picked up Hufanga in free agency as well. Because of physicality. A grade for Barron here.
I'm going to give it an A. No one thought they were going this. Everyone thought running back. All smoke screen. This, to me, you can wait on the running back. You couldn't find a talent like Jahdae in the second.
And we continue to wait. All right, Jahdae Barron.
Oh, man, that's a great pick. I like his game. I think he's very versatile. I think he's the most versatile player as a corner position. I think he's a guy that can play inside or out. I can see him playing out just how we did with Coop last year. Everybody saw Coop as playing either safety
or a slot corner.
You know, instead of the corner. And I feel like he could fit right in there because that's what he's been playing for the most. I never seen too much tape of him pressing. But I see him doing a lot of off, and that's what a lot of nickels do, play off, so they can see vision and go, and he's not afraid to tackle. So I think it's a great pick, man, because you got to have a strong slot, man, because that's used to be the weakest position back in the days, but right now they're making it to a strong point because nickels are starting to get paid $10 to $15 million.
Yes, they are. Broncos are battling with the Kansas City Chiefs. You need more weapons. I feel like you enjoyed the pick as well, Parson.
Oh, yeah. I think the Broncos have a nasty taste in their mouth about that game with the Bengals, and they said, hey, we're going to get another corner out there. You know, and then when you got Pastor Tatum locked down, and you see they can't go anywhere. They got to see the Bengals some way, somehow. And, you know, understanding what that division is, and the Steelers going to go get DK Metcalf.
Right.
Just that, it's just so receiver
The Broncos
heavy.
signed Dre Greenlaw this offseason, too.
I just think that AFC is just so receiver heavy right now. They said, we're going to stack up on corners. We could bump Riley Moss. I think they're both interchangeables, but the matchups. I think Jahdae can match up outside. He could be. He's interchangeable. I think this is a great pick, understanding the type of players that you're going to be facing.
All right, now we got to pivot because the Pittsburgh Steelers are on the clock.
Woo, let's go, man. Let's go.
All week we have
man, this
heard.
is my first draft ever in so long.
All right, take us through it. What are you thinking?
Man, look, looking at the roster, man, so I'm just trying to get it together. I think if, with the quarterback situation, we don't know yet, so we're trying to figure that out.
What would you feel like, and I don't know, what would you feel like if they announced Shador here?
I feel great, man, definitely. I feel great about the situation they do announce Shador, just a guy that's just, ready to play. I feel as he could be accurate, and we got a lot of guys that can, take the top off the defense, man. He can show his versatile about throwing the rock. But, depending on how the situation go with the quarterback, man, it is going to be a unique pick right here. This pick will be just weird. I think we got, the weirdest pick of the draft because everybody's so uncertain about our quarterback situation.
100%.
And the fact that the Steelers are known for a playoff team and being at a high level, this pick's going to be crazy.
Here we go,
chose
Slay.
Jacksonville.
I don't know. Are taking D lineman Derek Harmon, monster D lineman out of Oregon.
Come on, yeah.
Man, this is a big pick. It makes a lot of sense.
Makes a lot of sense.
Cam Hayward is 36 years old.
Yeah.
Now you have Derek Harmon, and when I think of the Steelers, I think of the steel curtain. And I think of those big dudes on the defense.
Yes.
Derek Harmon is the pick for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He led all of college football interior D lineman with 55 pressures, 12 more than the next closest DT, and he's durable. Did not miss a game for the final 3 seasons of his college football career.
Yeah.
What do we think with Harmon going to the Steelers first, Renner,
talk
at 21?
Talk good on him.
This is one of my guys, man. 9th overall on my draft board. His tape was just, he is the Steelers' defensive lineman. It feels like Cam Hayward, just 14 years later after Cam Hayward entered the league. He is big, he is powerful, he can one gap, he can two gap, he has long arms, and you just saw the full skill set on tape this past year. And the ascension from his junior year at Michigan State to his senior year. If this guy keeps developing, I mean, he really can be Cam Hayward. Like, he has that kind of potential. And like I say, for as big as he is still a plus athlete. He can still get off the ball. He can still shake guards and centers. Like, there is a completeness to his game that none of the other defensive tackles in this draft class can match. To get him at this point in the draft, this is an A-plus pick, in my opinion. Leonard Williams, I mean, he just has that game where he can go up and down the line of scrimmage, make an impact, run and pass.
I mean, when I think of Pittsburgh Steelers, even the last few years, all of the D-linemen they used to draft, like out of Notre Dame, like they always had a rotation of big dudes. And as you mentioned, 6'4", 313, a sub-540 insane, 10 3/8 hands, so that he's got oven mitts. His arms are 34 3/8. We're talking about all those 32s. And then his wingspan is 83 3/4, which is the most really of any of the top 2 or 3 round projections. Slay, this will be one of the guys in front of you, Derek Harmon.
Yes, I'm loving it, man, to give my boy Cam a break. Just watching it from afar when we played against Pittsburgh last year, that was the whole game plan. Make sure Cam, whenever he's tired, abuse the run game because he's a great run stopper. And Cam does a great job of batting the ball down. So as a get PBU. So him, if he could take a break, definitely at his age being 36, he's still a dominant player.
Yes.
He was an all-pro last year.
Oh, and he's going to teach the hell out of this.
He's going to teach the hell out of him, man. He's going to be around a great vet. And, you know what I'm saying? He he's going to get a lot of one-on-ones for sure. But, we got one of the best.
You said as a DB you love D linemen.
I love them. They my favorite. I appreciate it. I'll take my D-line to go eat sometimes. I'll take my D-line. Do your
Corners ever
guys
take you to
y'all
go
to
eat?
sometimes?
I'm not gonna lie. My dog Diggs, he be like, come over. I had a chef making some food.
Okay.
My dog Diggs treat me right.
He treat you good?
Diggs treat me good.
Okay. That's
Would you take a rookie offensive lineman out to eat?
Uh,
Well, why don't we bring in Tyler Booker?
Yeah.
And you could talk to him. It is the new offensive lineman for the Dallas Cowboys, the rookie who had so much energy out there. Tyler Booker from Alabama. Congratulations, Micah. Talk to your rookie.
Hey, Book, first of all, the one thing
so
I said off rip, I said the energy you running up the job, I said, that's the type of rip we needed. That's the energy I need you to bring to the locker room. I ain't seen somebody that excited since me. I jumped in the commissioner's arms, dog. That's what's up, man. Welcome to America's team.
Yes,
I can't wait to see you
Appreciate
and
you,
our
bro.
other Tyler be as dominant as can be. Free range. But, hey, man, your boy don't. Hey, take it easy on me in practice, man. You just need to be out there for Sundays. That's all I ask.
I mean, we got to get better at some point, so we'll figure it out.
Kent, I'm going to push you to the limits. Don't even worry about it. I'll get you right at Kent. Don't worry about
Let's
it.
do it.
All them veins come out there. They too excited, ain't it?
Hey, I need somebody for Jalen Carter. Hey, you going to humble Jalen Carter?
Yeah.
I'm just excited to get to work.
Hey, let's get
Excited
it,
to
bro.
Work, man. Let's be a Cowboy.
Hey, we can't wait
Yes,
to see
sir.
the locker room, dog. Hey, just come ready to work. Shotty, he putting together a great team, just about competing, just being dogs. We're going to welcome you with open arms because it started up front. We're going to make each other better every week, every day, so let's get it.
For sure, man. Excited to get to work, man. Appreciate you.
Tyler, I got a question for you. You had one of my favorite quotes of the entire draft process. You said, quote, "I make guys not love football anymore." What does it feel like to see the love of football leave someone's eyes?
It feels great, like football is a child's game. So like people wake up, be like, man, I can't wait to play this football game today. They listen to their hype music, they take all the pre-workout, they get so excited to play football until they come across Tyler Booker. And then when I'm going after you, quarter after quarter, play after play, series after series, and I start to see that love leave their eyes, like that's what makes me love the game. Like I just really love.
like that.
seeing-
I like that part.
I just love football.
I like that part. Yeah, you just got me right. Hey, he got me ready to go. I ain't gonna lie. He got me ready to go.
I'm going to play right now.
Yeah, he got me hyped. I ain't gonna lie.
All right.
Play after play, quarter after quarter.
Hey, man, welcome to the team.
Yeah. He had me ready to go there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Shit. Renner, you got something for him? That might be
Tyler,
a
so
walk-up.
you played mainly on the left side. You played a little bit of right guard freshman
Yes.
year. How comfortable you feel on the right guard? Because I think they're pretty set on the left side there with Tyler Smith.
As Coach Wolf would say, it's sleepy. Like it's something you can do in your sleep, man. Like during my freshman year, I would do 2 drives at left guard and 2 drives at right guard. So shout out to Coach Saban and Coach Wolf for getting me ready for this moment to be able to play anywhere. And they always taught me the best ability is availability. So whether it's at left tackle, left guard, center, like I'm going to be willing and able to do that.
Man, Tyler Booker, you got us pumped up, man. From Alabama to the Dallas Cowboys. Heck of a ride, man.
Roll Tide.
Congratulations.
Oh, no, not a roll tide. Boo.
Have a good night. Oh, man. And this was the energy that you were talking about, the mood that he was bringing.
Hey, we'll tell you how
He really did run for like 100 yards through
Got that
the
energy,
green room there and then the tunnels.
Can
He
I move him up my draft?
He said, I need that jersey immediately.
Wow.
Hey.
I wasn't ready for that. Man, now it's tough when I like a Cowboy, but now I like him.
He moved up 10 spots on my draft board.
That was
he's
awesome.
going to be.
All right, so Derek Harmon was our last pick there to the Steelers. Anything you want to say about Harmon?
Oh, no. I think he's a great pick. That was one of the guys I mentioned that if he was there for Dallas, I would love him, but
Yeah.
I think we done got a monster.
You're hype as hell right now.
Yeah, I'm hype as hell.
Yeah, he got that good motivation.
Yeah, I'm
for me
hyped
now.
as hell.
He had me hyped.
Dude had me like, oh,
Okay.
shit.
Yeah, he love how people. I'm like, D, switching up and saying, taking out. Like, okay, more to come back.
So-
taking souls.
So we finally had Jahdae Barron, one corner go.
About time.
We have only had 2 wide receivers go. And there are plenty of rumors that that's where the Los Angeles Chargers would be going, where Ladd McConkey was really the only wide receiver doing it last year. Renner, what do we think about the Chargers in the second year under Harbaugh?
Yeah, I think they were hoping some of these defensive linemen would fall to them. Like that's where their biggest need is. Defensive tackles.
Losing Joey Bosa.
Yes. So losing Kuna Ford, like their
that was-
interior defensive line is just barren, but draft board right now is barren of interior defensive linemen. I think that might be it for your first round DTs. So maybe edge, but none of them really are the mold of Jim Harbaugh defensive ends, right? He likes bigger, he likes longer. You got undersized guys on the board there. So interested to see where they go because I don't think there's a lot of great fits for them at this point in the draft.
There is a lot of weird up and back right now with Asante Samuel Jr. and Joe Ortiz, the GM there, about whether or not they're going to bring him back. So I don't know if cornerback could be something here. They were the #1 scoring defense in the NFL last year, which kind of surprised me. Zion Johnson right now, he's at guard. He might move to center, they're talking about, in the offseason for the Chargers. They did bring in Najee Harris. They signed Mekhi Becton from the Eagles, so they'll slide him in there at guard. They signed Dante Jackson at corner to maybe fill that spot as well. And they brought back Mike Williams, who has had some pretty good years for the Chargers. But as you look at your board, Renner, who are the big names that would be tough for them to ignore?
I think some of those offensive linemen would be the most interesting to me. If you're going to move Zion Johnson into center, you have that left guard spot opening back up. And if Jim Harbaugh wants to they want to run
is what he likes.
Greg Roman, they want to run power, counter. They want to smash mouth football. Those guys can get you there.
So here are the tackles and guards. Josh Simmons out of Ohio State, Josh Connerly out of Oregon, Ariante Ursary out of Minnesota, Donovan Jackson, Ohio State, some more of the guards, Tate Ratledge out of Georgia, Miles Frazier, LSU, Gray Zabel's already off the board. Yeah, we're kind of getting towards the end of that run.
Golly. We got one DB gone.
What about wide receivers? Is there a wide receiver that we think could fit this now? Matthew Golden's still there.
Yeah.
Luther Burden the third. Jalen Noel. Jaden Higgins, both of the guys from Iowa State.
I think Golden could be a reliable outside route runner. Right now, that's what they're missing. So that wouldn't surprise me if that's the pick, because Quinn Johnston, you just can't rely on him at this point in time after what we've seen from him 2 years in.
All right, the pick is in, and the Chargers select, unbelievable, a running back out of North Carolina, Omarion Hampton. It doesn't matter that they went and signed Najee Harris in the offseason.
He a one-year deal, though.
He is on a one-year deal, but this guy will be on a 4, possibly 5-year deal. Two-time first-team All-American, averaged nearly 6 yards a carry, over 2,000 all-purpose yards last year, which was a UNC record. He was targeted 80 times in the air. He only dropped it twice. And he had, of 12 games last year, 10 of them were for over 100 yards. And he is also, I think he can squat like 6'7", 800 pounds or something like that.
He got some.
Omarion Hampton, the bigger back out of UNC Renner, coming in at 5'11", 221 with a 4.46 40.
Yeah, this guy holds that 221 with ease, man. He reminds me of Joe Mixon, the 28, the way he runs.
Yeah.
For my money, he's the most physical runner in this draft class. He is willing to hit any hole at full speed, even if it's closing, even if it's not even existing. He will go 100% rep after rep. And he was running. I love running backs that run behind bad offensive lines. That North Carolina offensive line was not very good his past 2 seasons, and he still put up over 1,500 yards in both. And also going to be featured out in the backfield. Only 2 drops his entire collegiate career as a receiver. Put all that together. The Chargers, I don't love running back first round for a lot of teams. The Chargers, this is what they want to do. This is the basis for your offense. So from that perspective, I still got to go B. It's still a little bit of wasting value when a deep running back class, you could have had a guy in the second round, but he's going to be a great fit for that offense.
All right, so Omarion Hampton, the pick there for the Chargers. It fits the style of Harbaugh. Greg Roman, known as a really good run-scheming offensive coordinator. So now it's Najee and Omarion. You like that two-headed monster?
I do, because we got to know who's behind this, right? Look who they drafted last year. The guy from
Joe
Notre Dame.
Alt, right tackle.
Joe Alt, Rashawn Slater. They have Zion.
Yep.
This is a team who wants to outright punish you. Why did they win 9 games? Because they're taking their shoulders off.
11 games last
11 games.
Yeah.
They're taking their shoulders off of Justin Herbert. They need to find ways to get the ball down the field. Now you have a consistent back. Think of what made them win the national championship. Edwards, Corbin, that combination. One get tired, we sub another one in. His balance, his contact, his yards after contact. He's like Ashton a little bit. Maybe it's not as many yards, but, I mean, he's right there.
He's definitely physical.
Yeah, he's physical as hell. I'm looking at some of his contact balance. He's getting hit from left and right. He's standing up on his feet. I mean, this guy's legit. If any team took him at this phase, it was going to be the Chargers.
It's interesting that the Broncos went with another defensive back, and the Chargers are like, well, we're not trying to pass the ball. We're just going to run the ball. What do you think as you're watching this film here, Slay?
Man, he got good balance. As you say, Joe Mixon, I think, is a perfect mix for him because the fact that how he just can catch out the backfield. Joe got some great hands as well. I think it's a great fit just because what Harbaugh like to do. He like to run the ball physically. That's what he did in Michigan. That's who built his brand. And like I said, it takes some pressure off the quarterback, Justin Herbert. So, but you paying that quarterback a lot of money, it's a good thing. So, hey, everybody probably trying to cap with the Cowboys.
You're right. It was an interesting year. I mean, they go 11-6. The identity with Harbaugh is going so well. Then they get to that playoff game. They jump on Houston early. Herbert only threw 3 interceptions all season. He throws 4 in that wild card game, one of them for a pick 6. But I like when teams draft to what their identity is. And like you said, they want to be physical and they want to punch you in the face. And so Najee for 1 year, and then Omarion Hampton after that, a 1-2 punch for the LA Chargers. 23rd pick, and it is the NFC North second place team, the Green Bay Packers. They were third because Minnesota had 14, 15 wins. Green Bay had a heck of a year. Unfortunately, they had to lose in that wild card game.
Give me that. My first ever playoff pick. Thank you, Jordan Love.
How did that feel?
Feels great. And what's crazy is I played in the league 12 years. That was my first ever fade ball I ever picked.
You never had a fade
Now
ball?
I ever had a fade ball. I always used to knock them down because I press so much, it's hard to lean and locate. So like when you lean and locate, you finally see it. You're like, oh my goodness, right here.
And you said,
oh yeah, and I finally caught me one. My first time. So thank you, Jordan Love. I appreciate it.
A lot of love from Jordan on that.
A lot of love. I appreciate you.
11-6. It is the 27th draft for Brian Gutekunst. Is his 8th as the GM. 7th year for Matt LaFleur. Jeff Hafley at DC, Adam Stenovich at OC. We have a lot of questions about Jair Alexander, whether or not he's coming back. Is that what you're thinking here for Green Bay?
Yeah, like on paper, they don't have a ton of needs. Like they could upgrade at wide receiver. They don't necessarily have to go there. They could, if Jair's not there, corner qualifies as a need. But if he is there, it's not really a need after signing Nate Hobbs this offseason. So there's not a ton of spots where like we have to go there. That opens up the board. So I'm very curious to see where they go. Most likely candidates for my money, Will Johnson,
James Pierce,
the Michigan corner, or Mike Green, the Marshall edge. I think they need a little
Let's
bit more
take a 15-second break. Hear from our sponsor, Thrivent, where money means more.
With Thrivent, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
All right, so last year's first-round pick for the Packers, Jordan Morgan, the guard out of Arizona, only played in 6 games, only started 1 game, and their offensive line is kind of a mix of pieces right now. They lost center Josh Myers in free agency. Their pick the year before that, Lucas Van Ness, the defensive end out of Iowa, okay production. The year before that, Quay Walker. So they haven't really had some huge hits in the draft the last few years. I feel like Will Johnson could be one of those possible big plays.
Yeah, I feel like this is a good situation for him right now. Definitely with Alexander as requesting. I don't know if he's requesting a trade or if he need to be traded, but they were talking about him on the trade block. So I think this would be a perfect fit for him. They done lost, I think, Starks. I think they had like 2 years ago.
Right.
Stokes.
Eric Stokes.
2 years this year. So, so I think Will Johnson would be a move for him.
The big additions for Green Bay this offseason, they signed Aaron Banks, the guard from San Francisco, gave him like 4 for $77. That's not including guaranteed. Those are totals. And then Nate Hobbs, the corner from Vegas, they gave him a 4-year deal as well.
Yeah, they did.
What about Jahad Campbell? We haven't really talked about him. Is he maybe a fit here, or why do we think maybe he hasn't gone?
Well, that would be giving up on Quay Walker, which I'm not sure Brian Gutekunst has the pride to do at this point, but he would be a massive upgrade over Quay Walker. And Edgerrin Cooper, like they've gotten by on missing all these first rounders because they've hit on a lot of second rounders and late rounders. Like they've been able to figure it out after that. But Jahad Campbell gives you that blitzing presence, that do-it-all Mike linebacker to let Edgerrin Cooper just be your guy who can just fly around at the second level. So if that's the pick, I'd be very happy about it.
All right, what's your prediction is Pierce?
Yeah, I think they go rusher. I think they go rusher.
Yeah, they need to get some sacks.
I'll say Will Johnson's my prediction.
You think Will Johnson too?
Yeah, I think so.
I think so too.
All right, we'll wait and see.
They're really milking it because the draft's obviously in Green Bay, so they're. That's why
great
they're.
point. The Cheeseheads are out in Lambeau. What do we think about the live drafts?
I love them.
It's nice. Nice. I went to the draft, so I had a great time there.
Yeah.
You went to which one?
When I got drafted, I was at the draft, so it was.
I don't think there's a better experience. But after the anxiety clears and you get your slip, you get your jersey, I don't think there's a better experience, love,
It's just
Come on, let's go, Will.
The pick is in. It is Matthew Golden. Your first guess was right that it might be wide receiver. The speedster wide receiver from Texas. But we're going to have to talk about that 40 time because the conspiracy theories are pretty darn awesome, and I love them. Matthew Golden, second team All Big 12 from the Texas Longhorns.
Yeah.
Averaged at least 20 yards per catch in 10 of his 16 games. He had some monster plays in the college football playoffs, which showed he was a big-time gamer. He was also a really solid kick returner for them as well. But he had nearly 2,000 yards, over 130 catches in 33 starts. The speedy wide receiver who, if you go by his number at the combine, because he only ran 140, it was a 4.29 40. So, Renner, why don't we talk about that afterwards? What do we think about him at 23 of the Packers?
He's an ascending wide receiver. So he started at Houston, was kind of a slot wide receiver there early on in his career, transfers to Texas. By the end of the season, he was outplaying Isaiah Bond, who was the guy that transferred there that everyone thought was going to be their number one. This was the go-to guy down the stretch in the playoffs. He's a great three-level route runner. He can get off the line of scrimmage. He's clean and smooth out of his breaks. He's had drop issues in the past, but was better this year. Size is a little concern, 191 pounds, but he's got long arms, 6'4" wingspan, and he's physical at the catch point. Compared to Santonio Holmes with that ability to get down the football field and also, catch balls outside his frame routinely. I do think he's young and ascending. I had him as 30th overall player because I see him as more of a complementary number two. But the way Green Bay sets up their offense, there's really no number one. No. And with what they have on the roster right now, Christian Watson tore his ACL towards the end of the season. Romeo Doubs had so many concussions last year that he may not even be, cleared to play this next season. So all those concerns, this was one of their biggest needs, and he is definitely a Packers type of wide receiver.
What is your grade for Matthew Golden here?
I'm going to go B+ for this one. Just a touch of a reach. I had Luther Burden higher on my receiver board, but I do think he comes in there, and he's probably their best wide receiver early on in his career.
Slay, what did you think when you put on the film?
When I put on this film, I felt like he was a great receiver, man. Great vertical guy on the field, speed guy, definitely now matching with Green Bay with Watson being a lot hurt all the time. He's been having hamstring injuries.
Right.
So he could fill in. And then for Green Bay to jump that far to get him, Green Bay probably ain't took a first-round receiver in probably the last 20 years.
2002.
Yeah.
Ron Walker.
You know what I'm saying? So that's a big indicator that this is real much needed for them. So it'd be great to see this going on because I ain't seen this happen. They have a great tradition of being second-round guys, receivers that can pan out very well.
Right.
And for the past 2 or 3 second-rounders, I guess they don't feel it's panned out well. So for him to be the first one off the first rounder, it must be a must need for him. So it's gonna be great.
All right, so now let me let you into the weird draft world of conspiracy theories. So, Renner, correct me if I'm wrong, but at the Combine in Indianapolis, there is a belief that whoever was clocking the 40s had a quick finger. Is that true?
Had a slow finger. So they got started, and his start came after he's pretty far up out of his stance. And
you're talking about Golden specifically?
Golden specifically. And he ran a 4.29, didn't run a second time. He stood on the 4.29. Obviously, like a lot of guys that do that. But, you flip on the tape.
And then didn't run in his pro day either.
And his GPS numbers are not
So Slay, this dude looked up, saw 4.29, and was like, I'm done running.
Oh, no. Oh.
So, but the thing is they've looked at this other times from the Combine, and a bunch of the guys maybe had faster times. Is that true?
Yeah, this year was inconsistent, the times at the Combine.
Oh, man, come on.
So this is something that I've been like,
come on now. We got to be better than that. They got to be better than that.
Yeah, but at the same time, good for the kid. He gets to be a 4.29 for the rest of his life.
Yeah, I wouldn't have ran again either. They wouldn't have made me run either.
Imagine you're doing like 4.42s, like all practice, and then you look up and you see 4.29.
Huh? I shut down to my 4.36.
You shut it down?
I shut it down.
What?
I had a 4.36.
And you know you ain't faster than me.
You ran a 4.36?
Yeah, pro day.
That's your pro day.
What did that
knock
come
off a 10?
I didn't have Combine. I was COVID.
Oh, COVID, yeah, you sure was COVID. Yeah.
When I look at you, I just think COVID year. Man, you like this guy?
I do. I think at this late in the draft, I think this is just around the value. Like this class isn't as deep. They have an extreme need at wide receiver. Green Bay, just talking to Jordan Love, he was hoping they added another receiver. Now he has a guy. So I think this is great for, Jordan Love. I bet he's probably happy as hell. He gets a receiver. He gets to at least try him out. Good speed. Renner said that 40 might be off, so we can't say great speed. Good speed. Yeah. But, at this value, at this point in the draft, I think Green Bay has a good player.
Christian Watson, by the way, will also be a free agent after this season. But think about it. When we found out before the game in the playoffs, the wild card game, that Christian wasn't playing, to not have the vertical threat changed, I'm sure, your entire game plan.
It changed the whole entire game plan because he was the only one that was the vertical guy. They try to make a lot of other guys vertical guys, but they're not. They're more of a route running type of tree, always inside breaking routes. So we was always prepared. As soon as he got taken out the game plan, it was like, all right, hey.
Everything's in front of us.
Everything in front of us. So that's why we were sitting on a lot of routes and doing what we need to be doing. But I can't believe they still tried me on the go ball. I don't know when I picked it.
But so that's the thing. So then if Christian Watson gets healthy at the end of the year, you have both of them.
Yeah.
And then going forward, you have consistency with the speed with Golden and then into the future.
Yeah.
And I'll say this, the Packers, the way they set up the receiving core, they can't have limited route runners. Every guy has to run a full tree.
Full tree, that's what I said.
So he is probably, after Travis Hunter, the best full tree guy in this class.
Yeah.
I just realized I missed this earlier. So, you could put Matthew Golden next to Love. Right, you got Golden Love. It's pretty nice. Slay, have you already thought about standing next to Patrick Queen on the sideline?
Say again?
You ever thought about standing next to Patrick Queen on the sideline? So it'll say Slay Queen?
Or Queen Slay?
Oh, not Queen.
No,
well,
Slay,
I do got a
Queen.
Queen Slay. I do have a Queen Slay. My wife is Queen Slay. But
so hold on. So you could get Patrick Queen next to you and they'll say Queen Slay.
Yeah.
She can get that photo.
She can get that photo. She'd be slaying stuff. She the queen. But yeah, it can't be Slay Queen. No, because that means it's just me, my name, because I go by Slay.
Slay Queen.
And you know what I'm saying? It can't be like that. It can't be like that. It got to be Queen Slay. Because then I can be like, that might be Slay wife or something like that. Nah, but it can't be Slay Queen.
Yesterday I thought about that and I was like, how do I mention that without having to say it? So thank you for doing that.
No, we can't do that. That would be wild.
Now, whenever you're ready.
Slay Queen.
All right, one of the big opponents for the Green Bay Packers, the Minnesota Vikings, are on the clock. The 24th pick, Adolfo Mensa, their GM for the 4th season. But the big storyline for Minnesota, it is J.J. McCarthy time. All the other quarterbacks are gone. Sam Darnold, Daniel Jones, Nick Mullins. They spent the most money in the NFL in free agency, $243 million on O-line and D-line. And now they're going O-line again. Donovan Jackson, the offensive lineman, whether he's a tackle or whether he's a guard, out of Ohio State is the pick. They went and they raided the interior offensive line of the Colts in free agency, and now they're adding an interesting piece from Ohio State. First team All-American, 40 starts. He played 31 at left guard, 9 at left tackles, 28 games to end his career. He only had 2 penalties. And he graduated with a 3.85, so he's smart too. Renner, what do we think of the pick?
It's great. This guy was a guard most of his entire career, 5-star recruit. When Josh Simmons went down in the Oregon game, he flipped outside to tackle, and he actually looked better at tackle and guard. But for the Vikings specifically, he will be their left guard. That was the weak link.
That is their main hole.
That was the missing link. They now have a 5 across that they really love, where the interior was a problem last year. It shouldn't be this next year. But a guy who has all the movement skills, I mean, such a smooth mover. I worry about his violence, his finishing. You just don't see that kind of guy on tape. But he is very sound in pass pro. And I think him kicking out to left tackle and having to set like a tackle, I think is going to help him kicking inside to guard and facing the speed that you're going to have to face for the defensive tackle position.
What grade are you giving it?
I'm going to go with a B, though. He was still down the board, felt like more of a day 2 type of guard for me. This is for a first-round guard. His tape was not up to that stuff for me.
Should be really good for the Vikings. Okay, New York Giants, it looks like, have made a trade with the Houston Texans to move into the 25th pick. And that means they're likely coming up for a quarterback. Now, normally we'd be going, it's Shador, but it might be Jackson Dart. I don't know. The New York Giants took Abdul Carter with the 3rd pick in the draft. They had the 34th pick, the 2nd pick in the 2nd round. But it looks like we have a trade. And it looks like, I don't know. I mean, who do we think it's for, man? What's your gut say, Renner?
Shedeur. I think Shedeur.
Wait, you think it's Shedeur?
Yeah. They met with him at the Shrine Bowl for like forever. They were eyeing him. And if, Dable and Shane got their guy, Mara's going to get his guy at the quarterback position too because Winston.
I'm going to be honest, really quick, before you go into it. They gave up their 2nd round pick, whatever. They gave up their 99th pick, which is one of the last picks of the 3rd round was a compensatory pick, and a 3rd round next year. That's not that's a lot to you?
That's a lot to me. Because you're moving up, this is 9 spots to move up.
That's when you say it like that. That's
yeah. Oh, it's the other.
I knew they were taking Dart. I had personal information.
Whoa!
God.
You had personal information you didn't tell us.
I knew they were taking Dart. Oh
Why?
my
How
God.
did you know?
I'm not. Nah. It's
You don't have to give up names.
It's a trust thing in the NFL with the brotherhood. It's a trust thing. I just know. You know how a certain player might say something to you that be like, I don't want them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It was one of them situations.
Yeah. I feel
Wow.
what you're talking about. You got to keep that in-house.
All right, hold on. Is that official? Is that official? No, the picking of Jackson Dart. That is not official.
Okay. But I think it's going to be Dart over Shedeur. If it's Shedeur, I'll be surprised.
So we got you to say it by accident.
I think, it'll be Dart over. I think it will be Dart over Shedeur. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Let me ask you this.
If he gets drafted,
did they love Dart, or was it more of they're not the biggest Shedeur?
You're
not even telling us who it is.
Yeah. I would say they weren't in love with Shedeur.
Okay. But they're still moving up to get a quarterback. So you believe it's going to be Jackson Dart. We'll see. How do you process all this, Renner?
Yeah, I mean, for the Giants, I have Shedeur and Dart very similar grades on it. And truthfully, Dart's probably a little bit more physically gifted. I mean, he's the better runner in terms of his rushing production. He has a stronger arm. He just needs to be on the bench. Shedeur's more NFL ready. Dart, coming from that Ole Miss offense, would need a year or two to sit. You go into a spot where
they have Russell Wilson. They have Jameis Winston.
Yes.
This is the NFC East. So what do we think of this? Just as a team you're going to face twice a year, and Slay as a team you faced twice a year.
I'm a little shocked. This is mad interesting.
This is crazy. This is going to be.
Remember what I called this for the Giants? Shane's last stand. Joe Shane's, because this is the thing that I've always thought, if you're a GM and you're worried about your job, you draft a quarterback in the 1st round. We're starting a new era. I'm not leaving. I'm just getting here. If you end with Abdul Carter and your quarterback of choice, it really does feel like a new era of Giants football.
We'll see. We'll see.
Man, that when they put it up there with Jackson Dart, I really thought that was it.
This is crazy.
That's crazy. I'm saying, what would they?
I'm scared.
I'm trying to see what would they do.
What are you scared about?
2 years
This is going to be very interesting
to Russell.
I'm like, my nerves high.
What do you feel? Talk it out.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for Dart, but not for Shedeur.
I'm like, whoa.
Shedeur ain't trying to sit on no bench for 2 years. So,
where does he land though now if he doesn't go here? Shedeur. After this, so they wanted to jump the Rams. It looks like the Rams were in like the quarterback of the future market too,
right?
With Matt Stafford. After this, I don't think someone else would have to trade back up. You have the Browns though sitting at the top of the second, and they have a ton of picks now. I think just throwing one of those at a quarterback makes a lot of sense. It feels like Cleveland's probably his most likely.
Yeah, it was Cleveland, it was New York, it was Pittsburgh, it's New Orleans as like the teams.
Cleveland still has 33rd.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying.
And what he was saying is they even have more ammunition to trade up if they wanted to get back up because they traded back for the whole Travis Hunter thing.
Yeah,
but it is very interesting that the Rams were seen as the team, because it was an up and back conversation with Matt Stafford all offseason. Is he going to come back? Is he not going to come back? And then if you think it was the Rams, you have to then think that we want the same guy as the Rams. And I'm just going to speak out of turn really quick. Remember, they got rid of Jared Goff to get Matt Stafford because Matt had a stronger arm that I don't think that the Rams would be
won't
looking
look
at
at
Shador,
Shador, nah.
right? Like you're seeing it the same way that I'm seeing it, because I could see maybe Shador being a Jared Goff.
Yeah.
Like if everything goes well, accurate.
Yeah.
Here it goes.
It is, though.
Ah! Crazy.
What if it's like Milrow?
And it is. The Giants are selecting Jackson Dart, the quarterback out of Ole Miss. The pick. Wow. Led all of FBS in yards per attempt, nearly 11 yards per throw. He broke Eli Manning's school record. How about that? Breaks Eli's record and then goes to the New York Giants.
That's even crazier.
Apparently, his teammates say he brings the juice every day. He's going to need some time, though. He was the #1 play-action pass guy.
Look at it. Talk.
College football.
I like that.
252 of his passes were out of play action. He also scrambled a lot. What do we think of him now at 25?
Yeah, the Ole Miss offense did him no favors. It's go balls, it's hitches, it's very one-guy reads, two-guy reads. It is not NFL translatable, but he got himself here with his performance at the Senior Bowl. When he went to an NFL environment with NFL concepts, he looked like the best guy there. Now, he still has issues. There are games on his tape, most notably the Florida game towards the end, where he kind of just fell apart. Like there are times where he could have rose to the occasion and didn't. This was a uber-talented Ole Miss team. A lot of people had them going far in the playoff. They didn't even know making the playoff. So he had games where he was a problem, but he also was battle-tested. 4 years as a starter, every single year got better, and he likes attacking down the football field. There are raw tools to develop here. He needs development, and he's going to a great spot to do it.
This is the perfect place to sit.
So I was lower on my board, but it's a quarterback, and it's a shot for a team that just had to do it. So I'm going to go A- here.
All right, Slay, I'll let you go first on this one.
Okay, yeah.
Ole Miss guy, you got to talk
Ole Miss
nice
guy,
about
man.
him.
Look, Hell State to you. But I saw great tape on him, man. I think he's a great guy. I think he should for sure need development. Sit behind Russell, I think would be a great job. Guys with strong arms, deep ball guy. I think they just give him time, build around him for the future. But I think it's a great pick for New York. And I think they got to get something good going in their hands. He might step up, in the middle of the year, never know how the season going to give him a shot, but he for sure need time.
And you'll be facing him twice a year, Micah. What are we thinking?
I think the biggest thing I think separates him is his legs and obviously great arm strength, but the legs. I think the mobility part, I think that's what separated him from Shador. When I look at him and Shador, I think they took the more athletic quarterback just because how the NFL is trending.
Yeah,
I think him and Shador, of where they're at right now, I think they're both head and head about this is where you'll take them at this place in the draft. But when you look at it and say, hey, Dart has legs. Dart has a little bit more athleticism, especially in the NFC East, where you have myself, Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith. They just added Abdul Carter. They just added, Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, where you have predominantly, you would say, some of these guys, you're more premier edge rushers to say, hey, if he's in a situation, he'll get out. You know what I mean? So I think that's what played the part in this pick.
I have said from the beginning that this reminded me of the 2019 draft. It was Kyler went 1, and then you had Daniel Jones and Dwayne Haskins.
Yeah.
And I didn't even realize, if you go back to that 2019 draft, the Giants took Daniel Jones at 6. They had 2 other first-round picks. You know who was one of their later picks? Dexter Lawrence. So the big thing they did this time was they took Abdul Carter first, and they said, hey, maybe we'll wait instead of overdrafting Daniel Jones, which we can now admit that they did. And they were able to maybe spend less of that value. Even though they still traded up, they didn't waste that top 3 pick, and they go and they get Jackson Dart.
Especially wasting a compensatory pick. People throw those away all the time. So I'm not really mad at that. And then you saying you threw a comp pick that really wasn't your pick, and maybe a future third
to get maybe your quarterback in the
future. That is well worth it versus what they spent more for Travis Hunter. You know what I mean? So when you're talking about QB market, what QB value will be in 5 years, you're thinking 75, 80 million. I'm gonna take that chance every time.
Wrap it up for us.
Interesting note: the last time a team drafted a quarterback in the first round, but it was their second pick of the first round.
I have a guess.
Hey, right?
I'm going to say Brandon Weeden.
Brandon Weeden.
Cleveland Browns.
Trent Richardson was the pick before.
Yes.
Not great track record, but obviously.
Well, Brandon Weeden was like...
He gave me a little Jalen Hurts vibe right there, though. He gave me some Jalen Hurts, though.
yelling at people.
Atlanta has another pick. Who's their pick?
So Atlanta, we have an announcement. Atlanta has traded up with the Los Angeles Rams into this 26th spot. So they had the 14th pick of the second round, which was the 46th overall. They trade that. See, this is what I mean. They gave up a first-round pick next year. The Giants gave up a third-round pick. That's why I thought the value was good. That value's crazy. But I guess you have to move from 46 to 26.
Yeah.
But giving up a first-round pick, like, I'm sorry, bro.
That's tough.
Before we get to that, let's bring in a very special guest. I had so much fun watching this player all year. The number one running back in this draft, over 2,600 rushing yards. And damn, he looks good in that suit.
Look at him.
Ashton, Jeanty, welcome. Joining Micah Parsons. We got big play Darius Slay. How does it feel, man, to be a Raider for the night to officially have your hat on?
Yeah, what's good, y'all, man? It feels amazing. It's a great feeling. I'm super excited.
What do you got for him, Micah?
Hey, bro, first of all, I already know you do all that dance on the football field, but now I done seen you take a TikTok career. Can we see one of them woes? like you.
Come on now.
Hey, you already know I talked to you over from Super Bowl throughout the year, man. I'll honestly say, man, I couldn't be happy for a better person. I think you're a better person. And that goes far more than any football stuff matters. And just take that same attitude and character into your locker room. You got Max Crosby. Don't let Max get in your head, bro. They call him Mad Max for a reason. Stay away from him.
Yeah, he's talking crazy.
Hey, just let him talk, bro. Max he's one of them nutcases, but he a genuine person. You're going into a great locker room, man. Enjoy that, and I hope you have a great career.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, man. What's up, man? Hey, look, I play corner, man, and they set the edge. Just give me a warning, man. Just give me a warning. Please do not try to run me over, big dog.
All right, man. I might give you a little juke or a hurdle.
Hey, man, love watching you play, man. You did big things over there at Boise State, man. You carried that team, man. You did a lot, man. I love your game. Continue to keep doing you.
You got any Italian to send us off
it.
on? Any Italian words of wisdom?
Shoot, nah, man. I lost the Italian, but I'll just say ciao, man.
You got the Italian suit, man. The suit looks clean. Congratulations, Ashton.
Hey, I thought you was Italian for a second. I was like, hold on, he got some depth.
That's awesome.
Hey, I appreciate it, y'all, man.
Congrats,
Hey, yes,
man.
sir. Congrats, bro.
Yeah, thank you.
So he spent a bunch of his childhood in Italy.
Wow.
And so he was just going around Italy, like they would be in a bus for like 2.5 hours and play Florence and stuff like that. All right, the pick is in, and Atlanta traded up to get the pass rusher out of Tennessee, the one and only James Pierce Jr. So they go in this draft, they get Jalon Walker and then go James Pierce. They said, we're done with these bad sacks. We're going for it. Two-time first-team All-SEC. The most pressures in the SEC over the last 2 years, 107, and in his career, 39 games, 19.5 sacks, trading up to get Pierce.
Yeah, they must have had, with what they gave up, they must have had a sky-high grade on this guy. I know people who had him as a top 10 player in this class. His tape shows unique, high-end physical gifts. He ran a 4.47 at the combine. His explosiveness with long arms reminds me of Leonard Floyd, who he himself was a top 10 pick. Now, he struggles as a high side rusher. I think he's a touch stiff. He doesn't have quite power yet, but he's still filling out that frame. I mean, look at him with the long arms. I mean, he looks like a jumbo wide receiver. He can put some more mass on, and he can be a power bull rusher who can win with those quick inside moves. He's just twitched up as can be. So for an Atlanta Falcons team that, he hit like 23 miles per hour on the GPS on this. He was flying. For an Atlanta Falcons team that, like you mentioned, has not had an edge rusher since Jonathan Abraham retired. They now have two. They got Jalon Walker. They got him. They are going to rush the passer so much better in the future than they did last year.
And they're young. They went young. And that's one thing you got to admit. They went young. And I think that's important. You know?
What was your grade for this?
With the trade up, irrespective of that, this is an A value, but the trade up was a ton to give up. They better be darn good next year to justify it.
Who was your comp for him just there?
Leonard Floyd.
Leonard Floyd.
You know who's on the Falcons?
Leonard Floyd.
Leonard Floyd.
There you go.
Wow.
Pairing up.
All right, talk about them going young.
I think that's extremely important. They kind of let Matthew Judon. I thought they thought they would get a lot out of Matthew Judon, trading for him.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't get a whole bunch of value, so it makes sense. You would say the only consistent rusher they had was Enrique out of Penn State last year. He was kind of their leading guy. So now you say, hey, we got 2 young guys. You add in Walker. I think that's what they were looking for. Speed. Obviously in the NFC, that's what they did a lot of with. And obviously more consistent rushes, which you'll get out of Pierce and Walker. I think this was their biggest needs. I think they're sitting back and say, hey, we are set for the future. We don't got to worry about paying a premier guy for a while, which is important. Rushers now at 35 to 40-something million. So you can take that cap relief. You say, hey, we also saving a lot with the quarterback, Michael Penix.
If they can get off the Cousins contract. Yes.
Even if they get off the Cousins contract, Cousins is at 40-something. They gave a lot to him early.
Right.
It was more front-loaded. So even then, in a couple of years, it really wouldn't affect them. So they're going to have a lot of money to spend in other positions. I thought this was a good value, like you said, giving up a first round next year. That's like, first round picks are hard to come by. But, I think he's a good player, and I think.
And now you can match up these 2 young star players that you hope they can become stars with Penix's timeline. So now they're all kind of on the same timeline. Now you have like a 4 or 5 year window where your defense and your offense can kind of come up
exactly.
together.
And with the young talent they got already, Bijan, Drake London,
yes.
So I think this is.
But Slay, Pierce's video was crazy to watch.
Yeah, he's elite.
He's a freak athlete.
He was one of the guys I said was one of my favorite guys, and I'm glad you know who he reminds me of? Russo. You know what I mean?
Gregory
a guy
Rousseau.
who snucks in late. He'll give you about 7-8 sacks a year, and he's going to keep developing. I think Russo will end up being a 10-sack guy after he keeps developing, but I think early on this guy will give you 6 to 10 sacks.
Falcons were 31st in sacks. And also, if you think about it, if this offense with Penix and all those weapons can really go, now you got young guys, maybe you could play with a lead. Maybe you can let them pin their ears back and get after it and start racking up those sacks, getting that confidence. I just think it's so funny. You comped him to Leonard Floyd, and Leonard Floyd is on the roster. Pretty good guy to learn.
Man, he looked like a safety playing DN.
All right, Baltimore Ravens were the next team on the clock. The pick is in, and the Baltimore Ravens now have a
that's my favorite one of my
Kyle Hamilton.
Come on now.
It is the safety out of Georgia, Malachi Starks. You're clapping against a division rival right now.
I'm clapping because I like this pick, though. That's why I like this player.
It is.
I love this player.
Look, Ari says there it's a perfect Ravens pick. I feel like the Ravens make the perfect pick every year, but it is Malachi Starks out of Georgia, 2-time first-team All-American, 42 starts. He played all over the secondary. He also played on punt coverage. He held people accountable. He's a really heck of a player. He's very versatile, huh, Renner?
You said you never had a pick on a fade route. This pick right here was something.
Sick.
That was the tone setter for the season.
That was unbelievable. I think it was first week of the season.
It was.
He is just versatile as can be. I think just watching his tape that if he wanted to, he could just go play outside corner. And getting him a versatile chess piece in coverage next to a Kyle Hamilton, that is a recipe for success. These guys are obviously, we know Kyle Hamilton, but he's a Brian Branch comp to me. Just his ability to move to the slot, to deep, to really anywhere and see the game at a high level. He's a great tackler. The 4.5, he plays faster than the 4.5. He was a track guy in high school too. I think he ran like a 10.55.
Yeah, he played
So
fast.
he's faster than a 4.5 when you see him on a football field. He actually had the fastest GPS time in every drill at the combine of the defensive back group. He just is football fast and a great guy. A-plus character. Interviewed him at the combine. Couldn't be more humble. Couldn't be more grateful to get this opportunity. He's going to work his butt off. Ravens, that defense, that was the biggest issue. I think it's going to be a big, big turnaround for them this season.
Yeah, they lost Marcus Washington. They lost Ardarius Washington, both safeties in free agency. Tre'Davious White, Brandon Stevens, Arthur Mollett, all gone. What was your grade here from
A+. He was 8-16 on my board, and he goes to a great landing spot.
All right, Slay.
Yeah.
You clapped for it.
Yeah,
What do you love about him?
This is my favorite, like, all-around DB right here. This is one of my favorite dudes. I like the fact that he got here because it's a great fit. Because as you saw on film, they had to move Marlon Humphreys back into the inside because, what's the thing old kid name? I always forgot his name.
Nate Wiggins?
Not Nate Wiggins.
Brandon Stevens?
Chidobe.
Hamilton. Cal Hamilton.
Okay.
I'm almost
Cal
Hamilton was playing a little bit of it. And then they took away from the post safety play, making him versatile. Now I feel as in now Marlon can move back outside, play outside fully. They can either rotate these two guys because both of these guys can play nickel, safety, anyone because they're all so versatile. So I think they got a great versatile safety package right now. So these guys can be invertible. Like it could come down as Kyle Hamilton as a strong safety playing the box, playing the run or guarding down. Because he's the best coverage safety in this draft class, too, as well. So it's very inversable. So you would not tell and disguise of what's going on right now. So I really like the pick because this kid can really help, Hamilton be the best version of him.
And that just, with the way you just described it, that is what's so scary about the Baltimore Ravens defense.
It's scary. It can be scary.
You have no idea who is coming, where they're coming from, and who is guarding you.
It's going to be a good challenge for us in the division. I love it.
The Ravens, this is like every year they have this pick. Their draft track record.
Yeah, go through it.
Hamilton, Tyler Linderbaum, Zay Flowers, Nate Wiggins. It's like every year they just pick a guy and you're like, back at end of the first round. And you're like, oh, wait, they're just going to be good. Yeah. Rashad Bateman, Dafe Owe, Patrick Queen. You're like, oh, wait, they got that guy? He's going to be good then. Yep. This is another pick where it's like, oh, wait, they got this guy?
Shout out. Let's give credit. Eric DaCosta, their GM, is in his 7th season. And of course, he learned from the true godfather of the Baltimore Ravens. But DaCosta's been with Baltimore since 1996. Ozzie Newsome is who I was talking about, where Ozzie Newsome was just the best draft. 96 is when you started getting into the Ray Lewises and the Ed Reeds. Just every freaking year, the Baltimore Ravens do it well. Malachi Starks, he was a guy when he made that pick in the first week of the season, everyone was saying maybe he's a top 10 guy.
Yep.
Falls all the way down here to 27, round 1, 27.
That is crazy. They got a ball player, too.
Digging it, Micah?
Oh, yeah.
That's a ball player, though, man. What? They're going to be so versatile. They got guys that can play everywhere now.
All right, so now we're at the part of the draft of the teams that went really, really far in the playoffs. Next on the clock, a former home for you, the Detroit Lions.
Yeah.
28th pick in the draft. What a year for the Detroit Lions. 15-2, first in the NFC North.
Yep.
Then they go out there in that divisional round, and Washington and mainly Jaden Daniels put on a show.
Yep.
It just couldn't believe it kept going every play that happened. But it is also an interesting year for transition. Both coordinators leave. Offensive coordinator goes on to become the head coach, Ben Johnson, of the Chicago Bears. Defensive coordinator goes on to become the head coach of the New York Jets. I experienced this through you guys, the Philadelphia Eagles. You go to the Super Bowl, you lose to the Chiefs. Your offensive coordinator, gone. Your defensive coordinator, gone. That next year, you're
figuring it out.
Both coordinators were gone after that season.
Yep.
So coming in is John Morton, the OC. He was the Denver Broncos passing game coordinator. And the DC is Kelvin Shepard, who was the linebackers coach. He was there for about 5 years. In terms of off-season, they lose Kevin Zeitler, their guard. They lose Carlton Davis, their corner. They bring in DJ Reed. They just paid Kirby Joseph. He is now the highest paid safety in the NFL.
Go D-tackle. Got to go D-tackle.
And it is going to be a defensive tackle. The pick for Detroit. It is not someone that Michigan fans are going to like, but it is going to be Ohio State defensive tackle Tyleik Williams. Third team All Big Ten, had 25 starts, 11 and a half sacks. What do we think of this pick here?
I actually like it. I love his tape. I had him higher on my board than Kenneth Grant. He was a guy who actually flashed some as a pass rusher early on in his career, but then grew into more of their nose tackle role and just became a class eater in the run game. This guy's a brick wall. I have no concerns about how he's going to translate as their nose tackle. And that with Lee McMillan, with his injury last year with that ACL, this might have been their biggest need on that side of the football. They need someone who can come in right away and make an impact. He's very NFL ready. He's got heavy hands. And I think there's some pass rushing potential to him, too. I'd like him to get a little bit lighter than probably what he played at last year, but I think he can be a little bit more versatile than he was at Ohio State. So, defensive tackle position was kind of cooked. I said that earlier. But Tyleik Williams is a guy for the Lions specifically I think can be a good player. So I'm going to go A- for this one.
I was kind of expecting them, if they were going to go D-line, to go edge rusher opposite Aiden Hutchinson, but they go D-line nonetheless. Remember how many injuries they had last year on the D-line? 7, 8 guys. What did you think when you watched Williams on tape?
You know, I think, like he said, run stopper. He was able. I think that's the most important. And he brought up Lee McMillan. I think that was the most important. I think down the stretch, they didn't have a lot of depth at D tackle. They had a lot of injuries. That's why I was kind of feeling like they would go Campbell. At linebacker, they had a lot of injuries. The interior, they had a lot of injuries. They lost Hutchinson.
Right.
So I think this made the sense at the. And then I say, if you say, oh, I'm surprised he went first round, do you trust he'll make it to the end of day 2? Where the Lions will pick again?
Likely.
Absolutely not. So at this pick, where they're at, I just think it's about taking the best team available player that's going to help benefit your team. Does it make them better? Absolutely. So I think this is a great pick for where they're at.
It breaks the streak. They had gone an Alabama player as a first-round pick the last 3 years. Terry and Arnold last year. Jameer Gibbs was one of their 2 picks the year before. And then Jamison Williams went with Aiden Hutchinson in 2022, but an Ohio State player for Detroit Lions, a D lineman. That's what they do. They get the trenches.
And I think this is a pick saying, hey, if we want to win a Super Bowl, we got to go through the Eagles. Like a lot of teams, I think, are thinking right now in the NFC, hey, we have to combat what they have in the trenches. And especially that offensive line for Philly. We can't get rolled up on by Saquon Barkley and company. So get whatever you can on that interior to deal with that. This feels like a pick specifically combating that.
Yeah. All right, so the Detroit Lions have their guy, and again, it's a new regime there. Next up, it is the Washington Commanders. What a year it was for them, man. 12-5, second in the NFC East. They knocked off Detroit. Then they come back and they play the Philadelphia Eagles.
They go safety.
And they lose 55-23.
Yeah, we had to put a spanking on them boys.
Man. Dan Quinn, his second year. Why don't you talk about your love for Dan Quinn?
Man, first of all, I want to say I love Dan Quinn just because of the person he is. I think even now he'll hit me up and call me like, "Happy Easter, bro. I miss you. I hope everything's good. How's your kids?" I think that's the type of player, like coach, you're getting when you go to Dan Quinn's organization. And, it
shows how quickly he turned it around.
Yeah, I think, bro, he makes you want to play your life out. Like, even on my worst games, he bring me in. He'd be like, do you think you're giving your max effort? Let me see you bring it out on tape next week. Like, I'm challenging you. I'm daring you to do that. I know you can do it. Like, he don't put you down to, he, like, just talks to you man to man. I think he cares about you as a person. So you go well and beyond. And if I know him here, they're going defense.
Yeah. Well, let's just say this. The big move they made was trading for Laramie Tunsil.
Yes.
That shocked a lot of people. One, I guess you got a lot of contracts coming up in Houston, but you get to take a premier left tackle away from an emerging quarterback and give it to your emerging quarterback. They also went out there and signed Deebo Samuel. They signed Javon Kinlaw. So they really did address O-line and D-line in free agency. The question, they did lose Jonathan Allen and, of course, De'Ami Brown. What are we thinking here? You were just looking over the big board.
Yeah.
What are you thinking?
I think they go Nick, just because.
Like a nickel corner?
Yeah, because if you they
Will
let
Johnson's still on the board.
they
they
traded for Marshawn Lattimore. I mean, they might go. I think it goes corner or safety. And
Safety for
I
sure.
only think that they're doing that because they let Jeremy Chin walk.
Yeah, I think they're going safety.
So
Could this be your guy?
yeah, this might be my guy.
You think this is
this
Nicky
one
Manwari?
make me sick. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm telling you, going safety.
What do you think, right?
Safety.
Well, they need a lot. Like they could take a corner, they could take a safety, they could take an edge rusher too.
think the kids-
Because outside Dorrance Armstrong,
They added
they
Will.
were using Frankie Luvu to rush the passer off the edge at times
Right.
last year. So they could. Mike Green, I don't think in their wildest dreams they expected him to be on the board here. He's fallen pretty far down. So that could be the pick too. But Amand Worry, Will Johnson, they have a real good board setting up.
Any
for them
interest
right now.
in Ezaraku
That's
out of
crazy.
Boston College?
I mean, I think that would be a little bit of a reach considering the other guys on the draft board right now. But he also would fit what they want to do.
Yeah, I feel like they go safety.
All right, so they're dapping up each other on TV.
love
They,
it.
they just showed Mike Green, and he was not answering his phone. So it is interesting. This is Adam Peters, the GM. He came over from San Francisco. You got Cliff Kingsbury running the offense, Joe Witt and Dan Quinn doing the defense right here. They were 30th against the run last year, and you talked about gearing up to play the Philadelphia
They
Eagles.
adjusted the run. The run
Do you
fit.
go and add some more beef on the D-line? They are going offensive line. Josh Connerly at number 29. Josh Connerly, the tackle out of Oregon. So you trade for Laramie Tunsil at left tackle. And I thought you picked up Andrew Wiley from Kansas City. Very interesting. Josh Connerly, third-team All-American. All 28 of his starts were at left tackles. Over his last 12 starts, he only allowed 6 pressures. The problem was they were all against Ohio State and the big-time competition. A little bit stunned right now, but Josh Connerly, the pick, Renner, makes some sense out of it.
Yeah, they already had said Brandon Coleman, their third-round pick last year, they're moving to right tackle. So I think this means Connerly slotting in at left guard next to Laramie Tunsil, doing quite exactly what Laramie Tunsil did to start his career, which was start at guard and then move out to tackle. But I love this tape. I just think he needs seasoning. And that's, a good spot to keep him inside at guard where he's not necessarily thrown to the wolves like this guy sitting next to me over here. So I do think that the way he uses his hands, you see it all at times. You just don't see it consistently. He had the fastest 10 split of any offensive lineman in this draft class. He gets out of his stance explosively. He uses his hands explosively. It's all twitchy. It all looks like what it's supposed to look like, but it just comes and goes in spurts. As you saw, against some better competition, I thought he struggled. So that's why he's here at this point in the draft. You got Jaden Daniels. You got a 3 to 4 year window here where he's still cheap. He's going to be good within that 3 to 4 year window, and you're going to have an elite offensive line when that's the case.
And what grade you give it?
So I give it an A.
So it seems like maybe they're trying to copy the Eagles in terms of just adding huge people. So you put in Laramie Tunsil, then you put 311 pounds of Connerly at guard. It's a monster guard. What did you think when you watched his film?
Man, like I said, if he's going to play...
You start with a man. Tell the truth.
Hey, he be going in.
Tell the truth.
Hey, if you're going to take a player at this point, I mean, if you're going to say he's a development, he's going to play next to Laramie, makes sense. He's a premier position. He could kick out. You don't understand how long Laramie's going to play, if they're going to want to pay him again.
Right.
You truly just never know how they're going to use it. But they do need guard help. They're getting big bodies. They're saying, like I said, the Bengals, Eagles, we got to beef up our front. We got to protect our
50 times last year.
We have to protect our quarterback, and Jaden Daniels, he's the future of their program, the future of everything. Future of the NFL, pretty much. It makes a lot of sense for this pick.
What do we think here, Slay, after everything you've heard?
I mean, just hearing it, like me playing against Washington, we knew we would get this guy on the run. He needed protection.
Yeah, what was the mindset? What did you want Jaden Daniels
We
to
knew
do?
we could get pressure on him, but we knew we had to contain the pocket. So we had to crush the pocket and don't let him escape through the big gaps and stuff like that. So offensive tackle probably wasn't needed. What guard, wherever he plays, he gonna need it because guys getting after him, and definitely we had him running on skates last year, so they need to protect their quarterback.
It is true. That offensive line was very suspect when it got to the NFC Championship game.
Yeah,
and now you're adding those two and Wiley. Like, they have done a lot.
And I'll just say, now they're really athletic because they kind of got rid of the 2 worst athletes from last year on their offensive line, Allegretti, Wiley, and upgraded with Coleman and now him. And so all those guys can move with Laramie Tunsil in there as well. You can pull, you can do things with Jaden Daniels that are creative in the running game to keep it fresh.
Well, I know that Cliff Kingsbury will be happy. More protection for Jaden Daniels. Again, there is no better time to invest in your team than when you got that rookie quarterback contract. You can spend money in free agency, and you want to get guys in that next draft that are either weapons or there to help support him. Buffalo Bills are now on the clock. They have been the pride of the AFC East for what feels like
dominant
forever
number one
now. 9th year for Brandon Beane, the GM, who came over from Carolina, which was a big coup back in the day because he was all those big drafts. Sean McDermott's 9th season, 86-45 at the helm. Buffalo 13-4 last year. They lost in the AFC Championship game to the Kansas City Chiefs when they tried to do a tush-push, and it didn't go nowhere.
That's what I'm saying.
It doesn't happen for everybody. They were good scoring again. They added Joey Bosa was the big addition there. What are we thinking here, Renner, at number 30?
Cornerback's probably their biggest need. I think that
Will Johnson.
Come on now. They just paid a corner, too, as well, though, so they paid him high money.
Yeah, so Christian Benford outside, Teron Johnson in the slot, but then they got that hole where that Rasul Douglas played last year on the other side. Will Johnson falling here would make a lot of sense. Maxwell Harrison, too, is a guy mocked there as well. They could address safety. They could address defensive tackle. Wouldn't surprise me if Nick Manwary's
Is
the pick.
there any chance that they go wide receiver here?
A little bit. A little bit.
They added Josh Palmer, but I don't think that's getting anyone too excited. Keon Coleman, Khalil Shakir. I mean, could it be a Luther Burden? Could it be a Kyle Williams? Williams has a ton of speed. And Luther Burden could be that Debo Samuel light.
I would like Burden there. He's probably the only one on the board right now that I would like. He is explosive. Yeah. He could develop into a true number one sort of guy, but they just have so many.
And also that Eman Wari possibility. Think about all those years they had Micah Hyde and Poyer. Yeah. They have, you know, they could get one of those powerful safeties in the AFC East.
It's going to be crazy to see this.
What are we thinking?
I hope Will.
You're hoping Will.
I hope Will.
Slay saying Will.
Yeah, I'm so surprised, Will.
I'm surprised.
They had him as top 5 pick before
this. Yeah, I don't know how he even slipped this far.
How do you explain Will dropping this far, Renner?
He didn't test pre-draft, and he had a toe injury. And his tape this past year, he didn't put his best foot forward. It was his sophomore year. His sophomore year was elite. It was great tape. He did not come back.
Sort of like a Derek Stingley
situation, but Stingley just has so much potential, though. Yeah. Stingley was a different breed.
That's another animal.
He's another animal.
All right, Buffalo Bills. Bobby Babich is their defensive coordinator. They have been mocked, using different mocks. Malachi Stark's no longer on the board. Mike Green was mocked to them.
Davis White.
And Donovan Ezaraku was also. But they are going with Mad Max Hairston.
Kentucky.
The cornerback out of Kentucky. One of the favorites for Slay.
Yeah, I knew. I told you that was my boy. That's one of my ones.
So they go corner, but they do not go Will Johnson. They go Mad Max Hairston.
I like him.
Second team all SEC.
Fast, 4.2 guy.
He ran a 4.28 40, and he was clocked at 24.25 miles an hour. Favorite player is Jalen Ramsey. Woo! And he's out. Yeah. What do we think here, Renner?
He has 4.28 speed, and you see it play after play after play with this guy. Truly, he caught up to so many wide receivers, and in the NFL, it is a make-up ground game in the secondary position. You are not always going to be in phase. You're not always going to be where you want to be. And this guy had the best makeup speed in the entire draft class. He's feisty. He's got long arms. He may be a little undersized, but he has the traits to make up for it. A guy who can really play man coverage. And for the Bills specifically, you have some slower corners there. He now is your speed guy to match up with a Xavier Worthy, to match up with a Zay Flowers, to match up with the speed he's going to have to see in the AFC if you want to win a Super Bowl. So Dante Jackson's the comp for him. I think he's even a little bit more fluid and a little bit more physical than Dante Jackson with a little better length. So I think if we would have seen him healthy, because he had a minor shoulder injury that got infected by a needle at the hospital he went to, cost him a bunch of games this season, but he had 5 picks the year prior. His sophomore tape was great, and I think he could get even better. He could be a guy that we're talking about is even better as he develops in the NFL with the traits that he has.
Grade.
I'm going to give it an A-. This is where I think I literally had him 30th on my draft board, so I can't really complain, or 31st, right around here. It's just that Will Johnson on the board right now. I would have gone that way if I was there, but who knows? A lot of teams are saying no.
Slay?
Well, this is one of my favorite ones, though, for sure. I had one of my guys. I love his tape because of the fact that he's got great zone eyes. As you see right now, he's playing a lot of great zone, got his eyes in the backfield, but he sees where his guys at. So great ball skills. I love it. And I love off-man corners more than press because the fact that it's easier to, teach a guy press than teach a man off. So I see him with some great off technique. But most thing I like about is when he catch the rock, he finds the end zone. You know what I'm saying? So if you're a turnover machine and creating points, that's what you like. I like a guy that can get in that end zone, man. So he get the rock and he scores. So.
All right, so great, awesome. All right, we have news. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded with the Kansas City Chiefs to move up one spot. Why did they move up one spot? I don't know. Seems really unnecessary. But what happened the last time they moved up one spot, Micah? They moved from 10 to 9, and they took Jalen Carter. And so the question is, why would they trade a meaningless 4th-round pick to move up one spot? Why would they need to do that?
They go in safety.
Could it be Nick Emanwari, the safety that you told me in the pre-production meeting was your favorite guy, and it would really chap your ass if he went 32?
I smiled at you because I saw it. I was like, hold on.
I'm like, oh.
You know what? Before it happens, let's take a little walk down memory lane of the last few years for the Eagles.
Damn, boy, they get everybody. You like.
Yo, they just be at the perfect
The
time.
Philadelphia Eagles, baby. Move it up. One pick to take Jalen Carter.
I'm sick.
Wow.
I'm just so sick to my stomach right now. I'm just sick to my stomach.
Micah, I know you. Just be a Philadelphia Eagle at this point. I know you want to be a part of this great organization, man. Come on.
Look at the screen. He's got tissues for you. Call the Wambulance. The Eagles, yes! Selecting Micah Parsons' favorite player for the second straight year. Quarterback out of Toledo, Quinyon Mitchell. Quinyon Mitchell out of Toledo, a 4.33 40.
I'm honestly utterly disgusted.
Look at why you look my boy look
lucky
sleepy.
Eagles
Look at
are.
him. Why you look sleepy?
So, look, they could be going maybe a Josh Simmons, I don't know, could be the tackle of the future, maybe a Mike Green with this precipitous fall. I also think Jihad Campbell could be a position here.
Yeah.
N'Kobe Dean coming up on a contract extension. They got to figure that out. You pair him, with
Barnes.
with Barnes would be nice.
How we draft Nick. I'm hitting up Howard and saying, you owe me some bread. I just understand.
Who would you be upset if they drafted?
I would say.
They could go Will Johnson here too, to be honest, after Slay left.
Yeah.
They probably could.
I wouldn't be mad at
But who would you be the maddest? That's what I want to know.
Nick. Or even, honestly, I would take Benjamin Morrison from Notre Dame. I think
That's
he's
a lie.
dog.
That's a lie. You don't believe that.
Benjamin
That's a lie.
Morrison's
You're
a
saying
dog.
that to try and spin it.
Who? Benjamin Morrison from Notre
I
Dame.
have a feeling it's going to be Jihad Campbell. That's my.
That'd be Jihad.
I feel like it could be that. Yeah.
How would that make you feel, Micah? I want max upsetness.
Oh, look
I
at
mean,
that. Ooh, that
the
number
real one is Nick.
Part
Okay.
of that number one pass defense right there, Slay.
The real one is Nick, man.
What if you mix Luther Burden with AJ and Devontae?
Nah.
Okay.
Ain't doing enough. They don't-
Too much.
Because they still got.
They got
Jahan.
that's too much ball there. They
still got
they
Jahan.
they trying to trade Dallas, so
Right.
they trying to save the ball for they got their third option. So I don't
Renner,
think
can you explain to me why they would trade up one pick?
That's a good question. Who's even behind? So obviously,
safety
it's not
need
like
for
what the
sure.
Chiefs would be drafting. It would be whoever's in the top
Because
of
at
the
this
second
point
round.
of the
moving
draft,
up.
now there's also this question. What if the Eagles draft Shador Sanders? I'm only saying this because it's Howie, and I have no idea. We weren't expecting them to draft Jalen Hurts when they had Carson Wentz. I'm just saying they don't really have a back. Oh, and they have Tanner McKee, who's my guy. I love
Tanner get it done.
Tanner is cold.
He gets it done. He put up how much? He put up some points on that.
He put up 250 against the Giants. I know that.
Oh boy.
All right, so they give up a fourth rounder. All right, Micah, so the one that would really piss you off is Nicky Manamori. That one would really get you. Okay, good.
Look.
What's your guess, Renner?
I saw it, unfortunately.
You saw it?
Yeah. I can't say.
Can we just do it then?
I don't want to get us in trouble.
Wow. Scale of 1 to 10.
Can I give my grade? I can give my grade for it. It's a good grade. I'll give it a good grade.
Oh
Okay,
yeah.
it's a good grade. It's a good grade.
You got to be careful. Or it might be the safety.
Slay, what do you think the Eagles need?
Can we get a heads?
I think they go to safety just because Sydney.
Don't tell us. anything.
Is it offense or defense?
No, Renner, don't say it.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Offense, defense isn't saying anything.
It's defense.
It's defense. It's
You know it's
defense.
We always built on. They always.
All right,
built
so
on-
hold on, Slay, but what do you think the Eagles need?
I think they go safety right here, because the fact that the position is well much needed. They got Sidney Brown who came off a ACL
Yes.
tear.
Yeah.
That's up next, but then they kept the guy from Georgia. That's that got drafted.
Louis Seen.
Yep. So but they still developing. So
Right.
they still don't feel like a guy that's still fully developed at that position. Besides,
And they got to
Blankenship.
replace C.J.
They gotta
Gardner-Johnson.
replace CD.
What about linebacker?
I like Dean is a great linebacker, but I know for sure the Eagles are concerned about his
The
injury
patella
because his
tendon, yeah.
injuries kept battling up. So they just added Doris, so I know they ain't going corner. So I feel as in the safety or as a linebacker for sure.
It's interesting because the Eagles had that philosophy of not giving up a lot of big assets for linebackers for so long, and I'm sure it annoyed you
Yeah,
guys for a
they did.
while. And then Zach Bond comes in,
They go
and
crazy.
it was like
Because you can't
insane.
find that. Yeah, he can't find
Dude,
that.
he was linebacker, D end. He was
everywhere.
everything.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
Yeah. So I feel like they'll go either.
All
I
right,
honestly think they go Campbell though.
pick is in.
Campbell.
All right, let's just do it. I'm ready. The Philadelphia Eagles, with the 31st pick, select. Come on, be someone.
Campbell.
Campbell.
Jihad Campbell. I'll take it. I'll take it.
They're going Campbell.
How do you feel? How do you feel?
I'm cool. Take him.
What?
Take him.
Yeah, I knew it was Campbell.
Oh, man, my guy Zach Berman breaking the news. Jihad Campbell, the pick for the Philadelphia Eagles, and we are going to get to Mike Renner breaking it down. But first, man, I can't believe he lasted this long. Jihad Campbell, the #1 ranked linebacker in this class, second-team All-American, a 5-star recruit as an edge rusher before he transitioned to off-ball linebacker, led the team in tackles for loss, sacks, and forced fumbles, had at least 8 tackles in 10 of 13 games. He also led all linebackers in the shuffle sprint and the wave drills. An Alabama leader coming to the Philadelphia Eagles.
Hey, he wore 11. Stick City.
Stick City. What do we think, Renner?
The edge converted to linebacker seems fitting for this Eagles team, given Zach Bond was exactly
100%.
that for them last year. And you watch his tape, and you think he could do exactly what Zach Bond did. Jamie Collins is my comp for him, though. You just have this big monster athlete. He has a 6'8" wingspan at 6'3". That's why he was an edge rusher, but he really is. The way he moves in space here on a 4.52 40 at that size, and for how new he is to the position, I can't believe he lasted this long. I thought he was a guy who I was like, who's a surprise top 10 pick? I thought he could be one in this draft class because of what his ceiling could be, because he could be like a Zach Bond. He has all-pro potential. And now for that defense with Vic Fangio and them just playing, that zone coverage behind the front four, he can drop so well. He's so fluid in his breaks, can tackle so well in space. Having 2 of those guys now, it's reminiscent of what they had over in San Francisco. I'm not going to put them at that level yet, but Bowman Willis, they could be the best linebacker
in
doing
terms of
right
interchangeability.
Yes,
and all that.
where they're just 2 guys that either way. So I was going to give it a high grade. I'm giving it an A.
And he is pumped, running up and down the whole damn hallway. Micah, what do we think?
Listen,
your honest read when you watched.
No, honest read. Honestly, he looks a lot like, how Stick City should represent the field. Honestly, I like the speed. The conversion, anytime you get a conversion, DN to linebacker, you like that. Obviously, those is defensive end hands. Just kidding. But no, seriously, yeah, I mean, he'll be able to rush.
What does that mean to you, as someone who went through it? What does it mean, someone that goes from DN to off-ball linebacker, or vice versa?
That means he's smart as hell, bro. It's such a difference. It was honestly way easier for me to convert back to edge than it ever was for me to convert back to linebacker. Understanding coverages, understanding zones, understanding man-to-man, leverage, positioning, hand striking. You got to understand, you're going from a position where, the initial contact is right away to a read and react.
Yeah.
So his ability to be able to do that is very impressive. To go from edge to edge to linebacker is very impressive. So Eagles obviously have a really smart linebacker. I think, honestly, he fits in their system really well, so this is a really good pick for them.
What do you think, Slay?
I think it's a very good pick, man. It's a well-needed to make stable at the linebacker position, just because of the fact that, Dean's been hurt, even though he's a great talent, man. He's a very much of a great leader. But I just know how they is in that organization as just being healthy.
Right.
They want that position here, the healthy position. And with him drafting this young kid, it saves money on the defense because the defense is very, very young while the offense is getting all the money right now.
Right.
So they keep building on this defense. So in the future, when it's offense time, it's time.
To me, this feels like they called up Vic Fangio.
Yeah.
And they said, what kind of chess pieces do you need? What was so incredible last year was Bond would be playing linebacker first and second down. All of a sudden, it's a 5-down front.
Yep.
And here comes Bond. Well, now that him and Jihad can kind of mix and match,
Right.
because they do have a smaller outside linebackers with Nolen and everybody, but now you just can have constant movement, who's standing, who's down. Pretty gnarly.
That's why I couldn't believe he lasted this long. He feels like those like how Atlanta used Caden Ellis last year, where it's like 3rd downs. If he's rushing, it's just another edge rusher out there. But he also can drop into coverage.
You can fake the rush and drop back.
It's what everyone's looking for. All these new wave, hybrid schemes. So very surprising and good for the Eagles.
All right, so Kansas City accepted the 4th-round pick and said, sure, we'll go down 1 pick and accept your 4th-round pick.
After we done got spanked?
How many times has that ever happened? I don't think I've ever seen that. Super Bowl teams trade with each other?
Yeah, I would.
The only other time I thought was weird was last year when the Chiefs and Buffalo
Bills,
traded,
yeah.
and then the Chiefs got Xavier Worthy, and then Buffalo, why would you let them do that?
Yeah.
It's pretty nice that you get to say that you whooped the Chiefs in the Super Bowl.
Spanked. It's a difference. Whipping just like
Yeah, I got a lot of penalties.
we spanked them.
A lot of penalties. I knew once they gave up that big third down with the penalty, like what was it, hands to the face or whatever?
Yeah,
Got
across the middle
scored.
when Goddard got uppercutted in the chin.
Yeah, I knew once. No.
Or was it the pick six by
no,
Cooper when you realized?
No.
Or was it the bomb to Devontae?
No. It was actually it was a good score. It was a good game. But I think Goddard went. No, it was 7-0-0-0. And Goddard,
you mean when they
No.
whistle?
I knew when they gave up the 3 penalties in the beginning of the game, you can never do that. You can't give a good team like that another chance.
Yeah.
And I think Goddard went up for the catch, and Duffy hit him in the chest.
No, he hit him.
No, he hit him in the chest.
He hit him in the face.
Nah.
He
hit him in
headbutted
the
it.
chest.
This is a big pick. The Chiefs, with the final pick of the first round, have selected Josh Simmons out of Ohio State.
Yeah, this was a big
bringing
name.
up the medicals there, but this is a team that has been trying to reassemble
This
the
is crazy.
offensive line.
Will Johnson fell to the second round.
You look at the offensive line for
second
Pat
round.
Mahomes.
Crazy.
The 2 Super Bowls they lost, he was under pressure nonstop. Simmons, honorable mention, all Big Ten. He started 19 games at left tackle, 13 games at right tackle. This is an interesting prospect and player for the Chiefs.
His tape this past year, so 5 games prior to the Oregon game where he tore his patellar tendon, was as good as any offensive tackle prospect in this class. He stays healthy. It could be him in a Patriots jersey right now and not Will Campbell. That's how good he was.
Dang.
He's a fluid athlete. He uses his hands really well.
Okay,
His
Lyle.
tape is truly NFL ready. It's just he tore his patellar. That is a terrible injury for an offensive lineman. That's where you're firing every time you try to hold up against the bull rush. So that's why he falls to this far. But Lyle Counts was a guy who fell to UDFA, ended up having a good career. When he latches on to guys, he doesn't let go. He's gotten better every single year, from San Diego State days to his first year at Ohio State to then this past fall where he was an ascending player, and he carries the weight so well. He's another one of those guys where he's 320 and it kind of sneaks up on you because he doesn't have a gut. He doesn't have it hanging over his belt. He is just a naturally smooth mover that, if he's healthy, I think he could even usurp Jalon Moore at the left tackle position, kick him inside. And for the Chiefs, you've had 2 Super Bowls ruined because your offensive line got dominated. How do you get back there and maintain that long-term success? Give Patrick Mahomes time. He'll get you back to some more Super Bowls, and he'll win some more for you. So this is what they're doing. I'm going to give it an A. A lot of people had this mocked. A lot of people thought this is a point in the draft it would fall. But for the Kansas City Chiefs, the risk does not, the reward certainly outweighs the risk here.
What do we think here?
Man, I like the pick. I think, at this point, they're not reaching. Like Renner said, this guy could potentially be a top 10 talent. If he, stays healthy and he get that versatility back, I think no one's going to look back and be like, wow, why did the Chiefs draft? I think they're going to be like, kudos to the Chiefs for taking a chance. And I think that's what the draft's all about. You got to take chance on players. I think all players are a risk, all at chance. Injuries happen, but guys rehab and get back together. This is what Patrick Mahomes needed the most. Last year, they had the guy who went to Chicago, Thuney, trying to play left tackle, and it just wouldn't work. They were bull rushing him. They had their way. Yeah. I'm surprised they went as far as they did with Thuney out there trying to play left tackle. Thuney's an all-pro guard, but he's not an all-pro tackle. Nope. They need a lockdown left tackle. They need to protect Mahomes' blind side, and good things is going to happen. I think this completes their offensive line. I think he's the missing piece after losing Orlando Brown in free agency
that was such a big loss.
A couple years ago.
Yeah.
So this right here is going to be a huge game for them if he could get back healthy and get back to playing the way he was in those initial games.
What do you think, Slay?
I think it's a great pick, man. Definitely after playing them in the Super Bowl, we knew their offensive line was the weakness, and we had guys to get out the room. That's a game changer. So we knew that's what we need to do is rattle Mahomes. So they had to make sure they're trying to keep Mahomes, simple, smooth, quiet, so he could be the Mahomes that he can be. So they have to be doing all this magic.
Right.
He got a lot of magic in him. Not to say that magic runs out sooner or later the older you get, but he still got the ability to extend plays and everything. But I'm sure for sure that Mahomes don't want to be hit too much no more. And I know taking that beating like that was not how he wanted to go out.
We're going to recap the first round in a second, take a look at who's left still for the second round. But first, a quick message from Thrivent, where money matters more.
Oh, my.
to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
All right, so I'm looking at the list of names that have not been drafted, and there's obviously a few that jump to the top. Let's go first. 2 quarterbacks drafted, Shedeur Sanders, not one of them. On the clock for tomorrow is the Cleveland Browns. So they are sitting there, if they want him, with the first pick of the second round. Other names that are interesting, Mike Green, Nick Emanwari, Will Johnson, especially the cornerback out of Michigan, Donovan Ezeraku, Luther Burden, and then who else do you have on there? The rest I feel like are kind of in the mix.
Yeah.
So shout out to you, Renner, for being pretty accurate. You didn't even have Shedeur yet. What will be the conversation tonight, do you guys think, with NFL teams thinking mainly about Shedeur for tomorrow?
I definitely think Shedeur goes day 2. I don't think, I don't think he goes past day 2. I think he goes early second round tomorrow, especially with those teams that kind of need a quarterback, but they don't want to reach. But I think at this point, the only teams that would take him are Steelers or Cleveland.
And Cleveland's on the clock.
You know what I mean?
And
So
they have 33 and 36.
Who
So
Cleveland
they
do?
could get Shedeur at 33.
So it goes Cleveland, New York, Tennessee, Cleveland?
It goes Cleveland, Texans, because they traded down.
Right.
And then Tennessee, Cleveland. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah.
So I think he'll go early.
He's going to Cleveland.
I'd be surprised if Cleveland passes on him first, say they go Will Johnson or say Mike Green, whatever. It would surprise me if he's either someone trades up to go jump them or he's not gone by
I feel the Saints would probably trade up for him just because they're unsure about Derek Carr. Just because.
And then your team, the Steelers.
Yeah,
still don't
Steelers
have a
too.
quarterback.
Yeah, so.
If you were to say winners and losers, can we recap some of the draft picks in the first round, just kind of go through the 32 picks, and we'll take a look at the teams that we thought maybe did the best job. So we started off, Cam Ward, the big surprise early on was the Jaguars trading up with the Browns to take Travis Hunter. Abdul Carter goes 3. Maybe he's going to wear the 56. Good journalism from you. Will Campbell at 4. Mason Graham at 5. Jeanty, the first and one of 2 running backs taken. Membou, that was a big surprise too.
Yeah.
Tet to the Panthers definitely caught us off guard. Kelvin Banks and Colston Loveland, the tight end, going before Tyler Warren to the Indianapolis Colts. Then we can look at 11 through 20. 11, we started off, I know the Cowboys were at 12. They took the offensive lineman Tyler Booker. That blew us away in the short stint that we talked to him. And that will come up eventually. There we go. Michael Williams, the edge setter for the San Francisco 49ers. Dolphins go D-line. Tyler Warren, Jalen Walker fell to the Falcons at 15. Walter Nolen joins Jonathan Gannon, the defensive-minded coach for the Arizona Cardinals. What a Bengals pick that was. And Shemar Stewart. Gray Zabel can play all the line for the Seattle Seahawks. And Mecca Vuka was a surprise there. Second half there, Derek Harmon goes to the Steelers. Omarion Hampton, Golden, Jackson, and Dart there, the trade up, the big surprise. Pierce, the Falcons get their second first-round pick. Then Malachi Starks, Tyreek Williams, Josh Connerly, Hairston, and then the Eagles took Jihad and then Josh Simmons. Slay, why don't I give you a first crack? Who was your big winner tonight?
I think the big winner tonight was, for me, is the Denver Broncos. Because I think they got a player they already was a great defense, but I think that defense is really going to be off the charts just because of the fact that this guy they got is very versatile. And I like
Jade Barron.
Yeah, I love versatile corners. And I think he'll be a difference maker for that team.
What do we think is your big winner?
I'm split. I'm split between New York and I'm going to say New York and Atlanta.
So the 2 teams that traded back up to get a second first-round pick.
I always like aggressiveness. And if you're going to win now and you want to win now and you say we have the team to win now, this is how you do it. You know what I mean? You don't sit back and you wait. If you believe in a guy and you got a guy, you take the guy. I think, obviously, Abdul, no favoritism, but you just match that up. And then you don't know what type of draft capital they'll get if they do decide to move on from Thibodeau. You don't know. So, it would make even more sense, if they get capital back from Thibodeau and they just, like I said, they've reset the market with him. They don't got to worry about paying him. They don't got to worry about anything like that. And you have a premier rusher that can be pretty much better than Thibodeau at this point, early on. And their D-line just goes monstrous, you know what I mean? And then I would say Atlanta, just because, you know, this is a team who ranked 31st in pass rush, didn't get to the quarterback a lot. And you get two premier guys that can get after a quarterback on the ball, off the ball, doesn't matter. You add some versatility. Young, you know, those two guys for me those two teams for me did a great job. And then, you know, did we do losers?
Well, let's just stay positive for a second. Renner, what's your winner?
I like Atlanta. I like Micah's point that the two most highest paid positions in the NFL, they don't have to pay for the next 4 years. Quarterback, defense, edge rusher. They are clean there with rookie contracts. But I'll go a little bit off the beaten path. I love what the Browns did, not drafting Travis Hunter at 2. They got so much in return in terms of draft capital. And it's not as if they traded back and got like some guy where it's like, he could be okay. I think Mason Graham has Pro Bowl, All-Pro potential. He's a darn good football player that if Travis Hunter didn't exist, they could have taken at number 2 overall, right? So they got that. They got next year's first rounder. They got a top of the second rounder. They gave themselves a ton of flexibility. So I love what they did, taking that lottery ticket and basically turning it into a lot of different pieces.
I'm going to go Baltimore, Malachi Starks. Yeah. Just one of those picks where all of a sudden their defensive game plan comes very clear. It's so and clear. What that's going to unlock for Kyle Hamilton and what's that going to unlock for everybody else is pretty darn special. Why don't you go losers first?
Mine has to be the Chicago Bears. I just completely don't understand.
Colston, Loveland at 10.
Yeah, I don't understand it.
Yes.
For a top 10 pick, I'm thinking Brock Bowers. You could say Kyle Pitts, but just a guy that you don't truly know about that said, hey, we gave him the ball a little bit more because everybody else sucks. He's not considered a run tight end, so you got to package it. You got to stay in a certain personnel. That's what makes Brock unique. You know what I mean? That's why you would spend a top 10 pick on a guy like that, because he's great at run blocking. He's great creating separation. I just don't see that at Loveland. I don't see why, you know what I mean? There are so many other players where you could get great value, even if it's like, we don't need him, but we're adding depth. You know what I mean? Like, I just don't see him being better than, you know, a lot of these other guys who I can see being future Pro Bowlers or, you know, all-pro players down the line.
Slays, a team that maybe you didn't have the best reaction to?
I mean, he took the one I was thinking, too, just because I think, like, not to say, like, the tight end is not a very, very important, position. It's just that I feel like you can find great tight ends second day 2 guys. You know, if I went top 10 for a tight end, it got to be like, I don't know. He got to be able to do everything.
Right.
I couldn't have no pass game at all. He got to come change the whole pass game. Like the Raiders took Buddy, they feel like they knew they were going to lose Devontae Adams.
Right.
So they knew that. Like, I feel like they got a thing that's set over there. So I feel the same way about them.
What do you think, Renner? Who's yours?
I think it's the Minnesota Vikings. I mean, they took a guard, 24 overall. I thought it was a little bit of a reach. The offensive line run had kind of passed them by. I thought Connerly is a much higher potential player than him. And they only have 4 draft picks this entire draft. They have the least draft capital of anyone in the NFL. And the 2 teams behind them traded for a lot more draft capital. You had the Texans move back and get a couple of third-rounders. You had the Rams move back and get a future first. You could have made that move and maybe still got a good guard at one of those picks, but you just stood pat, and now you really can't add more to this roster in this draft.
I don't really have a loser. I don't know. I'm trying to
I was looking like it's hard. It's like it wasn't that bad of the draft. Like it wasn't that bad because
there weren't. Okay, I'll say one, and I don't know how you guys are going to react to it. I'm going to say the Tampa Bay Bucks. I know y'all love Emeka Buka, and I understand what we're doing here, but I don't know. I just thought they had some huge holes on their O-line and their D-line, and I did not think wide receiver was that big of a need. That was just my thing where I kind of thought you could address other issues there, but he's a wide receiver who could be good. But I'll just say this, and I mean it. I have fun every year doing this with y'all. Slay, thank you for joining us this year, man. It was great having your energy.
Appreciate the invite.
I love the fact that when these young guys see you guys, they light up. And what you guys brought out of them was awesome. I suddenly now care about Tyler Booker. What you guys were able to get out of Abdul Carter was really special. So I appreciate you guys. Thank you, everybody, for watching at home. Renner, way to kick ass again, man. Awesome stuff.
Pretty good.
Micah, any final words for tonight?
Cowboys got better. That's all I'm excited about. Go Cowboys.
Boo.
Boo.
We will be back tomorrow, second and third round, to break it down. The second round is going to be crazy. Will Johnson, Shedeur Sanders, Mike Green, Nick Amenwari, Luther Burden. So many names that we thought could be first-round picks. We will have them covered in the second and third round. That is live in the BR app on YouTube. We're on Max? Wow. I didn't even realize we're on Max. For Renner, for Big Play Slay, for Micah Parsons, thank you guys so much for joining us. Good luck to your team in the NFL season. Good luck. And we will see you tomorrow for the second round of the NFL Draft. Have a good night, y'all. All right.
Probably out.
Good.
With Thrivent, your personal finances aren't just personal. We use money as a tool to help all the people we hold in our hearts. Because the most important thing isn't what you're planning for, it's who. Thrivent, where money means more.
Happened, or did you?